you so soon. Didn't wanna make you run around, 'cause it seems I tripped up once again. Now I'm lying down again, staring up into a cloud of questions. Why? Blurry visions through tired eyes. Got a lot of things that I need to say. Got a lot of things that I need to find a way to rest my head. Just trying to clear my eyes. Why did I let you walk away? Why did I let you walk away? 'Cause I'm thinking it's you. I've been thinking about you every day. I see you walking around my way, soon easing into your mess. It's like you never went away. You glow like a constant.
It's great to be back despite the weather here at the centre of the karting universe for the biggest event in WSK history. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a foggy, cold, overcast morning here for round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series for 2025. 401 drivers from 56 nations around the world at the most famous track in Italy, if not Europe, if not the world. That's why we call it the centre of the karting universe, otherwise simply known as South Garda Karting. Great to have your company here this morning, an action-packed day coming your way on Motorsport TV and WSK.IT all around the world, starting with the first of our 12 pre-finals for Mini Under 10 Pre-Final A with the American Josh Bergman looking to go 3 in a row. He won at Leconca, he won at Sano, he starts on pole position for Pre-Final A in just a moment. We raced 16 heats on Friday, 28 a massive day yesterday, largely on a dry track, although it has been declared wet, not because it's raining, simply because the fog has descended onto the circuit and made conditions very greasy, so it is a wet track, even though there's not actually water falling from the sky. It is just a heavy fog, which is common in this part of the world, here in the north of Italy. Montebaldo, snow-capped in the background. No chance of seeing that today. On a summer's day, you would see it right there in the centre of your screen, towering 2 kilometres above sea level. We're about 10 kilometres south of the lakeside resort town of Desenzano, here at the South Garda Karting Circuit, built back in 1988 by the Corberti family. Hosting this weekend, round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series in the 20th anniversary season of WSK promotion. The first of our 12 pre-finals this morning for 60 Mini Under 10. As the kart's coming out onto a greasy circuit, we'll take a look at the grid. Josh Bergman on pole position, leading the championship. Looking to go 3 from 3 is Josh. Daniel Pasquale alongside. Adam Prodescu, a contender this weekend, the Romanian. In the Lenzo kart, alongside Gazzi Al-Mekdad, Carillo Motorsport, David Acton, and Blake Schwer on the third row of the grid. Karts coming across the line, most likely to complete 2 formation laps. Andreas Papageorgiou on the podium last time out at Sarno, starting out of grid 7 alongside Max Vadic from Thailand. Theo Steindl and Bruno Miranda. That's Josh Bergman, 5.63 on pole position for the Kiddix driver performance team. The first of our pre-finals here this morning with Josh, the American, on pole position. 26 karts on the grid for the first of our 12 pre-finals here this morning. A greasy track here this morning. Another formation lap. One kart spinning in the background. That gives you an idea of how treacherous these conditions are here this morning. You can see there is actually no standing water, but the track greasy from the fog which has just fallen off the circuit here this morning. 10 laps the distance of this 1,200 metre circuit. Here's Daniel Pasquale, 5.50 out of grid 2. Gutsy, Elmec Dab, the DAP colours, the famous DAP colours. It's a Kart Republic 619. We look back to 18th on the grid. Armin Pantoli has had a tough weekend, but did finish on the podium in the first round of the championship at La Conca on the last weekend of January. We look for the Frenchman for LA Motorsport 577, right there in the centre of your screen. Josh looks behind, dictates the pace. Our assistant race director, Marco Carlino, standing on the racetrack to convey instructions to the pole sitter. JB on pole position for the first of our 12 pre-finals here this morning. The Supermaster Series Round 3. For the first time today, we race. Pasquale into P2 as we have 1, 2, 3 spinning in the background. Petter Haberlin on debut in WSK makes his way back off from the grass onto the dirt, back on track in the TB kart as we see Gutsy, who leads the race in the DAP colours briefly, but Josh goes back to P1. Most karts making it through the first few corners without a problem. Look for David Acton, the pole in 5.27. That incident at the first corner, Daniel Yoon, Beretta, Rumlena, Petter Haberlin, of course, who's back on track, and Noe Solika also involved, but they've all managed to rejoin in the opening stages of the first of our 12 pre-finals here this morning. Josh back to second as Pasquale takes the lead as they come across the line to complete lap 1 of 10. Pasquale from Bergman. There's Gutsy. Fabulous to see the famous DAP colours, and appropriately enough, he's wearing the Ayrton Senna replica helmet. Gutsy, the now Austrian. There's Acton just behind. David for team driver, 5.27. Makes the move down the inside the pole on the Austrian. Daniel Pasquale leads. Theo Steindl, the Norwegian, up into P5. A superstar from Marcelo Flores from the 10th row of the grid just behind. So we see the team driver on the outside, David Acton. Bergman, Gutsy goes through. So we get news from race control that Aidan Moriera is under investigation for the start. But it's Daniel Pasquale on a greasy circuit here this morning, a cold circuit. Josh back up the inside. The temperature still in single digits here. We expect it to reach a top of just 9 degrees Celsius here this morning. As you see Theo Steindl up the inside for Norwegian, taking the driver who's dominated the first 2 rounds of the championship. 2 rounds, that is, Josh Bergman. But it's Daniel Pasquale who's dominating the opening stages of our first pre-final this morning. Pasquale leads. Gazzi in the DAP colours in P2. Josh goes wide at turn 3. Back on track, loses time and loses position. Pasquale with a lead of 2 seconds here this morning. Gazzi, David Acton, Steindl, Flores. The Mexican storming up from the 10th row of the grid to be ahead of Svadic. Blake Schwer, the first of the 2 Americans. Pantoli up into P8 for LA Motorsport as you see Steindl down the inside of Gazzi. And David Acton for team driver goes on through. They're 3 wide. Ada Modiera, a 5-second penalty. There's the board, which drops the Swiss driver currently in P16 way down the order. Although with the larger lap times, or the longer lap times, it won't be too much of a penalty here this morning. Gazzi down the inside. Steindl spins. Theo Steindl has spun at turn 3. The yellow flag is flying, but Daniel Pasquale controls the pace. Lap 4 of 10, they are lapping in 72 seconds. Some 20 seconds off their qualifying times. On the Vega wet tyres here this morning. Gazzi ahead of Flores, Svadic, Roman Pantoli going through 5.77. Ahead of Blake Schwer, the American, that was the second CRG. 6.47, Pacillo, Rouget, Josh Bergman back to 11. And it's Steindl, Miras, Korabo, Pradescu down in 15. Pasquale starts the second half of the first of our pre-finals here this morning with a lead of almost 3 seconds, goes wide, uses whatever grip is on the very outside of the circuit, stays off the ice-like rubber on the traditional racing line. There is no rain falling, the fog descending on the South Garda karting circuit this morning, and that's why the track is some 20 seconds off the pace. There's Pantoli closing in on the back of Svadic, the tie. The tie brothers, Max in 5.96 in the Carly cart. Head of Pantoli, Papa Giorgio, there's Cypriot. Andreas, that is, Andreas Jr. His father, Andreas Senior, World Time Attack driver, racing around the world in the World Time Attack Challenge. Andreas from Cyprus in P7 ahead of Blake Schwer, Rouget, Pacillo, and Josh Bergman. La Conca race winner, Sano race winner, championship leader. But the American back in P12. Pasquale starts lap 6, the second half. The first of our pre-finals this morning. We'll check the times. Papa Giorgio, 72.662. Just to give you an indication, Josh Bergman, 52.599 in time qualifying on Friday. So they're 20 seconds off the pace. And I can tell you that the fog descending earlier this morning, well, it's now more than that. There is actually light drizzle falling here at Lonato. It was forecast for just a millimetre. Umbrellas going up around the circuit. The temperature just 8 degrees Celsius. No standing water on the track, but very light. We'll call it drizzle for the moment. I'm not a meteorological expert. I can just tell you it's wet and it's cold and it's greasy here at Lonato. The umbrella's going up. Light drizzle just falling here at Lonato as we were forecast this morning. You look in the centre of your screen, Daniel Pasquale, 5.50 in the CRG, doing a superb job out front, controlling the pace. in the first of our 12 pre-finals here this morning. Petar Haberlin going through at the bottom of your picture on debut in WSK. Petar from Croatia in the resplendent Tibicar team. Tibicar chassis. The legendary manufacturer down into the pit hairpin on debut. Petar Haberlin in WSK, still circulating, but down in 23rd position. The blue flag about to be displayed for the Croatian Acton Flores. There's Gati Al-Mekdad. Papa Giorgio just behind for the Monster K factory team. Back to Aman Pantali. Good recovery for all the Frenchmen. There's the blue flag. There's the Croatian. And there's the race leader, Daniel Pasquale, who's starting to put a lap on the field in the opening pre-final here this morning. Round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. And the 550 newly homologated CRG Black Mirror chassis leads nicely by almost 4 seconds here this morning. Straight over the ripple strip. 3 laps remaining. Searching for grip on the outside of the circuit. David Acton, P2, and Flores. Marcelo from Mexico from the 10th row of the grid. Up into P3. Marcelo, that is. Marcelo, the Mexican, absolutely flying is Flores. Platon Kovtunenko watching on from pit lane. He'll start on pole position for pre-final B for Mini Under 10 in a moment. As you see, Vaclav Rumlana, the Czech driver, being lapped, but still circulating, has DP with 2 laps to go. The Italian from the pole, and the Mexican in P3, Papa Giorgio in P4. Daniel Pasquale, second, possibly third year. No, second year of racing with us in WSK. Have to check the memory. The 20th season of WSK promotion here. And the 4th event of the 3rd round of the Supermaster Series. And of course, the Rotax Winter Series taking place last weekend just up the road at Cremona. Pasquale, the team drivers, Flores and Acton. Rumlana with the black flag now for Vaclav. Papa Giorgio, there's Gazzi going through. Petar Haberlin still circulating. Nail El Gahoudi, the Moroccan, down in 21st position despite being a contender throughout the heats. Involved in that first lap incident as well, to be fair. Pasquale about to start the last lap of the race. So that light rain that was falling just a moment ago, easing up now, thankfully, just. But the track is still wet, and it will remain so for at least the first part of the morning. Last lap now for Daniel Pasquale. Daniel looks back in the background to see where the rest of the field are. They are at least 5 seconds behind. Marcelo Flores from grid 20 up into 2nd place. Papa Giorgio is 3rd. Through the chicane for the final time. Daniel Pasquale looking to start the final on pole position this afternoon, depending on what happens in pre-final B, where Platon Kovtunenko currently leads the points classification at this point of the weekend and starts on pole position for pre-final B in a moment. But pre-final A and the checkered flag will wait for the first time here this morning. Daniel Pasquale takes the victory. Flores. Across the line, a superb P2 from grid 19. Here's Papa Giorgio. Team driver teammate Acton, Ghazi Al-Megdad. Aman Pantali, good recovery from Aman. From France for LA Motorsport ahead of Theo Steindal. The same can be said for the Norwegian. After that spin early on, Svadic, Blake Schwer, Pacilo, Rouget. Here's Kotomo from Finland, Ito in the 6.56 parallel. Josh Bergman crosses the line in position 13. The second American home behind Blake Schwer. Here's Pedesco in the Lenzo car, Moriera. A 5-second penalty, classified just behind. Midas for Team Baby Race, Beretta from France. Oscar Ernston. And the final finisher will be the South Korean Daniel Yoon. The highlights of the first pre-final this morning. In the rain, Josh Bergman from pole position has karts scattering down into turn one. Avoiding each other off track, but did rejoin. Theo Steindal looking aggressive early on was the Norwegian, but Daniel Pasquale working his way into the leaders. Steindal spun. Papa Giorgio on the podium at Sano, works his way through to finish P3. Flores, superb the Mexican, but it's Daniel Pasquale who takes victory in the first of our pre-finals this morning for Mini Under 10. The Italian from the Mexican and the Cypriot, Andreas Papagiorgio, third, as he was at Sano in the final. Acton, Ghazi, good drive for the now Austrian. Aman Pantali, Steindal, Zvadic, Blake Schwer, the first American home, and Pacilo in P10. Rouget, Ito Kotomo, and Josh Bergman, P13, for the driver who leads the championship after taking victory in the first two rounds of the series. Underway here today on a cold South Garda karting morning. 7 degrees Celsius, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. The grid to the centre right of your screen. Mini Under 10 pre-final B will be out on the circuit in just a moment. Being led by Platan Kovtunenko, the Ukrainian for Bosch Racing. And Win Gottschall from Curacao out of grid 2. The karts come out onto the circuit. PK starts on pole position. Win out of grid 2. .25 karts on the grid for pre-final B for Mini Under 10. The Ukrainian from the Curacao driver. Then Samsonov, Dmitry, the Russian, Mateo Garcia, the Mexican, Jan Alcrea, Rabenchwich, Watakit Superchok, Mikhail Mitrokin, Johan Berger, great debut for the Austrian, and Mason from the very outskirts of Johannesburg, the South African out of 10. Keserovic, Elton Skelhammer, Ottaviani, Tama, JBDC back on 15, Zajic, Hejna, Mikhailov, Riker, and Sapignoli. Giorgio ahead of Filippo Troles. Robin Raikkonen back on 22 after a tough run through the heat. Santiago Torres, Andreas Drugal for Goldstar Racing, and Rafael Roche out of grid 25. This is Platon Kovtunenko on pole position, the Ukrainian, here at a wet, cold, drizzly South Garda karting circuit. Mikhail Mitrokhin in trouble. The Russian stalling at the back of the grid. The Ukrainian on pole position, Wingotchok. Out of grid 2 to the left of your screen, PK on pole. We race for the second time this morning, and Kovtunenko with a perfect start leads Wingotchok in second place. There's Mateo Garcia, Dmitry Samsonov for Team Baby Race 6:04. That's one car going very wide in the background. Gathers it up, back on track as they go down into the pit hairpin for the first time. Kovtunenko leads just from Godchok for the Kiddix Driver Performance Team. Off the track, forced. One of the Formula K drivers, it was Jan Algrea, who was forced out very wide. First corner was Ottaviani and Filippo Trulis, the Italian and the Greek drivers. Wide at the very first corner, but it's the Ukrainian leading nicely for the Porsche Racing Team. Godchok, fresh off victory 7 days ago in Spain. In second place, Samsonov. There's the Russian 6:04. In third place, they complete the very first lap here of pre-final B. 72 seconds, the fastest lap in pre-final A. So we'll see how that compares as the rain finally does stop. The temperatures does not improve at all here, and the track still treacherous. Pre-final B. Kovtunenko from Godchok. Samsonov, Kesanovic. Jan Algre recovers. Head of Mateo Garcia. What a kid, Superchalk. Robenchewicz, Zayech, Elton Skelhammer. Goes by Jonas Tam, Mitrokhin. Good start from Julian Vantakotele. And then Mason, the South African, who's fallen down outside the top 10 after starting from the 5th row of the grid. Mason in the CRG. That's Maddox in 6:22. From halfway between Vereniging and Johannesburg in the south of Africa. In South Africa, 4 African nations, incidentally, represented here this weekend. Drivers from Senegal, Kenya, South Africa, and Morocco. 4 African countries among the 56 represented here for round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Maddox loses a position to Van der Kottelay, now coming under attack from Riker. Raikkonen, the two Finns, Drugau, Sapignoli, Mikhailov, but it's Platon Kovtunenko who leads nicely. Dmitry Samsonov on your screen, 6:04. Kesanovic in 4th place at the moment. Eden for the Lanari Racing Team, 6:16. The black-coloured Kart Republic. Eden, the German, has made a really good start from the 7th row of the grid. Head of Jan Algrea, what a kid, Superchalk. Platon Kovtunenko leading nicely, a 72-second lap time. Wingotchok, Samsonov. Jan Algrea makes the move on Kesanovic. Eden back to 5. Jan Algrea recovers into 4th place for the Formula K SRP team. The factory team, their 3rd world appearance for 2025, the 20th anniversary season. 2nd, in fact. Of course, they finished on the podium in KZ2 with Marcus Kayak. We'll see the Estonian in action later on today in KZ2 for the Formula K SRP team. Kovtunenko just clips the ripple strip. Godchok, Samsonov down through the chicane, and he spins! Wing goes around right in the middle of the chicane. Wingotchok from 2nd place will try and restart, rejoin, but any chance of attacking for the lead evaporates here this morning. Platon Kovtunenko with the Curacao driver breathing down his neck, not for long. Dmitry Samsonov moves up to P2. Gottschalk spins in the chicane. And we'll see where the driver from the Dutch Caribbean comes across the line to finish lap 4. Crosses now in 6 from Elton Skullhammer, Garcia, Hejna, Mikel Mitrokin, Tam, Robenchwich, Mason, Van der Kotele, Riker, Zajic, Raikkonen, Drugo, Sapignoli, Mikalev. As you look at Eden Kesaric, closing in on the back of Jan Elgrea. Behind Mikalev, Santiago Torres, Johan Berger on debut in WSK, Ottaviani just behind, and Filippo Trullis, after spinning on the very first corner, is the 25th and final runner. This is Kesaric. Eden from Germany for the team from Germany, the Lanari Racing team. Jan Elgrea for the Formula K SRP team, going wheel to wheel with Dmitry Samsonov. The Russian back to P3, Jan Elgrea, the Estonian in second. Platon Kovtunenko from Ukraine starts lap 6 in the lead. Almost 3 seconds clear. Samsonov goes wide. Kesaric. Over the Rupel strip, down through turn 3. Jan Elgrea in second, 5.80. Here's Samsonov. But the rain has thankfully just eased up. It has really ruined the first couple of pre-finals this morning. We are expecting a dry circuit, albeit cold, this afternoon for this round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series here at Lonato. Kesaric sideways over the ripple strip. Like ice. The painted concrete ripple verges on the exit of the chicane. Superb skill to hold on to it. Kesaric behind Dmitry Samsonov. Jan Elgrea, the Formula K SRP team. Chasing down Platon Kovtunenko. Takes a 10th out of the Ukrainian, but PK controlling the pace nicely. Kesaric in the middle of the circuit has got confidence for the Lanari DAP racing team. Kesaric throwing that Kart Republic around. Dmitry looks behind. There's Elton into the 71s. Some hope here this morning that the track will try. Elton Skullhammer, give him credit though. P5 fastest on the circuit into the 111s. 20 seconds, actually 19 seconds off their qualifying pace as the rain thankfully stops. And hopefully later this morning for our pre-finals, the remainder of which, this is the second of 12, we will race on something of a dry circuit. Again, Kesaric throwing the 616 around into the far hairpin, makes the move on the inside of Dmitry Samsonov for Team Baby Race. The Russian behind the German, the Estonian in second, but it's the Ukrainian for Bosch Racing who leads here this morning. 25 starters in Mini Under 10 pre-final B. 25 still on track. I speak too soon because the yellow flag you just saw being waved down into turn 1. Santiago Torres parked at the exit. The Mexican out. The first retirement from the second pre-final this morning. Is Elton Skullhammer in the background for Ward Racing, 614. Second year racing with us in WSK. Swedish driver, Swedish team, the Tony Kart. Up into P5, fastest on circuit and a purple sector as well for Elton. There's the Swede coming down the hill. Behind is Wadakid Superchock. That's Win Gottschalk. Airborne over the ripple strip. Spinning into the chicane right there a few laps ago. Hejna, Garcia, Jonas Tam, Mitrokin, Robenchwich, Mason, the South African going through. Then the Dutchman, JDVC, Julian van der Kotele. Riker, the first of the two Finns, Zajic, Drugao, Sapignoli. That's Giorgio. And the 648 Parolin ahead of Raikkonen, Mikalev. Ottaviani Reusch, the Austrian rookie Johann Berger, who was impressive in the dry, 6.06. The Team Baby Race and Filippo Trulis rounds out the field. Santiago Torres is out. This is the penultimate lap of the second pre-final, and you can see the gap Jan Algre has caught somewhat up to the back of Platon Kovtunenko. Skalhammer with a 71.517. Fastest on circuit again. The suite for Ward Racing goes fastest. Rebenchuich, the Lanari Racing team. Had podiums in the past in WSK. We go right back to 2018. Castelletto di Branduzzo watching on from Germany. The Lanari Racing team. Eden Keserovic into third place. Kovtunenko starts the final lap of pre-final B for Mini under 10. Again, Elton. Skalhammer fastest. 1:11.438. Turns into turn 3. And the 5.58, that's an energy course chassis. Standing up on 3 wheels. As it stands, Platon Kovtunenko would start from pole position for the final if he holds on for another half lap here. Daniel Pasquale will join him on the front row. That is provisional. Platon looks over his shoulder as the rain eases up. The track is far from dry. It is very greasy. They are 19 seconds off their qualifying pace here this morning. Platon Kovtunenko from Ukraine, from pole position for Porsche Racing in the Energy Corsa kart, comes across the line to take the checkered flag. He wins, and it's pole position this afternoon for the Ukrainian. Rebenchuich, Sapignoli, Raikkonen take the checkered flag. Ottaviani will be next across the line. Alessio in 19th place. The highlights of pre-final B still on a greasy circuit. 2 cars spinning in the background at the very start of the race. As Platon Kovtunenko raced into the lead. Jan Algrea into the grass, but the Estonian recovered superbly. Win Gottschalk spinning out of P2 down into the chicane, ultimately to finish P6. Jan Algre going by Rebenchuich, throwing that Kart Republic around. Kovtunenko takes the victory. Jan Algre in second place, and Keserovic in P3. Mini Group 3 pre-final A will be out onto the track next. The rain thankfully has stopped, but they'll be on the Vega wet tyres. Mini Group 3, 78 drivers in the original 60 mini class. It will be the Swede in the lead. Elton Headforce, who led for the first time in WSK on Friday, took a heat victory in WSK for the first time yesterday. And we'll start from pole position in the Paralympics in just a moment. The kart's on track for mini pre-final A for mini group 3. Elton Headforce on pole position. Liam Natawadi out of grid 2. Yanni Pujol, Nani and Victor Gurun. Moscardi, Max Felde, Leon Shalitze and Teo Pelfrene out of grid 10. Nicolo Pedico back on grid 11. He won here 7 days ago in the Springtime Trophy. Starting alongside Luigi Diascoli. Colucci, Royce Vega, Verba, Yoon from South Korea, Chel Herman, Lee, Gadzalic, and Felix Chang from Chinese Taipei out of grid 20. Kim Min-jae, the second South Korean, Sen Lindemann, Cortacas, Vasquez, Petrosian, Petra Mikes, Bashescu, Jonas Bundes, Ramberg, that's Ted, alongside Amir Maksoud, Visitio, Artantona, Maltese regional champion, Buffo, Ruska Efci from Turkey, Dominic Lepp, and Tommaso Corsi out of grid 36. Headforce to the right of your screen, 541 for the Paralympic team. The Texan, Liam Natawati for Team Baby Race, out of grid 2. Up to the line, the field scattered. And another formation lap. .78 drivers in 60 mini group 3, down to the final 72, about to decide the grid for the final 36 this afternoon. Our assistant race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, giving instruction to the pole sitter, Elton Headforce from Sweden. There's Dominic Lepp, 625, the Maranello Aix Racing Team from Estonia, alongside Tommaso Corsi, 505 for Team Baby Race. Liam, the Texan, 5.15 out of 2. Elton on pole. Pre-final A, mini group 3. Again, no start. We saw this multiple times yesterday in the heats. On one occasion, one of the mini heats, there were 4 formation laps. Quite unusually, although to be fair, that was in the mini under 10 category. This is the original 60 mini group 3 category, group 3 homologation, which in simple English means the 3rd level of international world motorsport in karting terms. With KZ1, the Group 1 homologation. Is Moscardi 5.47. Alonso kart, the blue and yellow machine in the middle of your screen. Elton on pole position. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. This is the 3rd of our 12 pre-finals here this morning on a greasy circuit. You can see the drivers on the Vega wet tyres for the 3rd attempt. Elton, with a problem, has fallen back. Headforce not on pole position. He misses the start, but we race. A disaster from the Swede, who does not lead as they go down into turn 1. Great start by Moscardi. And we see one of the baby race drivers facing backwards. Head force, the kart not firing on the 3rd formation lap. He misses the start. Moscardi leads. Watch for the Tony Kart Racing Team attack. Jano Pujol back into P3. Yanni for the Ward Racing Team. Up the inside, the Polish Italian for the Swedish team. Yanni in 5.51, Pujol in 5.33. Moscardi, though, what a start. From grid 7, we're looking for Elton Headforce, who missed the start. There's Ayrton Tona going on through. From Malta, wearing the Ayrton Senna replica helmet. Racing in the Italian Regional Championships as well as the Maltese Championships. He's made a great start, but none better than David Moscardi. Here's Liam Natawati going through from grid 2, the Texan back to 5 as they complete the first lap. Moscardi leads. Then it's the Tony Kart attack, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Pujol, Goruna, Yanni, Natawati, Perico up to P6. Elton Headforce back in P11. He's the 2nd Swede behind Kjell Hertman. Polucci up into P9. So we'll look to see what Elton can do this morning after missing the start. The car did not fire. We went green. Moscardi slammed it up the inside and took the race lead as Yanni went wide. The Polish Italian back to P4. We'll check the lap times as well. Thankfully, the rain has stopped. Gives us some hope that we'll race on a dry circuit as Luigi Diascoli for LA Motorsport on the back of Liam Natawati. The Texan from Team Baby Race from grid 2, also missing the start and being passed now by 3 drivers. Perico up into P5. As we see Pujol spins. Pujol, you just got a glimpse of last year's WSK Mini Super Cup champion. Facing backwards at the penultimate corner on the 2nd lap. Crash at the final hairpin as well. Thankfully at walking pace, the drivers will rejoin as you look at Yanni and Victor Garun, the American-Romanian. Victor 5.31 for the Tony Kart Racing Team, powered by the Vortex. Yanni powered by the TM. Headforce still down in 11th place. Still with time to recover. His countryman, Kjell Hertman, up into P8, P9, behind Liam Natawati. This is Moscardi, the race leader, by 3 seconds back to Goruna. Perico, Il Bergamaschino, Yanni, Scelite, Colucci, Diascoli, Natawati, Kjell Hertman, and Royce, Vega. the third American inside the top 10, ahead of the pole sitter, Elton Headforce. Mikes, Felix Cheng, Amir Maksud with a storming start from near on the back of the grid for MP Academy Gamoto in the Henza cart. The Russian has come storming on through to be in 13th place from grid 30. Petticoat on the back of Victor is Niccolo. Garun runs wide. Victor, the Vortex-powered Tony car, down into turn 3, 71 seconds. The track conditions improving ever so slightly here at Lonato. Petticoat on the inside into the pit hairpin, and the team driver passes nicely, wipes the visor on the new Aero helmet. Clear visor for Il Bergamaschi. 5-2-1 for team driver, 5-3-1 for the Vortex-powered Tony kart of the American-Romanian Victor Garun. Back to Yanni. That was Colucci and Leon Chalice in the background. Leon also for team driver in 5-2-8. Victor looks back behind to the Polish-Italian Antonio Yanni and the TM-powered Tony kart from Ward Racing. Moscardi leads. David, not Davide, in the LKE-powered Lenzo kart. The Italian from grid 7. Headforce still stuck back in P11. Over the Ripple strip for Petticoat, now pulls away slightly from Victor Garun. Last year in WSK for the Real Racing team, who will also join us once again for their second season in the Italian F4 Championship. Real Racing here this weekend as well as lining up on the grid at Misano. The MotoGP circuit of Misano on Italy's Adriatic coast the first weekend of May for the first round of the Italian F4 Championship. Real Racing here with us in the third round of the Supermaster Series. Their former driver Victor Garun now with the official Tony Kart Racing team. The factory team working together with Real Racing. There's Elton down through the chicane in P11. Next in front of the Swede who started from pole position is none other than Gianno Pujol. Maksud storming up to grid P12 from grid 30. Moscardi superb. The Lenzo kart searching for grip on the very outside of the circuit. The team from Sicily of Michele Lenzo, we think back to 2011, Joey Hansen winning the KZ2 World Cup at Genk in the Lenzo kart, the early editions of 60 Mini in the WSK Supermaster Series. Almost every driver was powered by an LKE engine. You get a close-up, fabulous look at the Sicilian-made kart and engine. Petticoat in second. There's Elton Headforce. Now behind Amir Maksud for MP Motorsport. Team Gamoto, the Russian from the back of the grid in 11th. A storming drive. Just going back to the early editions of the WSK Supermaster Series. Marco Dionysis winning the first two editions, 2010 and 11. Both times in an LKE-powered top kart. Leonardo Lorandi, LKE-powered Tony kart in 2012, 2013, and Licio Martinez, the Hero kart, remember that, powered by the LKE for Nicola Abruzzi in 2014, the first 5 editions of the WSK Supermaster Series in 60 Mini, all won by LKE-powered drivers. And Moscardi puts the Sicilian manufacturer back on top. He's been caught though by Nicola Petticoat, now down into 110. A 70-second lap time for Il Bergamaschi. Colucci, Chalice, Diascoli, Pujol, Shell Hertman, Mikes, Maksud, Headforth, Vega, Cortegas. Max fell there. Badeshko up into P15. That is Rado from grid 27. That is the Real Racing driver. And Dominic Lepp, who started dead last on the grid, the Estonian into 16th place. Kjell Hertman, 10-second penalty for the Swede. Kjell Hertman drops down to 21st position. A 70.502 for Pettigol. The gap down to 1.9 seconds. 2.5 laps remaining, including this one. Kjell Hertman, that does hurt the Swede. 21st position behind Ted Rumberg. Despite crossing the line in P9. There's Headforce down through the chicane now in 10th place. 11th, in fact. Amir Maksud with a storming drive. The Russian from grid 30 into 10th. Petra Mainz, credit also for the Czech. From 26th up to 9th behind Jean Pujol, who recovers from that early race spin to be in P8 behind Luigi Viascoli. Penultimate lap now for David Moscardi. The gap down to 1.5 seconds. The Lenzo kart standing on 3 wheels. Down into turn 3. Pettigol trying to catch up to the back of David Moscardi. Mason Robertson currently on provisional pole position for the final this afternoon. Mason will start pole position for pre-final B at the conclusion of this first mini Group 3 pre-final A here this morning. In miserable, if we're honest, conditions here at South Garda Karting. Pettigol up the inside. Moscardi with the high line. And the Italians 1-2 on the last lap of the race. Pettigol has got momentum. Pettigol is coming for Moscardi, the team driver, down through turn 3. Moscardi staring right, staring left at his countryman. Pettigol around the outside. Il Bergamasquino takes the lead. Moscardi gets him back, but he's run out of road. Niccolo Pettigol jumping in the seat. He's got confidence. Moscardi on the last lap of the race. Still looking good for the final this afternoon as they fight for grid positions. Down through the chicane for the final time. Moscardi in second. Pettigol, who started back on the grid, remember, after finishing 20th in the rain last night in his final heat. Into the final corner. One last look for Moscardi. He won't do it. And victory in pre-final A for Mini Group 3. Il Bergamasquino. Team driver Moscardi punches the steering wheel. He's not happy with that. Finishes second. Across the line in P3, Victor for the Tony Kart Racing Team. Leon Chalitze, Yanni Colucci, Luigi Viascoli for LA Motorsport. Maksud, Mikes, Pujol, Max Felder, and Elton Headforce. What could have been the Swede from pole position finishes P12. Great drive from Radu Băsescu from Romania for the Real Racing Team. Home in 13th place from grid 27. Highlights of pre-final A for Mini Group 3. It was Elton Headforce who missed the start, despite he was to have started from pole position, but ultimately would finish down in P12. The Tony Kart attack, Yanni for the Ward Racing Team, Victor Gorun, but it was David Moscardi who led early on. Petticoat catching him, hand over fist. And on the very last lap, took the lead away from David Moscardi from grid 11, from just up l'autostrada. He's just up the highway in nearby Bergamo. Petticoat takes the victory, Moscardi second, and Victor Godon home in third place. Back here for pre-final B for 60 Mini Group 3, Masonito. It's a Scotsman on pole position. He leads the standings at this point, fighting for pole position for the final this afternoon. Excel, E2 after winning at Sano. Ratashki, LTP, Harry Williams, Akilia, Latin, Boische Kosheva, Mart Seven, and Mark Blumets for Tingamoto. DDF out of 11, the Roman. Giuseppe Noviello, also in the Henzo kart, alongside Di Filippo. Adam Pedavor, Kees Muis for the team of Marino Spinozzi, Filippo Frigerio, Brajo, Manzano, Devin Tietz from Germany, Atika Mir from Kashmir, Robert Colbert for Goldstar Racing out of 20. Enzo Stambo, the American Colby Patterson, Alex Hauser, JK from WA, who won here in the Rock Cup International Final last year. Kugo, Vlašek, Moring, Tutsuna, Longitano, and Hubacek. One of the multiple Czech drivers here this weekend is Jonas Bwana Gesese from Kenya in the east of Africa. Tiberius Muller, Kriol, Havlik, that's Mache, Ilya Kotrobay, and Pavel Vatutin. 628 for the Russian, for the Burilat Racing Team. We look for Xavi Lazaro to come up onto the front row of the grid. There is the Portuguese driver, 570, trying to fight his way through. Excel the clear visor. You can see the eyes wide as he fights his way through the traffic. Now assumes his rightful place at a grid 2. But it's Robertson on pole position for Team Baby Race. Pre-final B, 60-minute Group 3. No chance that time. The field scattered down into turn 1. Mason Robertson and Xavi Lazaro, 1-2 on the grid, also 1-2 in the points. In fact, 1-2-3 on the grid. Robertson, Lazaro and Ratajski, 1-2-3 in the standings. Elton head 4s, despite a forgettable pre-final. The young Swede, after a stunning weekend, will start no worse than grid 4 this afternoon. Depending on what happens here in this, the second pre-final for mini group 3, Elton head 4s may yet start on pole position, but Robertson, Lazaro and Ratajski, who start 1-2-3, they're 1-2-3 in the standings at the moment, will be trying to ensure that does not happen. Emma on pole position, XL out of 2. Stan, the WSK Open Series champion, alongside Super Lolo Bros. Now with the Kiddix driver performance team. 501 for LDP in the center of your screen. Now driving a Kart Republic. Right behind Achille Ria, now with the Birilat team in 553. The Scotsman on pole position, sideways out of the final corner. We race. Super start from Achille Ria in the Birilat, who shoots to the center of the circuit. Lazaro back into 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th position as they go 4 wide down into turn 3. It's the CRG which leads. Mason back to 2nd place. Mason back into the lead. Laptinen from Finland in the CRG Black Mirror chassis goes through to retake P1 from Mason Robertson. The yellow flag flying at turn 3-4. Harry Williams, Achille Ria, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Hausa, Chan Tutsuna, and Havlik as well. They do rejoin, but way down the bottom of the field. Mart Seppen on your screen in the mighty Gillard. Good start from the young Russian. It was on the podium in the WSK Euro Series last year. The OTK Cup behind Stan Ratajski, who goes up the inside and takes 2 places and loses 1 on the exit. XL on the inside of Stan. Mason under attack from the Russian. Good start from Mart Seppen, but it's Leo Latin. In fact, it's Lumets, I'm sorry. Mark Lumets, in fact, it is. Oh, wow, Latinen's still there, but he's in P6. Lumets it is, in fact. I'll put my hand up for that one. How did he do that? Lumets, from the 5th row of the grid, has taken the lead. It's the CRG Black Mirror of Latinen, back in 6th place. Also got a good start as you look at Mart Seppen on the inside of Robertson. From grid 10, he's taken the lead. Mark Lumets, who was lightning quick throughout the heat, has fooled everybody here, myself included. I'll put my hand up. The Estonian, Hortinga Moto, has stormed through to the lead. The 540 colour in the MP Motorsport Gamoto colours, similar colours to the CRG, but it's the Henza kart, the new project, and newly homologated Henza kart from MP Motorsport, together with Team Gamoto, who of course won the Supermaster Series back in 2015 with the Norwegian Dennis Hauger, who's about to embark next week on his debut season in the Indy Next Series. Gamoto with MP Motorsport lead from Lazaro, Ratajski, Mart Seppen and Mason Robertson. As it stands, Lazzaro would start from pole position for the final this afternoon. 3-second penalty for Filippo Frigerio. Drops him down to 17th. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio down in 18th after that first corner crash, or spin we should say. Lazzaro, P2 would be enough to start on pole position, but he wants the win here this morning. Of course, points for the Supermaster Series as well in the pre-final this morning. Mark Lumetz, MP Motorsport Team Gamoto, with a super start. Incredibly from grid 10, took the lead. Now being pushed across the line, still on a wet circuit here at Lonato. Excel, Xavi Lazzaro, 6 times WSK podium, but never on the top step until 2 weeks ago at Sarno, when he took a fantastic victory for the 5-time world champion, Danilo Rossi. Yellow flag out down in turn 3 for one of the other MP Motorsport Gamoto karts. Enzo Stambo, the American, falling right down the order, but does rejoin his teammate in second place now, XLP1. Lazzaro goes on through, looking for Robertson. He's in 5, behind Mart Seben, Ratashki, and Lumetz on your screen, back to P2. Leo Lattinen also getting a good start in P8. And what about Jay Kostecki, the West Australian? Listen to this from grid 24, he's in 9th. JK from WA. He won here the Rock Cup International Final in 2024 at this very circuit. Kostecki for the Energy Corsa team. An incredible start. Now up in a P8 as he goes by Leo Lattinen. Kostecki at the top of your screen flashes by. Pierbo Gugo behind Buana Gassese, the American-born Kenyan for Team Baby Race. From the back of the grid into 12th. Xavi Lazzaro leads half race distance. Pre-final B for Mini Group 3. Harry Williams, after getting the weekend off to a great start, fastest in his group in qualifying, has dropped way down to 27th position. Davide Di Filippo way down in 31st position, and that was the Turkish kart. Can Tuntuna parked at the side of the circuit. The first retirement here this morning. Kostecki in P8 behind Boache Kosheva. Robertson back to 6 behind Giuseppe Noviello. There's Sen Ratashki, last year's WSK Open Series champion. He's the first baby race team driver in P3. Mart Seben in the Gillard. Noviello, Robertson, Kosheva, Kostecki, Lattinen, Victor Gugo, and now Buana from Kenya into P11. That's Kosheva down through the chicane. Kostecki, superb from the West Aussie, whose older brothers, Jake and Kurt, raced with us in WSK back in 2013 and 14. Before a career in V8 Supercars back in Australia. And now older brother Kurt, budding triathlete, winning national triathlete Ironman championships back in Jay, his younger brother's home state of West Australia. Kostecki, 2 DNFs in the first 2 heats. On Friday, with electrical issues, the Energy Corsa team have got well and truly on top of that. Kostecki into P9. Lumetz, second place. We're doing 70-second lap times. The track barely drying, barely improving, but thankfully the rain has stopped. 60 Mini Group 3 pre-final B. XL leads the way. Here's Kosheva, Boache. Latinen retakes the place from Kostecki. Then Gugo, Pirvo, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Devon Teeds, Juane Gesesi, I should say. The New York-born Kenyan. Mooring, Pulbao, Achille Ria. Not a good start first time out for his new team, Birilat. Been competitive all week. But Achille down in 18th position. Matsepan goes by stand. P3 for the young Russian. Nice pass on last year's WSK Open Series champion, Stan Ratajski, who locks up down into turn 3. Exil leans, trying to get grip in that DR cart. Looks back behind to the Estonian. Mark Lumetz, superb start. There's Ratajski on the back of Matt Seppen, whose older brother Nikita. Podiums in WSK over a decade ago before finishing second in the Junior World Championships in France 2014 for the Tony Kart racing team. Of course, Nikita going on to win Formula 3, Formula 2, a career shortened in Formula 1. And now young Stepan up into P3, better recovery in the mighty Gillard, comes across the line in P3. Penultimate lap, Ratajski in 4. We go back to Noviello, Giuseppe. Also for the MP Gamoto team, the newly homologated Henza kart. But it's Xavi Lazaro. Robertson falls to 6, so as it stands, it will be Xavi Lazaro and Robertson on the front row of the grid for the final this afternoon of Mini Group 3. .949 for Xavi Lazaro. Fastest on circuit, still on a greasy track. The blue flag waving. In the background, I can tell you Davide Di Filippo, Ilya Kotarabay, the 2 retirements from this 4th pre-final of the morning. Xavi Lazaro, Mark Lumetz now with a 70.868, marginally faster than the Portuguese driver. That's Chantutsuna's actually rejoined. Down in 34th position. Here's the Turk. Has got that going again, but he's about to be shown the blue flag as the leaders are about to come on by. Down the hill for the final time here at South Garda Karting, the Sano race winner. To start from pole position alongside Mason Robertson this afternoon. Elton Headfors will be grid 3 alongside Yanni and seemingly Stan Ratajski as well. The blue flag for Chantutsuna. Lumetz up the inside. Xavi Lazaro into the final corner, and the Sano race winner for the 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi. XL goes P1. Lazaro wins pre-final B, and it's pole position for the Portuguese driver this afternoon. Lumetz, Matsepan, Ratajski, Noviello, Robertson. P6, grid 2 for the final here at South Garda. The highlights of pre-final B, Xavi Lazaro ultimately taking the victory, but had to work his way through after missing the start Mark Lumetz with an outrageous start from grid 10, going through to take the lead. This was Matt Zeppen taking stand of the Tashki and Javi Lazzaro, the Sano race winner for DR Racing Kart, going by and taking the lead from Lumetz and the victory to secure pole position for the final of 60-minute Group 3 this afternoon. Lazzaro takes the win and locks out Grid 1, that is provisional, for the final this afternoon here at Lonato. OK Junior pre-final A. Eiley Christian for the Tony Kart Racing Team leads the field out. Lucas Schellis at a grid 2 for Victory Lane. Mariano Lopez, El Peruviano. Then we go to Devon in 311. Baglan, Toniolo, Michael McCoy, Viapiana, Billy C out of 9. And Zhao for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport Team out of grid 10. Henry Domain for Forza Racing, Martino Rumlenova. Babacek, Lucas Goodman, BVS. Oliver Warner, Arata Endo for Ward Racing, Carl Nellegod, Roland Neisch, and Maxim Bobadashov. Emiliano Hernandez, Mini Kutzkov, Omenino, do Brasil Pizzonia, Shetzeni, Jebo, Luke Tal for Victory Lane, Marqueta Rumlenova, Oscar Valle, Jalar Saya, Pietro Baguti, out of grid 30. Declan Kumpa and Gregor Callis, Poulsen and Mani back on 34. Emilia Vishormiska and Yindrix Svoboda out of grid 36. Andrea Mani yesterday into the pit hairpin at just over 90 kilometres an hour. The right rear axle snapping. He lost the rear wheel, was sent backwards, the wheel bouncing like a basketball over this part of the circuit now. Obviously, Mani was out a second DNF after he was taken out in the second heat in a crash. The axle shearing straight off, braking right at the hub. And that is why the Monegasque driver is way back on the second last row of the grid. Eiley Christian, pole position. Lucas Schells out of grid 2. Pre-final A for OKJ. Another formation lap. Here's Noah Baglan, 301, WSK Final Cup champion. Milja Vijormiska. KRZ Motorsport, beautifully presented, the Kart Republic. She's out of grid 35. Eiley Christian for the Tony Kart Racing Team from Canada, the Alpine F1 Junior Academy driver on pole position. Pre-final A for OKJ. We race. Mariano Lopez up into second place. Baglin on the outside, but it's the Canadian who leads. A North American from the South American, El Peruviano, right behind Eiley Christian. Lucas Ellis back to P5. As the field go down into the pit hairpin cleanly for the moment at the start of pre-final A. Lopez in P2. Lucas Ellis back in fourth place, trying the wide line, trying to get a run. We look for Michael McCoy for Koski Motorsport. There's the American down the inside of Luca. Noah Baglin just behind. Harata Endo searching for grip. The Americans 1, 2 and 3 from the American continent. The North American from Canada, Eiley Christian P1. The South American from Peru, Mariano Lopez in P2. And from the United States, it's Devin Waltz in 311. Michael McCoy also from the United States. He's now up in a P4. And then Lucas Ellis, Noah Baglin, Toniolo, Kalija Domain, the Forza Racing duo, and Via Piana in P10. Lopez looking good here this morning. A slightly taller driver is Mariano. That will come into his advantage slightly in these conditions. Devin Waltz, 311 on the outside. And now the North Americans go 1-2. Lopez back to third. Still the Canadian in P1, Devin over the ripple strip. Lopez, McCoy, Lucas Ellis for the Victory Lane team. Baglin. We go to Augustus Toniolo, the South American, the second South American. Henry Domain, Kalija and Via Piana. Zdenek Babacek made a good start, the Czech. Rata Endor, Bonholm, but it's the Tony Kart Racing Team driver in P1. Look at the line from Devin Waltz, throwing that Kart Republic around. Luca does likewise, actually goes rallycross down into turn one, hooked up in the Victory Lane Kart Republic. The left rear was in the dirt, did not lift, found grip incredibly off the racing surface. Waltz looking good in P2. Lopez fighting with Michael McCoy, the Koski Motorsport driver down the inside. The Laconca race winner now up into P3. Lopez, after that initial good jump, back into P4. Credit to the 36 young juniors here, despite the conditions. As we start lap 4 in a moment, still 36 drivers on circuit. There's Baglin. Shellis, Augustus Toniolo, second driver for the Tony Kart Racing Team. Look at the line through turn 2. Lopez off the circuit. Michael McCoy going on through. Lopez down the inside. Baglin watches that. There's Luca for Victory Lane. Eiley Christian started on pole position for the final at Laconca. Disappointingly finishing off the podium. The same weekend he was announced as an Alpine F1 Academy Junior. There's Augustus Toniolo, his teammate. Head of Domain, Kalija, Via Piana, Endor. What a start from Pizzonia, who goes purple in this lap from grid 23. The Brazilian is up into 12th place. First retirement, Emiliano Hernandez. Down at the bottom of the field on the side of the circuit now. Eiley Christian with a 105.169. The track finally after the light drizzle this morning, starting to speed up, but they're still just under 20 seconds off their qualifying time here this morning. The order to the left of your screen, Henry Domain going by the Brit. Taking the Brazilian, Augusto Soniolo, Kalija, Viapiana, Endo, Pizzonia, Antonio, who took a brilliant win last year. The team driver in the WSK Euro Series at Franciacorta. Here's the Forza Racing duo, Kalija smashes over the ripple strip. Billy C out on the very first lap at Sano. The second round of the series, but finished a fabulous third on the podium. What a 13th birthday present it would be for the Australian if he could stand on the podium again this afternoon. At the moment, he's in P8 behind his teammate Domain. As Ivy Christian flashes across the line with a 64 now. Noah Baglin on the back of Mariano Lopez, head of Lucas Shellis. The Forza Racing duo, the teammates fighting side by side. Down the hill, they both smash the ripple strip. 3-3-0 is Henry. 3-2-9 is William Viapiana. Endo, Toniolo, Pizzonia, Warner. Lucas Bonholm, Stanik Babacek, former Rotax Max Grand Finals champion. The Z in Teps Racing. Zhao Mani up to 17th. From grid 34. Rumlenova, great drive also from Pietro Barguti, who's come from 30th into 19th for the Buralard Racing team. The English-Italian driver, 359 goes by Marshall Gebor. Then the two Swedes, Nellegård and Poulsen. But it's the Tony Kart Racing team driver who leads. Billy C goes fastest to 64.801. Collegiate now takes his teammate up into 7th place. Sets off after Shellis and Lopez. Devon in 311. Michael McCoy. The North Americans 1, 2 and 3. The Canadian ahead of the two drivers from the United States. The field down through the chicane. You can see in the grandstand the people that are braving the conditions here this morning for the pre-finals. We expect that to fill up for the finals this afternoon. Thankfully, nobody standing there with an umbrella. Indrik Svoboda also out, joining Emiliano Hernandez there on the sidelines. Baglin with a 64.6. The track improving. Baglin up to 4. Baglin on your screen. Baglin purple. Noah, the WSK Final Cup champion for the Premier Racing team, who crossed the line in P1 at La Conca. Rangers up behind Michael McCoy. Baglin for the Premier Racing team. McCoy, you can see, has got a problem. He's losing water. It's turning to vapor instantly. McCoy is a sitting duck. Thankfully, the cool conditions here this morning might keep that engine alive. As you see, Viapiana and Pizzonia fighting down through the chicane. Michael McCoy goes purple, in fact, in that sector. He's losing water. Half race distance. Surely the IAMI, the OK Junior 125cc engine. Water cooled, it's about to become air cooled. He is losing fluid from the radiator. In fact, it's not even making it to the radiator. You can see the hose coming out of the top of the head, feeding across the back of the seat to the radiator. It is leaking. The water is becoming vapor. Baglin's watching this. But Michael McCoy just goes fastest. 64.554. A quick check of the temperature here. It's just 8 degrees Celsius. It was -2 on Friday morning, and that may work in Michael's favour. The vapor is now diminishing slightly, which tells you there's not much water left in the system. Michael McCoy. The radiator is leaking. The hose is leaking. You can see the water Turning to Vapor for the Leconca race winner. It is almost bone dry. He's got 7 laps to hold on. He's still quick at the moment. The temperature. He adjusts the blind on the radiator. He may not know it, but he'll certainly see the temperature. The gauge rise. The temperature will rise. He's got 6.5 laps to hold on to it. The blind is still up on the radiator, so that gives the Koski Motorsport team hope. Baglands is halfway down. 6 laps for Michael McCoy to hold on and just make it to the checkered flag. Generally quite bulletproof, these OKJ engines. The Vapor, there's not much left of it. That system is now virtually bone dry. Here's Domain. Head of Arate Endo, Pizzonia, Via Piano, Toniolo, Warner, Bonholm, Money up to 15. What a drive! Andrea from the back of the grid. 3-3-2 for Forza Racing. Storming up behind Lucas Bonholm, Warner, and Augustus Toniolo. McCoy is still the fastest on circuit. Almost runs off it, in fact. Baglan behind. Lopez Kalija up to 6 now from Lucas Ellis. The Australian has passed the French victory lane driver and sets out after El Peruviano, Mariano Lopez. Baglan on the outside of Michael. Jala Saya, the Brit who's had a rotten run of luck this weekend. As you watch Baglan on the inside, Saya is out. 2 DNFs in the heats as you watch Baglan force the issue. Michael McCoy jumping over the ripple strip, and whatever fluid is left in that system just rises to the top. Baglan goes through the Brit, P3. Jala Saya, how disappointing for the Brit. Out at the side of the circuit, surely that's the end of his weekend. Waltz in P2. Eili Christian with a 2.5 second lead as Arate Endo for Ward Racing goes fastest with a 64. 5.47. Pizzonia up to P9. Henry Domain in 10. Kalija catching up to the back of Mariano Lopez. The Australian on the back of the Peruvian. There's the Canadian on your screen. 4 laps remaining as they go down the hill. Still in the 64-second bracket. The track still greasy. Lopez, Kalija sideways. Luca over the ripple strip. Back to Arate Endo. Pizzonia, Domain. Via Piana, Toniolo from Brazil. Warner, Mani. Andrea now in 14th place from grid 34. Oscar Vale is also out. The Finn, one of 5 retirements, along with Jala Sayas, Zdenek Babacek, and Jindrik Svoboda, the 2 Czechs retired, as did Emiliano Hernandez, the Mexican, in the opening stages of the race. This is Baglan, 3.01 for the Premier Racing Team, 3.11. Here's Devon from Boise, Idaho in the United States of America. Wasn't so long ago, these drivers fighting for the victory in 60 Mini. Now with the front in OKJ, both driving Kart Republics. Eili Christian for the Tony Kart Racing Team is 3 seconds clear though. Devon in 3.11. Baglan back in 3. Baglan over the ripple strip. The fight for 4, 5 and 6. McCoy, Lopez and Billy C. Points for the championship and positions on the grid for the final. Kalija up the inside of Lopez in the background. Baglan on the inside around the outside of Devon. Superb from Noah. And the Brit takes the American for 2nd place. Kalija's gone through and taken Lopez and now sets off. After the race winner from Leconca, Michael McCoy gives him a tap into the chicane, it looked like. Here's Domain, Via Piana, Toniolo. Second Brazilian driver, the first of which is Antonio, into ninth from grid 23. 2 laps to race, pre-final A for OKJ. Round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Haile Christian, almost certain to start from pole position for the final later this afternoon. He did likewise at Leconca. That's the warning flag, yep. Bottom left of your screen, Billy C certainly did inadvertently run into the back of the American. Just the warning. Down into the chicane last time round. Michael still with William behind. Mariano back to 6. Haile Christian for the Tony Kart Racing Team. From pole position, it'll be pole position for the Canadian this afternoon if he holds on for another 2 laps here at Lonato. McCoy, Kalija, Lopez, Lucas Cheles, Arata Endo, Pizzonia, and Henry Domain in P10. Haile just glances back ever so slightly out of the penultimate corner. And now comes across the line to get the last lap board, the Tony Kart Racing Team driver. The Vortex powered Racer 401T chassis, newly homologated for 2025. It was quick in the dry. It's quick in the wet here this morning, as is the Canadian, picked up by the Alpine F1 Academy. He leads on the last lap of the race. We'll start from pole position for the final of OKJ this afternoon, regardless of what happens in pre-final B in a moment. If he finishes this lap in P1, gently works the steering wheel, nice kart control, down through the chicane for the final time. From Canada, from pole position for the Tony Kart Racing Team. Rounds the final corner. Haile Christian wins pre-final A in OK Junior. Locks down pole position for the final this afternoon. Baglan brilliant in second. Devon in 3:11. In third place, they race up to the line. Michael McCoy just holds off Kalija, Lopez, Lucas Cheles, Endo, Pizzonia, and Henry Domain holds off Via Piana. What a drive from Andrea Mani. Superb. Grid 34. The Monegas driver has finished 12th. He passed 22 karts in greasy conditions in 16 laps. Good Scott crosses the line. There's colours. Henri Kumpen coming onto the straight now has had a tough weekend. The Belgian ahead of Marketa Romlenova. And Emilia Vishormiska, she crosses the line as the final finisher. The highlights of pre-final A, Haile Christian from pole position, leading Mariano Lopez. Was looking good early on. Mariano still finishing in P6. And will start at least no worse than the 4th row of the grid for the final this afternoon for Fusion Motorsport. Haile Christian pulling away. Devon trying to stay with Michael McCoy. The 2 drivers from the United States, Mariano Lopez going back by Koski Motorsport driver Baglan on the outside of Michael Mack. Ultimately would go on through, but it took a few attempts as McCoy losing fluid from the system, the water turning to vapor around the outside of Devon. Baglan through to P2. But Haile Christian takes the victory. Haile Christian, P1 in pre-final A, and locks down pole position for the final this afternoon. Baglan, a great move to take Waltz for P2. Michael McCoy, Kalija 5, Lopez 6. Lucas Cheles, Arata Endo, Antonio P9, and Henry rounds out the 10. And a Via Piana, Andrea Mani, P12 from grid 34. A brilliant drive for the Forza Racing Team pilot. Stay with us on WSK.IT pre-final B OKJ live in a moment. Pre-final B for OKJ is Skander. For Forza Racing, it leads the field out on track. Matsola starts alongside the Turk out of 2. Turner Brown, who led at Sano, out of 3. Samchik, Ilya Bereshkin, and Dean the Dutchman. The Sano race winner, Hugo Norn, out of 6. Bosco Arias, Drew Waltz, Asher Rockstein. Will Green out of grid 10 after his brilliant debut podium at Sano. Firan Rivals, Pilipenko, Matthias Dixon, Bruno Priam, Dukowski, Jesse Phillips, Manuel Miguez, Alex Malotta, Antonio Cocchianella, now with Porsche Racing out of grid 20. Blanco Truscio, Juste Molda, Jackie Justo, Gian Matteo Russo, the Panamanian, Aminko, Gillian Frasnelli, Lillian Scarborough, watch her from grid 28 for RFM, Stelmach, and Martin Bertoluccini, Dejanov, Santiago Diaz, Paulson, DML out of 34 for the CRG team, now in juniors, Planeta and Mohamed El Bukatsi. Starks alongside Philippe for Hagman Racing. Looping at the 3.58 on the formation lap. Does not fire it up and keep it going. Oh, that was spectacular. Ludovico Mazzola potentially out before the start. From the front row of the grid, he's in danger of missing the start here. If the field is formed, they won't wait. The outside front row of the grid is vacant. Remik Samchik cannot jump ahead. The pole has to hold back, which he is correctly doing now. Mazzola at risk of missing the start. Rummick, Samchik sideways. We race. Mazzola is out before the start. Iskander goes in deep. Will he hold the line? Turner up the inside. The American into second place. Fighting for position as they go down the back straight for the first time. Good start from Hugentorn. Williams F1 Academy Junior. Asano race winner, the WSK champion, Dean the Dutchman for the Prema Racing team up into P3 behind the American. Nice start by Ilya Badeshkin, who's been in menacing form all week now with the Carly Kart team. Dean down the inside of Turner. Hugentorn through to P2. Going around, one of the Paralympic drivers in the background may well be Bruno Priam. It's Justo, in fact. Mazzola out before the start in sensational circumstances as Dean tries to attack Iskander for the lead very briefly for a few centimetres. Did go into the P1. Look at the confidence from Zulfikari. The rain eases up. I won't tell you the sunshine is visible here, but it is getting slightly lighter. Thankfully here, just 8 degrees Celsius. The rain has stopped. As you look at Turner Brown down the inside of Drew Waltz, the two drivers from the United States of America. 3, in fact, because Asher Rockstein is right behind as well. Turner from California, Drew from Boise, Idaho, and Asher Rockstein, 372 from sunny Florida. Right behind in the CRG, we go back to Bosco Adius. Jesse Phillips, what a start. After 2 DNFs in the heats yesterday. Former OKN Junior World Cup champion. 3-2-1 for Fusion Motorsport. Jesse now inside the top 10 from Malota. Will Green's fallen backwards to 11. Ahead of Pilipenko, Mulder, DML, Daniel Miron Lorente, Group 34. And the Dutch Spaniard is in 14th after just 3 laps. Zulfikari leads from Hugentorn and Ilya Badeshkin. All 3 WSK race winners. First 2 WSK champions as well. Ilya Badeshkin, that super victory last year at Franciacorta. That was in OKN Junior. This is OKJ. And the Russian in the Carly Kart, head of Drew Waltz. First of the 3 drivers from the United States of America who are now split by Bosco Adius. The retirement, Santiago Diaz, Remik Samchik, Ludovico Mazzola, sensationally out before the start. Truscio and Jackie Justo going around on a wet circuit in the opening stages of pre-final beat for OKJ. Lap 4 of 16. Zulfikari straight over the ripple strip. 3-2-8 for Forza Racing. Here's Badeshkin in the Carly Kart. Sideways down into turn 3. Different lines from the first 3 drivers in different chassis. The X-Spree in P1, the Kart Republic in 2, and Badeshkin in the CRG manufactured Carly Kart in 3rd place. Standing up onto 3 wheels now, Ilya Badeshkin, who was quick in the dry as well. Back to Drew, Asher, Bosco Adius, Quadrafinan, Turner Brown, Malota, Phyllis, Pilipenko, Will Green, Justin Mulder, Daniel Miron Lorente. Great start also from Amin Carter Osman, 333 for the Forza Racing team, whose teammate leads the way. This is Hugendorn, 302. Dean lowers the blind down on the radiator. Inside over the ripple strip, Iskander swoops around the outside. And the Turk holds the lead from Dean the Dutchman. The Russian in 3rd. Back to Drew. 64.386 so far for Dean Hugentorn. The sun desperately trying to break through the heavy fog and cloud cover here. It is still only February. It is officially still winter time here in the Northern Hemisphere at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. 401 drivers from 56 nations around the world. The 20th anniversary season of WSK promotion. It's the Turk from the Dutchman, the Russian, then Waltz and Oxteen, both from the United States. Iskander looks behind, the gap is 0.6 of a second. As it stands, Zulfikari would join Ali Christian on the front row of the grid for the final this afternoon. Dean Hugendorn P2 was shunted out of his very first heat on Friday on that corner right there. Only made a few hundred metres in his very first of 4 heats. Fought back to win the second. But it was costly for Dean. So even if he does go through, which he almost does there, won't start on the front of the grid for the final. Sano race winner. WSK Open Series and Euro Series champion is Hugendorn. Fabulous talent. As is Iskander Zulfikar, as is most of these junior drivers. As are most of these junior drivers in OKJ. The Supermaster Series for the world-class Forza Racing and Prema Racing teams. There's the Kali kart of Badeshkin. Back to Drew and Asher Oxteen. Hugendorn, 64-1, almost into the 63s. Matthias Dixon, Mohamed El Bukati joined the list of the 6 retirements so far from pre-final B. Almost certainly their weekend will be over. There's Turner Brown, race leader at Sano. He's the American. 3.26, Bosco 3.27. Quadrata Fernand up into 7th place. Good drive for the Indonesian. 3.45 in the Paralin. GFR Tune TM engine. Look at the carts on the side of the circuit. That was a glimpse. Manuel Miguez also out together with Bruno Blanco. '27 still on track from the original 36 starters. Zulfikari from Istanbul, Dean van the Netherlands. Hugendorn closing in on the back of Zulfikari, makes a move down the inside, briefly takes the lead. Zulfikari, different lines, the OTK machine versus the Kart Republic. Dean wants P1. Almost slightly into the back of Zulfikari over the ripple strip, down through the chicane. Half race distance, pre-final B. OKJ, Iskander leads the way just from Dean Hugendorn. There's Badeshkin driving nicely in P3. Back to Drew, Asher and Bosco Arias. Sideways slightly from Hugendorn. Confidence in the Kart Republic. Waltz in the background from Asher Oxteen. Quadrata Fernand, Bosco Arias. And Turner Brown, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport duo. Malotta, who's won here in the past in OKNJ. Second in the WSK Champions Cup just over 12 months ago. Alex Malotta, the Slovakian, now in P9. Jesse Phillips, now inside the top 10. That's better from JP. 3-2-1 for Fusion Motorsport. Eda Pilipenko, Will Green. Second Williams F1 Academy Junior in this race. Will Green with his maiden WSK podium at Sarno 2 weeks ago. Green from DML. First race for the Dutch Spaniard. Ahead of Justin Mulder, Aminko, Stelmach, Priama, Rivals, Derzhinov, Lillian Scarborough, she's still there in 20th place. Missed her first heat on Friday. Lillian also for Ricky Flynn Motorsport from Georgia, Atlanta in the United States of America. Stars and Stripes fairly well dominating, or prominent at least, here this weekend. 5 drivers from the US in this pre-final alone. Lillian ahead of Dudkowski, Planeta, Philippe doing well from the back of the grid ahead of Bertolacini. Frasnelli, Cocchianella, Rousseau and Poulsen. Benjamin rounds out the field. Into the 63s now. Sulficati, an 03.6. Finally, the track is coming to us. 16 heats raced on Friday, 28 yesterday, 12 pre-finals this morning. Halfway through the morning here at South Garda Karting Lonato, and then the 6 finals this afternoon. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series here at South Garda Karting. The Turk from the Dutchman and the Russian in third. .63.4 that time. .444 in fact for Sulficati. Almost a little bit of sunshine, thankfully, here this morning. Confirmation, the bottom left of your screen. Bruno Priam, the Belgian down in 17th place, who stood on the podium at Cremona last year in 60 Mini, is actually just done the fastest middle sector of the entire race. He's behind Stalmack and Mulder, ahead of Rivals, Dejanov, Scarborough, but is the fastest in that part of the circuit, giving us an indication the track is finally starting to come alive. 3 laps to race at the end of this one. Iskander Zulfikari looking to join Eiley Christian on the front row of the grid for the final. Round 3 of the Supermaster Series. Turner Brown, P8 at the moment, would actually start on the 4th row for RFM. The impressive American who led in the opening stages of the final at Sano. Two and a half laps remaining, of course, the last round of the championship. In OK Junior, Dean Hugendorn taking victory from Baglin and Will Green. And now Dean goes through and takes the lead. This time he holds it. Dean the Dutchman in P1. Zulfikati back to second. It's still good enough for Zulfikati to start on the front row of the grid for the final. As Matvey Derzhinov, 63.404. Dean Hugendorn, despite that pass, goes purple in that sector. Drew Waltz goes purple. The track is finally starting to have a clean, raceable line here. A quick look at the points with 2 laps to go. So we take a look at the replay. Different lines. Dean Hugendorn finding grip on the ripple strip, just slamming it down the inside. Zulfikati, as you watch the left of your screen, knew it was coming, cut back. They went wheel to wheel, side by side down the hill. Hugendorn holds first place. As it stands, Eiley Christian, 17 points, has locked down pole position as Quadar Fiadan puts in a 63.097. Zulfikati back to second, but still 23 points overall. Lucas Schellis, 31 points. Lopez, 41 points. Waltz, Baglin, Hugendorn with that move into the lead, 48 points. Would join Turner Brown on the 4th row of the grid for the final. Good recovery for Dean on your screen, who, remember, was shunted out of the first heat. Smashed, in fact, down into the pit hairpin. Hugendorn now pulls away, finds grip on the slippery ripple strip. P1 with a lap and a half to go and pulls away, a second and a half clear. Coming up to the 15-minute mark, just passing, in fact, the 15-minute mark of this 16-lap pre-final. 63-second lap times. Some 17 or 18 seconds quicker than they were doing in qualifying in the heats yesterday. The light drizzle this morning, playing havoc with setup, spreading out the field. But we do expect a race on a dry circuit this afternoon. The Panamanian Jean-Matteo Rousseau in the Energy Corsa, 62.980. Down in 23rd position, the Central American from the South American, Rousseau from Portolacini. Panamanian from the Argentine, Frasnelli, Cocchianella, and Benjamin Paulsen rounds out the field. De laatste ronde voor Dean the Dutchman in de eerste positie. Bosco with a 62.977. Only a matter of time before we are racing on slick tyres, and that's the decision for the OK category pre-final A for them in just a moment at the conclusion of this. Hugendorn, a purple sector. The track is drying. It is not long to the crossover point. It is not long before we see teams in this condition actually make pit stops. They're so quick at doing it in practice. 4 tyres, they do it in the Le Mans 24-hour race, which is back, incidentally, for 2025. Starting on wets, a pit stop. Sure, they'll lose 30 seconds, but make that up potentially in the race if it comes to that. Dean the Dutchman, Hugendorn, maximum points, pre-final B victory. And we'll start grid 7 for the final this afternoon. Zulfikari, P2, and it's grid 2 for the Turk. For the final of round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series today here at Lonato. Badeshkin, Waltz, Ferrand, Oxteen, Bosco Arias, Turner Brown, P8, and starts grid 8 for the final. Here's Lillian Scarborough across the line. Head of Rousseau, Dudkowski, Planeta. Good drive from Philippe. Bertolocini crosses ahead of Frasnelli, Cocchianella, and Benjamin Paulsen, the final finisher. Iskander Zulfikari leading from the start. A sensational start from Turner Brown, who launched it. Dean the Dutchman into P2 from Badeshkin. Zulfikari leading the majority of the race. Brown and Bosco Arias leading the charge for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Hugendorn tried on multiple occasions and ultimately, with 3 laps to go, took the race lead and the victory in pre-final B. Hugendorn takes the win, points for the championship for the Sano race winner. And we'll start grid 7 for the final. Zulfikari, P2 for Forza Racing, and the Turk will join Aili Christian on the front row of the grid for the final round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series here this afternoon. Badeshkin third, Waltz, Ferrand, Oxteen. Look at the United States drivers. The Stars and Stripes. Ferrand, good drive from Carrier, Ferrand. Oxteen, Bosco Arias, Turner Brown, Malotta, and Will Green does recover to finish in P10. Stay with us on WSK, the OK pre-final A in just a moment. Pre-final A for OK in just a moment as multiple carts from the OK Junior Pre-final B are collected. Just 27 finishes from 36 starters a few moments ago. Jacopo Martinezzi will lead the field out for Pre-final A for OK. Firstly, while we've got this time, let's take a quick look at what's happened so far. The highlights from OK this week here at Lonato. As ever, OK promises to be a spectacular highlight. You cast your mind back a fortnight when Christian Kostoya, Dries van Langendonk, and of course, Zach Drummond fighting for the final position, for the victory on the final corner. And Filippo Sala just sent it around the outside. Sala taking both Dries and Zach to take a spectacular victory at Sano. We can expect similar action here today. Pre-final A for OK just a few moments away. Jacopo Martinezzi, Sebastiano Pavan, the Italians on the front row of the grid. In fact, 1, 2 and 3, which is something of a rarity these days. 56 nations represented at round 3 of the WSK Supermasters Series. Sebastiano Pavan, who won in spectacular, dominant fashion for the Ward Racing team in the WSK Final Cup at the end of 2024. Kart Republic, Tony Kart on the front row of the grid. Miami versus TM. Just a moment away from the start. OK pre-final A. The green flag flies and Jacopo leads the field out on track. We take a look at the grid. Martinezzi, Pavan, Sala, the Italians, 1, 2 and 3. JP out of 4 for the Tony Kart Racing team. Yinibachichka, Lev Krutogolov, the four-time Ukrainian champion on the podium. The Skusa Supernats in Las Vegas last year. In the Energy Kinetic out of 6, Rockio Chartier, Oliver Schinmark, and the German junior champion for RFM, Lukonda. Genda Fausto Arnaldo, RK out of 13. Kiara Bartik, Victory Lane out of 14. Rafalik, Oscar Hildebrandski, Dean Pedersen, Victor Gustafsson, former KZ world champion, back in OK. The boy from Brazil, Beco Bernoldi. Gabriel Stiep, race winner in the British Formula 4 Championship. An incredible heat yesterday as we look at the rest of the grid, including Joe Turning back in grid 26. Gabriel Stiep coming from 23rd to finish an incredible second in his final heat yesterday for the Tony Kart Racing team. Watch for Gabriel in similar conditions. The Brit racing in the Spanish, UAE and British Formula 4 Championships. Loves these conditions. Former international final champion. Gabriel Stiep, 268 out of grid 20, the Vortex powered Tony Karts. Seemingly still on wets, as you can see the rear track in tight. Martinezzi, Pavan and Sala. It looks as though we don't have Oliver Schinmark on track. Looking for the 252 Koski Motorsport Kart Republic. Stand by for many. This is the highlight of the weekend. Certainly this category, 401 drivers, 56 nations around the world. But it's the Italians. 1, 2 and 3 on the grid. The Czech, JP for the Tony Kart Racing Team. Watch for Lev Krutogolov. Energy Corsa 270, powered by IAMI. There's the four-time Ukrainian champion. Podium in the Skusa Supernats in Las Vegas. On the podium, already in WSK previously. The Energy Kinetic chassis, the 2025 homologated Energy Kinetic, has been quick this weekend. It's the KR of Jacopo Martinez out of grid 1. Sebastiano for the Ward Racing Team out of grid 2. 15 laps, pre-final A for OK. We race. Pavan tries to take the lead, stays with Martinez. Hard on the brakes, Martinez leads. Watch for Philip Hall, Sano race winner, who is electrifying off the start. Looks for grip on the outside. Also keep an eye out for JT from NK in the UK, back on grid 26. It will be win it or bin it for Joe Turney. He'll either end the first lap in the wall or make up a ton of positions. Watching for the Kart Republic. 251 coming down the hill now. Great start from Yuri Bachichka. The Czech. In the Praga car 245 as the field go down through the chicane, looking for grip. Still on a greasy but drying circuit here this morning. Pavan behind Jacopo Martinez there. There's the first Czech. Indrik Peschel, 208. The second just behind him, Yuri Bachichka. They come across the line for the first time. Martinez, Pavan. Bachichka, Kamyab. Roman up into P5. There's the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver trying to take not one but two drivers from the Czech Republic. Turney, grid 26, well, he only made up 10 positions. JT in 16. He just goes by the former world KZ champion, Victor Gustafsson, who's racing under duress here this weekend. Like many in the paddock, he had a temperature, actually 40 degrees, should have been in hospital. But bravely the Swede on track, back in OK. He heads ao menino do Brasil, Becco Bernaldi. Pavan on the back of Jacopo Martinez there. Has a quick glance behind, gets a different line. He'll get the run coming onto the straight. As we start lap 3, Bachichka. There's Krutogolov. On the back of Fausto Arnado from Argentina, who's made a super start. Gabriel Stilp up into 13th behind Roman Kamyab, who falls back that lap. Turney now up into 15. JT carving through the field. Pavan on the outside. They're three wide racing up the hill. The Tony Kart attack from the factory team from Ward Racing. But it's Martinez there, the Chetila Racing Kart Republic, leading down the hill. Bachichka, Fausto from Argentina smashes over the ripple strip. Filippo Sala, Krutogolov, Chartier, the Canadian. Kiara Bartig, after running in the top 4 for most of the heat, she's fallen back. Down in 22nd position ahead of Rasmussen Sun. Julian Bruckbacher, the Swiss on debut in WSK, as Pavan almost loses second place as he attacks for the lead. TM versus IAMI. Kart Republic versus Tony Kart. Over the ripple strip, sends it down the inside. Sebastiano, sensational for the Ward Racing Team. Sideways on the exit, he takes the lead. Yuri Bachichka into the back of his countryman. Peschel for the Tony Kart Racing Team. You know that's Philip Hall, Il Trentino. Sala, the Sano race winner, who's coming to fight for the lead. Krutogolov behind Fausto. Head of Luke Korda, Rockio Chartier. Alexandre for the Victory Lane team. Alexander in English. Chartier for the French team of Nico Martins. He's lost a couple of positions as Martinez in the back of Pavan. It is on here. They're 3 wide across the line. Still on a wet track. Pavan with the race lead. Peschel. Tonica. 1-2. Look at Sala in the background to sweep around. Gets the momentum as they race down into turn 3. Lev. Krutogolov. Luke Korda. LK versus LK. The Ukrainian from the German. Gino Rocchio. Maximilian Rafalik from grid 26. Joe Turney, P10 in just 4 laps. Here comes Joseph down the hill now. Turney's flying. Turney with a 62.994. Turney is 2 seconds a lap faster than the race leaders. Oh boy, here we go. Oscar Hildebrandski, Oliver Schinmark, Nielsen are out, as is Ortolani. Turney's up to 8. JT is flying. Here's Sala in the center of your screen. Head of Lev Krutogolov. Gino Rocchio for the Monster K factory team. Sebastiano Pavan now lowers it to a 61.729. Almost sunshine trying to break through the clouds here as Pavan hooks in over the ripple strip. That's Turney in the background. Noah Massa has had a spin at turn 3. He is trying to restart the Swiss driver. It does not fire. He's out. The Render Motorsport driver, Noah Massa, has retired. Krutogolov. Bechichka's turned around. Yuri Bechichka turned around. He was helped at the hairpin. He falls down the hill, down the field, attempting to restart, but looks like joining the list of retirements. The Tony cuts. 1-2. Sebastiano Pavan for Ward Racing. Gabriel still 61.329. Driven superbly as well. He's up to 9th from grid 20. Joe Turney's up to 7th from grid 26. The Union Jacks on our timing screens, 7 and 8, but they started near on the back of the grid, both with experience in the British Formula 4 Championship. JT in 7. Gabriel, international finals champion as well. It's actually just taken Joseph. Still with a 61.329. Lev Krutogolov puts in a purple sector. That was Oliver Rasmussen walking back. He's out, as is Yuri Bechichka. The list of retirements: Yuri, Oliver, Noah Massa, Roman Kamyab, Oscar Hildebrandski, Schinmark, Nielsen, and Ortolani. Half race distance, Krutogolov in the Energy Corsa Kinetic. P4 from Rocchio. Sala, Stilp and Turney. Maximilian Rafalik now on the back of Joseph, whose incredible start seems to have hit something of a roadblock now. Victor Gustafsson into P10, the former KZ world champion. Back in OK with Team CRG. Korda, Henriksen, Falstorp. Arnado is ahead of Gender, Pedersen, Zhao. 3 wide coming across the line. Stilp up into P4. A 60.96, 696 in fact. Fastest on track is Gabriel Stilp. Pavan sliding wide, searching for grip. Surely we're at the crossover point. Almost into the 59s for slick tyres. Sebastiano Pavan into the Peschel, fighting for the lead of pre-final A for OK. Lev Krutogolov. Martinez is falling back. Pavan still leads. Krutogolov with a 60.356. 5 laps to race in pre-final A. Anche Sun is out and Filippo Sala, unfortunately, after that super run, the Sano race winner will have to come from near on back of the grid for the final this afternoon. Sala joins the long list of retirements here this morning. Pavan leading, Krutogolov with a 60.2. Pre-final B in a moment for OK. It will be interesting to see if we have reached the crossover point for slick tyres. Certainly starting from the back of the grid, worth the risk. Krutogolov with a 22.591, puts in a purple sector. Brocchio, Martinez, there's Joseph Turney, fighting with Gabriel Stilp. The two Brits, Stilp goes around. Gabriel Stilp, trying to take his countryman, has driven superbly all weekend, trying to make the move on his fellow Englishman. Stilp goes around down into the chicane, drops way down the order. Turney holds the place. Gabriel Stilp to join the long list of retirements unless he can restart. His teammate in second place now being caught by Lev Krutogolov, who puts in a 58.967. Hugely disappointing for Gabriel Stilp. Gabriel's driven brilliantly all weekend. Former international final champion at Le Mans twice, in fact, even at Adria. Race winner in the British Formula 4 Championship. A storming drive in the final heat yesterday from 23rd to 2nd. Fighting for 5th place with his countryman. Gabriel Stilp can do nothing but watch his teammate Jindrik Peschel now be passed by Lev Krutogolov. Sebastiano Pavan leads. 2.5 laps remaining in pre-final A. Gabriel Stilp out down into the chicane. Should still have enough points to qualify for the final. Down to the final 36. As it stands, Martinez would start on pole position. Sebastiano Pavan, if he wins here, which is looking under question now, because LK is about to launch in the Energy Kinetic, the Ukrainian down the inside. Sebastian off the road. Krutogolov takes the lead. Energy Corsa Racing Team, P1. Michele Panigada, Simone Storio. Luigina watching on from pit lane. Their 4-time Ukrainian champion. Wow, look at the lead with 1.5 laps to go. LK P1 in the 2025 Energy Kinetic. Puts it in the middle of the circuit and gets grip as he locks up into turn 3. Fastest on track by some margin as well. Only 3 drivers under the 1 minute bracket. Victor Gustas and Maximilian Rafalik in the 59s and a 58.9 for Lev Krutogolov. Peschel, Pavan, Brocchio, Jacopo Martinez. Here's Sebastiano. Krutogolov into the final corner to take the last lap board. Peschel, Pavan, the Tony Kart second and third. It's the Energy Corsa P1 in pre-final A for OK. We'll still need to rely on points and DNFs in pre-final B to start somewhere near the front of the grid. It's looking good as he skates under brakes in the middle of the circuit. LK, P1. Wrong side to choke, mate. Three corners remaining for the Ukrainian, for the Energy Corsa team. The checkered flag being readied in a pre-final littered with retirements, just 22 from the original 36 starters. Lev Krutogolov takes victory in pre-final A for the Energy Corsa racing team, and with a 58 dead on the final lap to go fastest. Into the Peschel second, Pavan third. Sebastiano to start no worse than grid 4 for the final this afternoon. Gender, Pedersen, Zashov, Zhao. Chartier crosses the line. There's Zakaria. Just crosses the line. Well done to the Emirati in these conditions. Rad, Sky Parker leads home. Chiara Batic, Beko Bernoldi. And the final finisher from Switzerland, the 262 of Charles Troxler. From the start, Jacopo Martinez leading Sebastiano Pavan down into turn 1. The Italians 1 and 2. That moment there, contact between them, and they were 3 wide. JP looking across to Sebastiano. All the while, Turney, Stilp and Gustafsson were carving through the field. Pachichka turned around at the hairpin and was out. Lev Krutogolov going down into the chicane and taking the race lead. Gabriel Stilp trying to take his countryman. It didn't work, and Stilp was out. Krutogolov taking in the Peschel. And then the race lead from Sebastiano Pavan, who was off the road. LK charging on through. And the Energy Corsa Racing team driver, Lev Krutogolov, takes victory in pre-final A. Just 22 drivers taking the checkered flag. The non-finishers. As we turn the page, Stilp, Brubaka, Filippo Sala, Sun Polandriotis was out. Giri Bečička turned around in the hairpin. Rasmussen, Noah Massa in turn 3. In 30th place, Roman Kamyab, Oscar Hildebrandsky, Oliver Shinmark, Nielsen was out, as was Ortolani. Pre-final B for OK. Stay with us on WSK.it. The Supermasters Series continues live in a moment from Lonato. Christian Kostoya leads the field out onto a drying circuit rapidly for pre-final B. Starts out of pole position alongside Zach Drummond, Lewis Werrell, Jakub Mikalev, Vladimir Ivanikov, who won here in 2022, the British Belgian Sebastian Mins, Jensen Burnett from Toronto, Canada, and the series leader, DVL. Aksoy back after injury at Sano, Ilya Kaczynski out of grid 10, Scott Marsh, former Rotax Grand Finals champion of the world, RK out of 12, Wisheni, Noah Lupo, Gus Lawrence, Rocco Coronel, Wojciech Voda, Jakub Kamenek, Oscar Repetto, that's the New Zealander, alongside Bo, the Belgian Loet. Sun, Zach Green, Genolay, Pradier, Santino Bulbarella, Filippo Donazan, Lamberto Ferrari, Shagielev, Savalev, and Mark Brovko. The Ukrainian alongside Makir from Kyrgyzstan, Matis Ormet from Senegal, Solovov, Ella Hakkinen, and Oliver Ernston on the final row of the grid. We cast our mind back 2 weeks ago to the final corner of OK. Zach Drummond, Dries van Langendonk fighting for the victory, and Filippo Sala went around the outside of both of them to take a sensational victory. They won't repeat that today, but they are about to fight firstly for the victory in pre-final B. And it's Christian Kostoya on pole position. Another formation lap. Kostoya has been electrifying all weekend. Zach, Leconca race winner. Dries van Langendonk is the championship leader. A crash, well, he was crashed into in second heat, puts him down a little bit on the grid. 150 points to Kostoya and 129 in the championship. Coming into this, the third of 5 rounds. 2025 from here, 2 weeks' time, just up the road at Franciacorta and back to the Leopard Viterbo circuit for the first time since 2011, north of the eternal city of Rome. Noah Lupo right in the middle of your screen, just Kostoya. The GFR Tune TM engine on the Paralin chassis has been lightning quick all week. The Spaniard alongside the Scotsman on the front row of the grid. Pre-final B for OK. We race. Zach misses the start as Lewis launches into second place. It's a Spaniard from the Englishman and the Scotsman in third. Going wide, Alpak Soy, but does recover nicely. Loses just a position or two, but gets traction on the outside of the circuit. Here's Dries van Langendonk going through. Jensen Burnett, the Canadian, just ahead. A clean start on finally a dry circuit. Pre-final B for OK. Kostoya back to second. Here's Dries van Langendonk on the back of Vladimir Ivanikov, the championship leader. The McLaren F1 Junior for the Prema Racing Team. Super start from Rocco Coronel, who won in the final cup at the end of 2024. Kostoya just running wide off the circuit. The track is dry but very, very greasy. Jakub Mikalev from Malta, a contender for victory here this afternoon. He's going to complete the first lap in third place. DVL in fourth. Jensen ahead of Sebastian Mins. Drummond back to 7 from Kaczynski, Repetto, Kuklane, and Rocco Coronel. Oscar Repetto, 9th from 19th on the grid for DPK Racing. Green out in the background. Zach Green is out. Bo the Belgian, Loet, and Scott Marsh also coming to grief on the opening lap of the race. 2 Brits and the Belgian out in the opening stages of the OK pre-final here at South Garda. Rocco down through the chicane, proudly displaying the Dutch flag on the brightly orange helmet, the Stillo helmet of the 4th generation racer for Team Victory Lane. Rocco Coronel, P11, head of Noah Lupo. That's Wolf, head of Kamenik, Aksoy, Pradier, Donazan, Ivanikov, Ernston, what a start from Olivia. From the back of the grid, Olivia Ernston up into P18. Lewis leads. Sebastian slams it down the inside. 1.5 British drivers. Mins, the British Belgian, ahead of the Scotsman Zach Drummond. For Fusion Motorsport, just trying to find his way on a still greasy track. Sebastian sends it. Mins is flying. The CRG on their home circuit. It is manufactured literally within walking distance of the centre of the karting universe. Sebastian Mins, now on the back of Costoya, now on the inside of Costoya. Mins firing left, right. He comes across the line to start lap 4 in P2. Lewis leads for Forza Racing. Costoya and Zach Drummond still waiting for their karts to come alive on a greasy dry circuit here this morning. Alpac Soy, mechanical defect flag. Look at this. Sebastian Mins, and both on the slick tyres. Dives down the inside, slams it on the inside of Lewis, who's off the road. Werrell goes straight through the grass. Holds on to it incredibly. Costoya and Zach Drummond, it is on as these drivers fight for grip in the first quarter of that pre-final B cutting. Lewis incredibly still leads. There's a mechanical defect flag for Alpac Soy. The Turk, who won here in the Supermaster Series in juniors 2 years ago. Dries van Langenthong launches down the inside. Lewis back to 2. Mikhailov, Jacob in P3. Then we go to Costoya, Drummond, Burnett, Kaczynski. Sebastian, after that storming start, has fallen down to P8 from Kuklane. Roland in 9. Wolf, Coronel, Repetto, Pradier, Kamenek, Donatsan, Shagilev, Olivia Ernston from the back of the grid. She's in 17th, ahead of Vladimir Ivanikov and Matis Omet from Senegal in the west of Africa. DVL leads and puts in a 56.715 for the Prema Racing team, the McLaren F1 Junior. Head of Werrell for the Forza Racing team. Roland Kuklani with a 56 dead. Half a second faster than the race leader as the track finally starts to come alive here this morning. The Belgian, the Englishman, and then Mikhailov from Malta in third place. Costoya and Drummond. Just get a glimpse, one of the RFM drivers is out. Looked like Wojciech Voda walking back to pit lane, retires the 253. Lando Norris kart. Joins Lamberto Ferrari, Scott Marsh, Zach Green, Boulouet, Genolais. Voida is also out. 55.5 now for Rocco Coronel, fastest on circuit is the victory lane Dutchman. Head of Repetto behind Sebastian Mins. Confirmation the bottom left of your screen, 0.512 for the Red Bull Junior, Rocco Coronel, who won at the end of 2024. There's the Dutchman. Coronel down through the chicane, quickest on circuit. Head of Pradia, the Kiwi, Repetto, Kamenek, Donatsan, Shagilev, Vladimir Ivanikov, Matis Omet. That storming run from Jakub Mikhailov. He is trying to restart in the background. But Jakub Mikhailov around into the penultimate corner of lap 7. Mikhailov, unless he can do something dramatic and restart, will retire from pre-final B. Hugely disappointing for Mikhailov, who was running a superb P3. DVL leads, Lewis second, Kostoya in third. Jensen, here's the driver from Toronto, Canada, head of the Scotsman who won the first round of the championship. Zach Drummond, Kaczynski, Kuklane, Wolf, Coronel, and Sebastian Min still there in 10. Hugely disappointing for Jakub Mikhailov from Malta, has been in scintillating form all week. Was running in third position. You look at Dries van Langendonk and you look at the front spoiler as well of the McLaren Junior. It does not look healthy, does it? It may still be okay. It is the rear mounting point, as you know, which is judged. But it's starting to resemble a Caterpillar DC9 bulldozer. 55.793 will need to pull away. As it stands though, he's 4.7 seconds clear. So any hypothetical potential penalty, and I don't make any sort of judgment, this is not Parc Fermé scrutineering here. But his lead will nullify any potential hypothetical damage. It is scraping on the bitumen though. It doesn't look good for DVL. The race lead, the speed though does. Unfortunately, just confirming that Mikhailov has retired. And the great run of Olivia Ernston has also come to an end. The gap 6 seconds from Dries van Langendonk, Lewis Werrell, Kostoya, Burnett and Zach Drummond. Wolf, Kuklane, Rocco up into P8. Here's Coronel, Sebastian Mintz just behind. The Red Bull Junior. Head of Sebastian Mintz, Pradier, Shagielev. Timur, 264. Russian for the CRG team. The CRGs have been quick here. The yellow flag is out. Unfortunately, the retirements are starting to add up. It looks as though we've lost Elliot Kaczynski and also Jakob Kamenek. Here's Noah Wolf for the Van Amersfoort Racing Team, together with Birol Arts. DVL leading by 6.5 seconds. Zach Drummond down the hill, head over Jensen Burnett, the Canadian. 3 British Union Jacks. In fact, 4 inside the top 10. Werrell second, Drummond. He's in 4th place, Wolf in 6th. That's a great drive from Noah. And Sebastian Mintz in P9. The Belgian leads. Look at the lead from DVL, and he may well need it at the end of this race. Kostoya going on through, still P3. As it stands, Christian would join Jacopo Martinez on the front row of the grid for the final. DVL, despite that DNF in the first heat, would start on P8. It looks as though we've lost Zach. Just going slowly down into the pit hairpin. I'll stand corrected on this. We'll wait for confirmation. Kostoya goes through. Wolf, Burnett, no, Zach's still there. Dries van Langendonk puts in a purple sector, smashes over the ripple strip. You just got a glimpse of one of the cuts slowing into this corner right here a moment ago. Still, the track is clean and green. Dries van Langendonk leads by 7.4 seconds from Lewis Werrell. Carts littered around the circuit. In fact, sorry for scaring you, it was Gleb Solovov. Unfortunately, the Russian's morning and the DR cart has come to an end. blue flag. That's Simon Bulbarella. The Argentine still circulating. Trying to bring it home. Dries van Langendonk goes on by and takes the Argentine, who's running behind. Ella Hakkinen, Oscar de Petol, Sun, Wisheni and Gus Lawrence. 1.5 laps remaining. The gap, 8.3 seconds. Slow out of that corner now. You can just see Dries ever so slightly jumping out of the seat, just trying to keep the momentum. Not a good sector. He lost near on half a second in that sector, and almost certainly just on that corner alone. The McLaren Junior down through the chicane. The front spoiler rubbing on the bitumen, but fortunately the gap is 7.8 seconds. Turns in straight. Dries van Langendonk. Still quick, doesn't look his usual comfortable self at the moment though. Not the ideal setup, but he is the fastest on circuit. And he's got the race lead. Indit de laatste ronde. The former junior world champion for the Prema Racing team leads. Last lap, Lewis in second. Noah, what a drive from Noah Wolf. Has now taken Costoya for P3. The Spaniard still good enough for second on the grid for the final this afternoon. Jensen, what a drive from JB, P5. Zach Drummond, Rocco Coronel. And Sebastian Mins in P8 from Kuklane and Thomas Pradier. For the Tony Kart Racing team, this is the final corner. As we lose one of the DPK karts in the background, Dries van Langendonk races across the line with a 53.343 on the final lap. We wait, we check the gap, this may well be crucial. Across the line, Lewis Werrell in second place. 8.4 seconds is the difference. Noah Wolf superb in third. Costoya, the Spaniard, provisional front row of the grid for the final this afternoon. Sean Wisheni takes the checkered flag. Oscar de Petto out of the final corner. Ella Hakkinen also retiring. We take a look at the highlights of pre-final B. Costoya from pole position, leading the field down as Alpac Soy ran wide. Did recover though, but ultimately would join the long list of retirements. Sebastian Mins carving through the field, making the move on Lewis Werrell, going straight through the chicane. Costoya, Zach Drummond fighting. Wojciech Voda was one of numerous retirements. 34 starters, just 18 would take the checkered flag. The first of which was the Belgian, Dries van Langendonk. Lewis Werrell in second place, and a superb drive from Noah Wolf in third place. Costoya, JB5. Zach in 6th, Rocco in 7th. Sebastian Min, superb form at the start of the race. Roland Kuklane and Shagliev. Timok from grid 28 rounds out the 10. We continue racing here in just a moment. We work our way through the pre-finals here this morning. 2 for OKNJ and then 2 for KZ2 before we race our 6 finals this afternoon. OKN Junior pre-final A. The car's coming out onto the circuit. This is the grid being led by Lucas. Palacio to start on pole position. Not long out of Racing 60 Mini, the American, who won the first round of the championship at La Conca. Joelle Girardello taking pole position in time qualifying on Friday. Seems to be a problem for Victoria Farfus. We're looking for the girl from Brazil. The Iron Dame driver in 7.58 to start out of grid 8. Looking for the South American as the North American leads the field around. Pre-final A for OKNJ. Lucas on pole position. Neue Stationes out of grid 2. We don't race. Victoria Farfus joining from pit lane. The Iron Dame, but will have to start near on the back of the grid as she tries to catch up to the pack. Grid 8, it won't happen for Victoria, so it's going to make it tough for the South American, the second generation racer. There's Lucas on pole position. Neue Stationes. The Modena car team out of 2. Rocco Simone. Kiddix out of 3. Seva in the Monster K out of 4. Mani Novellini, second generation racer. Out of grid 5, there is Victoria Farfus, whose father, Augusto Farfus, won the 100cc Formula A Winter Cup at this very circuit 26 years ago, back in 1999. Augusto, fresh of victory in the Bathurst 12-hour for the BMW Motorsport team. Victoria from the back of the grid. Lucas on pole. We race. Perfect start from the American. Leads the field already with a 2-kart advantage. Neue Stationes, Rocco Simone. And also Mani Novellini, another second generation racer. Team drivers going on through. Sebastian Rydell, 7.06. Alexander Leganki, 7.07. The Ukrainian, the former WSK Champions Cup champion. And Seva, the Ukrainian. Behind is his countryman. It's the Monster K factory driver, Osachi, who finished second at Sano 2 weeks ago. But it's Lucas from Washington, D.C., who leads the way from pole position. Goes wide, the track's still greasy. We complete lap 1 of 16. OKNJ, pre-final A. Palacio from Rocco Simone. The North Americans 1 and 2. There's Neue Stationes. Lithuanian for the Modena car team, 7.28. The Paralin in third. Palacio defends. Rocco Simone for the Kiddix driver performance team in second place. Kart Republic, first and second. The Paralin in third. Legenki, Bednar. What about Jakub from grid 10? Ahead of Seva, Feligione, Marat Zvadic, Sebastian Rydell, and Mani Novellini rounds out the 10. Many second generation racer. We'll keep one eye on the French driver who had a super 2024, winning the French Championship, the Asian Championship, the international finals. Led at the first round of the championship as we see Rocco go wide. Still on a greasy circuit. Back into P4. Victoria Farfus crosses the line in P21 after starting 27th and last. Good start from Matteo Mason. CRG Holland driver, the South African. Home circuit of Vereniging. Mason, head of Nicholas Stanley, Lenny Mackinnon, Gabriele Giacomelli. Rydell Sebastian has fallen down to 16. The first Brazilian, Felipe Sanchez, P10, and the 738 Energy. Simone, 7.27. Jakob Bednar has not led this weekend, but he has now. From grid 10, a superstar has just picked them off. And now leads from the Canadian. Rocco's off the road. Simone falls back. Rocco Simone incredibly does well to bring it back on track. He went rallycross there for a moment. The Canadian falling off the circuit on a greasy track here this morning. 7.11 is Lucas Palacio. Jakob Bednar for team driver leads. It is not raining, but the track's still greasy, slippery. They're doing 54-second lap times. Neue Staciones in second. Bednar's great run comes to an end. A victim of the circumstances here. Mani Novellini also out. Vittoria, her run was short-lived. Farfus is out. Sulpizio, Dario El Malki, and Adam Brilla. Just lap 5 of 16, and there's already cars littered around the circuit. Another one of the team drivers off the road comes back on. Does well to hold on to it. Francesca Bell was in 7th place, the pole. Falls down to 15th, but still in the race ahead of Leo Gorski, who's had a quiet run. Leo Gorski, new team this weekend. MP Motorsport, Tinga Moto in the Henza kart. Quick in the top 3 throughout the heats. Different conditions here this morning with the former WSK champion in a group of 3 Polish drivers. Bell, Gorski, and Alan Jakobiak. Fomichev, Mirabella, Fabio Pelleriti for Spirit Karting, the Swiss-Italian driver for the Swiss team. Crosses the line in 20. And Archie Tyler for the CRG racing team is the final runner. So Neue Staciones in 2nd place, sets off after Lucas Palacio. The field settle into something of a rhythm. Front runners out. Jakob Bednar briefly in the lead. Retires. Mani Novellini is out. Farfus is out. Sulpizio, Dario El Malki for the team of Giacomo Fiorini Flowers Racing. The Egyptian and Adam Brilla retires as well. Wide from Staciones. Uses every piece of the concrete verge, the ripple strip on the exit. Augustin Feligione for Jana Racing, 7.52. In 3rd place from Legenti, Nicholas Stanley now up into P5. El Madrileño. Also for the MP Motorsport Tinga Moto, the American from Madrid in Spain. I hate to tell you this, but it is raining. Well, we thought it had passed. Very, very light drizzle, though, as we reach the halfway point of this OKN Junior Pre-Final A. It is raining. Very, very light drizzle here. Just confirmed by Drago Course team manager Armando Fellini, who just lets us know very lightly it is raining as we lose Seva, who goes straight ahead. Also one of the Paralins slowing. It was Neue Staciones who had a problem. It is very lightly raining. Staciones rolls to a stop down into the chicane. Lucas Palacio leads from Feligione. We won't call it rain, it's precipitation. It's just eased up now, but it's enough to add 20 seconds to the lap times. Nicholas Stanley up into P3. Feligione Fajana Racing of Nicolas Monet. The French team, the Belgian driver in second, the Americans first and third. As Mani Novellini's cart off the side of the road. Second generation racer whose father, Stephen, racing in Masters right up until recently, 2019. Also with the top 10 finish, we go back to 2002, the Monaco Kart Cup in Formula A. He was on the grid then, finished P8 in that race won by Ben Horseman. Mani Novellini, second generation racer, is out as Stanley goes by and the Americans 1-2. That sentence is made redundant before we finish it. Feligione back in second. So this is lap 10 of 16. Lucas Palacio, Augusto Feligione, Nicholas Stanley, Alexander Legenki, Sebastian Rydell. Once again, the legendary team owner, Armando Fellini, just letting us know from outside our commentary position, it is very lightly raining. This time, Nicholas Stanley goes on through sideways from Augustin in the background. There's Legenki and Rydell. Fastest lap of the race, Neue Stationes, a 54.235. But that was before the very light precipitation. Now last time round for Lucas Palacio, a 67.381. The drivers from the United States of America, 1 and 2. If we very conveniently ignore the fact that Nicholas Stanley in second place, born and raised in Madrid, Spain. Family, his father with origins from Colorado. As Lucas goes around, Palacio spins. Oh no, Palacio is out. Lucas Palacio steps out of the 7-11. Palacio, the championship leader, will get 0 from the pre-final here this morning. Lucas Palacio is out. Hugely disappointing, the La Conca race winner on your screen for MP Motorsport, together with Tingamoto, El Madrileño, Nicholas Stanley. Feligione, second, Legenki. Sebastian Rydell, Felipe Sanchez. Mackinnon, Rocco Simone, Matas Vadic. We go back to Jakobiak, Pelleriti, Mirabella, Giacomelli, Leo Gorski still there, but down in 13th. Head of Franciszek Bell, Plaszewski. Palacio is out. Alexander Legenki, WSK Champions Cup champion in Mini, 7.07. Back to Sanchez. O Menino do Brazil, P4. Great drive from Felipe. Has withstood the conditions, trying conditions here this morning. Sanchez, 7.38 in the Energy Corsa. That is Felipe. The Brazilian from the German. But it's the Spanish-born American P1. Feligione under attack from Alexander Legenki. Carts littered around the circuit. 27 starters, 15 still in the race. Last time round, a 60-second, 1 minute dead lap time. So now they're starting to speed back up again slightly. Felipe, 738. The Energy Corsa Kinetic. Team drivers ahead, team drivers behind. Mäkinen, Simone, Pelleriti for Spirit Karting. Jakobiak, Mirabella, Gorski, Maracvadic, Plaszewski, Gabriele Iacomelli, and Franciszek Bał, the final runner. Legenki down the inside of Feligione. 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. .59 last time round for Fabio Pelleriti for Spirit Karting. So the track starting to dry after that very slight precipitation. Feligione for Jana Racing, the team of Nicholas Moni. In P2, Stanley leads for Tingamoto. Penultimate lap, they're bunching up. There's Sanchez. The Brazilian. Lenny Mäkinen just behind. The 718 parallel for LA Motorsport. The Finn in P4. Stanley with a 5-second lead. Team Gamoto driver looking good here. Started out at grid 11. Very slight precipitation halfway through this race. But looks as though he will take victory in pre-final A for OKNJ here today. Not a disaster for Lucas Palacio though, as we start the final lap of the race. Still good enough for the American. No need to panic yet to start on the second row of the grid for the final. Mirabella puts in a purple sector on this lap. Does Federico even faster than the start of the race, which did start dry. So the slightest precipitation, which has eliminated almost exactly half the field, has evaporated now. Feligione, Augustin, the Belgian in second. Down through the chicane for the final time. Legenki 707 looks to finish in P5. This is P1. Il Madrileño. Nicholas Stanley takes victory for MP Motorsport Team Gamoto. Second place, Feligione. Mäkinen, superb for LA Motorsport. The Finn, the Brazilian. Sanchez ahead of Alexander Lugenki from Ukraine. Rydell, his team driver teammate, Simone, Jakobiak, Mirabella. That was Gorski, Pelleriti, Plaszewski crosses the line. Maracvadic in the Kali Cup. That's Iacomelli. And Franciszek Bał crosses the line now as the final finisher. The highlights of OKNJ pre-final A. Lucas Palacio leading the way in the early stages, and then the very slightest rain falling from the sky, eliminating near on half the field. Nicholas Stanley takes the victory from Augustin Feligione. Lenny Mäkinen in P3. Pre-final B for OKNJ in just a moment here at Lonato.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. So give me your love. So give me your love. I need you when I see you. You surprise me. Your face is beautiful to see.
OKN Junior pre-final B, Albert Tam leading the field out from Michele Orlando, who won last time out at Sarno. Pre-final B for OKNJ, fortunately on a dry circuit. Albert Tam on pole position for the Modena kart team. It is the Modena engine DR kart of Michele Orlando, who won at Sarno 2 weeks ago. Very slight precipitation a few moments ago in OKNJ. But it has eased up. We are still on the Vega. Slick tyres just here on a foggy, cold, wet, damp day here at the centre of the karting universe. The Swiss Estonian on pole position. Pre-final B, OKNJ. We don't race. Orlando out of grid 2, Joelle Carriera in the EKS kart. On the second row of the grid with Zakshu, Joelle Gypsy Girardello, Aaron Kriya, Dondi, Leonardo 767, Manuel Martufi. 27 drivers on the grid going right back to Dr. Islami, who lines up behind Yubo Wen and Nick Reed. Additional formation lap here. Here is Albert Tam for the Modena kart team, 7-2-2 on pole position. 16 laps, pre-final B, OKNJ. We race. Tam from pole position leads Joelle Carriera in the EKS kart. Orlando around the outside searching for grip on a still greasy track here this morning. The Paralin drivers 1 and 2. There's Manuel Martufi in the Formula K kart, sneaking down the outside into the pit hairpin. Come down the hill for the first time. Looking for Teo Polican for the Victory Lane team going through. There's Michele Orlando, Nikita Bote also. The Ukrainian from Costa Blanca in Spain for the Sicilian Lenzo kart team. As Zakshu goes on through, the French-Chinese driver into the lead. One spinning in the penultimate corner. Super start this time from Oman. The Swiss driver for Innovate competition, Ivan, goes through in P4. Nikita Bote behind in 5. Albert Tam, Carriera, Orlando, Dondi, Gautier Proko, Solikotsev, Koseye Piragua, Nekmaush from Morocco, Nekmaush, Neil from the back of the grid. Just outside the top 10 ahead, Julia Angelad. Zakshu for LA Motorsport with the race lead from Polican, who was in the wars throughout the heats, but he's got the speed here this morning. Still in greasy conditions. The Victory Lane team driver, the French driver, the French team of Nico Martins, whose younger brother, Victor, the 2016 world champion, just announced in the last few days as lining up again for RGP in the FIA Formula 2 World Championship, as you see Aman shunt not once, not twice, 3 times into the back of Martufi. Ivan Aman from Switzerland for the Innovate competition team, 7-7-0. Albert Tam from pole position, back in P6. Then it's Orlando, Dondi, Gautier. Still 27 drivers in the race from the 27 starters. A man off the road. And Orlando just sails on by. Smashes over the ripple strip. Nikita on the back of Teo. Down into the chicane. Martufi is attacked. Nikita Botte looking good here on the back of Teo Polican. Dives down the inside on a greasy circuit. And the Ukrainian from Costa Blanca in Spain for the Sicilian Lenzo kart team sends it to second place. Time goes on through on Polican as well, who loses 3 positions in half a lap. Orlando back to Ivan. Iman for the Innovate competition team, the Swiss driver, the Swiss team. Tam, Orlando. Nikita Botte going through to take the lead. Has stood on the podium in the past in WSK, particularly in 60 Mini. Not on the top step though. Goes back to P3. Orlando goes wide, he's out! Oh no, 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 no! Michele Orlando, the Sano race winner, is out! Spins on a greasy track down into turn 3. Orlando, third in the championship. Victory at Sano is out. The first retirement, that was unexpected. There's his teammate Solikotsev going on through the Russian with the French drivers ahead and behind. Kriya Mia Auger, she's up into 17th. Take a look at this, down into turn, or into the chicane in fact. That was the move for the lead. Watch this, Orlando just turning around on a greasy circuit into turn 3. The back did not stick. And the Italian from Cosenza in Calabria in the south of Italy, who won at Sano for the 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi, is out. Botte, Tam, Zakshu, Dondi, Teo Polican. Martufi loses time, Manuel, the Formula K driver, down into 10th place. Nikita superb, about to start lap 7, move into the second half of pre-final B for OKNJ here this morning. There's Zach, the Chinese-French driver for LA Motorsport. Second row of the grid, they're fighting in the background. Look at the top of your screen. Zhe, Kotiev, Joelle Gypsy Girardello, who's 6th in the championship. Kriya Mia Auger, she's up to 9. And Chikorachki, Thomas, 710, the Ward Racing team in P10. Polican back to 11. Albert Tam now catching up to Nikita Botte. He's going to make a move imminently, almost runs into the back of the Ukrainian, goes wide, lines him up into the far hairpin and just drives it down the inside into the marbles. Albert Tam, P1. Nikita from the lead back to 2. Fastest on circuit is the race leader, Albert Tam. Modena Kart Racing team. Half race distance, OKN Junior, pre-final B. Now Zach Ju falling backwards. Here's Joelle Carrera making the move through. The retro colours superbly presented on the EKS Cup. We saw the EKS team in force at Sano in KZ2 with Moritz Ebner, who's about to embark on the painfully long journey to Melbourne, Australia to race in the first round of the AKC for the EKS team. This is the EKS car dating back to 1982, the retro colours. Still quick though, the newly homologated EKS. Joelle Carrera makes the move into P3. The Condor Evo. It's the KZ chassis for EKS. It's the Paralin in P1 of the Swiss-Estonian Albert Town. The track conditions starting to improve ever so slightly. 2 pre-finals to race this morning. At the conclusion of this for KZ2. Phil come down the field. Down the hill, there's Mia Zhao. She's driven nicely ahead of Chikarachki Zhao. Wen, the 2 Chinese drivers together ahead of Kotiev, Julia Anglade, Nick Mausch, Angelina Simons-Torres. The Dutch Spaniard from Gran Canaria, ahead of Martufi Zvaric. A man after that great start has fallen down ahead of Gautier. Polican down in 20 ahead of Prokop. Sokolotsev as Carrera runs off the road. Wow, that was almost the end of Joelle's race. Loses 3 positions. It was almost the 3rd DNF of the morning. Carrera, superb skill to hold on to that. Went rallycross briefly. And the reason is I am pained to tell you this. Once again, yep, it's raining. If we can call it that, very slight precipitation, just 2 DNFs so far, and they're both 2 out of 6 victories at Sano. DR Racing Car boat, DR Islami, the Albanian, and the race winner from 2 weeks ago, Michele Orlando, the only 2 retirements so far. Lap 11 of 16, Nikita down the inside, searching for grip, a 62-second lap time last time. We've lost another one into the wall at turn 1. It's almost disrespectful, inaccurate to call it rain. It's just very light precipitation, but it's enough to add to the DNFs here this morning. Nikita Botte down the hill. Leonardo Dondi into the wall and out. Dondi, the 3rd retirement, the Paralins go through. Zach Zhu and Nikita Botte both relishing the conditions. Nikita Botte, when it rains, he'll be praying for the rain. Because both times when it has got wet, he's pulled away. This is Nikita. Lap 12 of 16. Last time round, 61-second lap time. If we compare that to qualifying 48 hours ago on Friday, 47.388 for Joelle Gypsy Girardello, who's still circulating in P5. The gap, almost 5 seconds between Nikita back to Zach. Tam Kotsev. Julia Anglade up into P5. Is the pole from Girardello, Aaron Kriya. Carrera, after that moment into turn 1, is still circulating. Doing well despite the conditions, despite going rallycross. Joelle Carrera in P9 ahead of Aman from Switzerland for Innovate competition. Sideways from Zach in the background. Sebastian Kotiev, 6.769, the Monster K factory kart. P3 for the team of Yuri Serafini, newly homologated Monster K-Kart, just coming down the hill now. That's Sebastian. Head of Angelad, Julia, up into P4. Superb for Jastrzębski Racing from Poland. The Vortex powered Cosmic Kart in 4th place. Just the 3 retirements so far. Dondi and the 2 DR team drivers, Islami and Orlando. 3 laps remaining, including this one. Nikita Botte. 6.6 seconds clear. .4 kilometres now to race for Nikita Botte, the Lenzo Kart team. Nikita, let's remember, did start out of grid 10, the LKE powered machine. Penultimate lap of the race for the Ukrainian. As it stands, would you believe Lucas Palacio, as the blue flag is waved for Reed and Rossi, the 2 Germans retire into pit lane. Lucas Palacio, DNF in pre-final 8. Regardless, at the moment, would still start on pole position for the final this afternoon. Just by a single point. That is provisional, of course. So Lucas will pick up 0 points from the pre-final regarding the championship. He is still the championship leader, 127 points, 101. As Angela goes through, this is a mark for Innovate competition. Gautier and Girardello. But as it stands, actually, that statement is now made redundant. Albert Tarman in P10 would take pole position away from the American by a single point because the DNFs have changed the standings. Regardless, Lucas will still be on the front row provisionally. Nikita Botte looking to take victory here in pre-final B. Here's Gautier going on through. Last lap of the race. Slight, frustrating, annoying drizzle here at Lonato. Zach Zhu and Sebastian Cloutier. The Russian behind the French-Chinese driver, but it's the Ukrainian in P1. Oh, he celebrates. He enjoyed that. Nikita Botte takes victory for the Lenzo Kart team. Wins pre-final B in OKNJ. Zach jumping out of the seat. Home in second place. And Sebastian Cloutier, great drive from 17 to finish third. Julia Angelad for Jastrzębski Racing. Home in fourth. Super drive. Gautier, Aman, Kriya, Girardello, Tarma crosses the line in P9. But the Swiss-Estonian provisionally will start pole position for the final this afternoon. The highlights are pre-final B for OKNJ. Albert Tarmat leading the way on a greasy, but at this point still dry track. Teo Polican looking aggressive early on, as was Aman, who ran into the back of Manuel Martufi. Nikita Botte picking them off one at a time, going by Zach Zhu. Slight rain, slight precipitation. This was the moment when the Sano race winner Michele Orlando did turn it around, and he lost any chance of starting on the front row of the grid for the final with that. Joelle Carrera up into the top 3 earlier as the rain came down, ran off the road, brilliantly held onto it, across the line in P10. Nikita took the lead as the rain lightly fell and takes victory in pre-final B for OKNJ. The win to the Ukrainian Zach Zhu in P2 and Sebastiano Kotiev home in third place. Two pre-finals remaining here this morning. KZ2, take a very short break. Don't go too far away. Two pre-finals to race for the gearbox category in just a moment. KZ2 pre-final A, Christian Cannibal Bertuca leads the field out on track. MK out of 2, that's Kayak. Vasile, Spiegel, Kasper Skurmert, Stampex, the Lekonka race winner, Russo, JT, that's Jadin Tian, Jurse Kipres, who was fastest in the warm-up this morning, the Lithuanian in the goal cart, and Anatoly Kavalkan out of grid 10. Viganot, Tom Luye, Dion van Verven, Christian de Klein. The Dutch drivers together, Ethan Frigomoska, Samuel Luye, Jerry Skulinov, Jensen Graham, Zoe Flodeshko Patelia, and Eric Vess out of grid 20. Christian Haviland in the TV cart, Ivan Kondratenko, Letna, Shimak, Boris Juravsky, Kian Fardin first. KZ race for the Swiss driver. Shishov, Tom Dussel, the Australian Timo Jungling, And Ricardo Avila at a grid 30. Yes, that is correct. Ellie Goldstein, the Belgian, will not take part. In fact, the 3 drivers on your screen now are out. Genesis Civico out before qualifying. Goldstein and Alex Jutkavicius. As you look at the 164, Birilat in trouble. Just getting back to Goldstein and Jutkavicius. A big crash on Friday when a driver lost fluid down into turn 1. A 13-kart crash. And Goldstein and Alex Jutkavicius out for the weekend. We wish them the best with their recovery. Hope to see them back on track soon. Anatoly Kavalkin also out at the side of the circuit. Ricardo Avila trying to get the 164. The Birilat of the Spanish driver up and going. We'll see if he can take the grid as very light precipitation rain falls here for the penultimate pre-final of the morning, pre-final A, KZ2. Another formation lap. Bertuca goes around. Okay, that gives you an idea of how treacherous the conditions are. There's no standing water on the circuit. It is barely raining, but the track is very, very greasy. Anatoly Kavalkin, the former European champion, the 150 Paralin for the Modena car team, parked on the infield just to the left of your screen there at Marshall Point 3. Kavalkin out before the start. Ricardo Avila has been able to get going in the 164 Birilat, which was stranded there for a few moments. A very, very rare and minor error there for Christian Bertuca, but enough experience and skill to simply grab the clutch, not panic, put it back in gear, and loses nothing. Visor open, slick tyres on the Birilat as Marcus Kayak runs off the road. Aggressively trying to get some sort of heat into the Vega tyres. It's just 7 degrees Celsius. There's Kipras Jursev, visor open, fastest in the warm-up this morning. The Lithuanian in the Rigetti Rigolfi Gold Kart, 184. Slick tyres on a wet circuit. That's what we're in for. Eric Vest goes through. Kian Fardin first. KZ2 race for the young Swiss driver. It seems like only yesterday he was in 60 Mini. Here's Kipras Jursev, visor open for the Lithuanian in the Gold Kart. Christian Bertuca, 1-2-5 on pole position. Fabulous image of the former Euro champ, Matteo Spiegel, CBB Sport, the 110 Soddy karts. Vasile inside second row of the grid for the Romanian. KZ2 pre-final A. We race, wheel spin from Bertuca, but holds the lead as Vasile goes down the inside. The drivers who finished 1-2 at Sano in the final, 1-2 on a greasy circuit in the opening stages of pre-final A here this morning. Stan, the La Conca race winner, marches up the inside, and the SP Motorsport Kart Republic tries to take 4th place, but now is on the outside. Super launch from the Lithuanian Kipras Jursev. The Gold Kart, manufactured by Rigetti Ridolfi in nearby Verona. It's looking good. He goes through to P2. Kipras second, back to third. The Formula K SRP. So half the field on wet tyres seemingly. There's a combination, there's a mix of wets and slicks here. Timo Jungling with the race lead from the 15th row of the grid. You saw Bertuca wheel spin on the slick tyres. Have you ever seen a start like that? Timo Jungling on our timing screen. It says up 28 positions in one lap. The German, British, Australian driver. 1:04, the Formula K SRP. So the very slight precipitation which has plagued us all morning has now eased up once again. It is borderline slicks or wets. Timo Jungling, Bottas, Shuravsky. Moment in the sun for the Russian Formula K SRP, the factory team. Boris in second, and then Letner. So the drivers at the back of the grid with nothing to lose have gambled. Timo Jungling from grid 29. The race lead, recently turning 15 years of age. The young Australian for the German Formula K SRP team. They go 1-2. Bottas, Shuravsky from the Russian Championship from grid 25 is second. And then Manuel Letner from grid 23. Karchop Ampfing, the barrel art of the German driver based at the famous Ampfing circuit in Germany, third place. And then Andrei Shishov for the Drago course team from grid 27. So almost certainly they are the four drivers from the back of the grid with nothing to lose who have gambled on wet tyres. You can see the rear track. Timo down through the chicane, P1. So not only fighting for grid positions, but also points in the championship. .63 last lap for Timo. Comes across the line already with a strong lead back to his Russian teammate, Bottas Shuravsky. Then Manuel Letner. The gap 4.2 seconds. This is lap 4 of 15. Bertuca seemingly the first on slick tyres. In fourth place from Kypros Yurse, Marcus Kayak, Stan Pex, Vasile, Declane, Viganot, Rousseau, Dian van Verven. As Timo just runs off the road ever so slightly. And it's Oli Cavalcan out before the start. So already laps starting to be put on drivers. That was Ricardo Avila, the Spaniard 164, who was one of multiple drivers to go around on the formation lap. Andrei Shishov going on through, the Russians second and fourth. The Drago course car. This is Timo. The German, British, Australian driver, depending on which day of the week it is and which of his three passports he wants to use. Officially, he's British. Driving for the German team. Coming up to put laps already. Tom Dussault, Ivan Kondratenko, and then ironically, Zoe Florishko-Potelia. I say ironically because we had similar conditions in a heat at Sano in the previous round of the championship. Zoe coming home in P2. She chose to start on slick tyres, employed the same tactic on that day. It worked at Sano, it's not working now. Zoe goes a lap down. Ivan goes a lap down, as does Tom and Ricardo Avila. Kypros Yurse in P6 as the slick shot drivers, they are just being destroyed by Timo Jungling. Jensen Graham going around, grabs the gear and back on track. Timo Jungling starts lap 6 in the lead, storms on by. We mentioned earlier on today that pit stops, well, why not? We'll check the lap times. They are 14 seconds, or Timo is 14 to 17 seconds faster than the rest of the field. So the time loss in a pit stop, we've seen these world-class racing teams make pit stops in free practice in around about 30 seconds. So the time lost in a pit stop, they make it back. A pit stop, why not? Skulanov's gone a lap down. Ethan Frigamosko a lap down. Eric Vess, Jaden Tian, Christian Haviland, Jensen Graham, Zoe Fledisco Potalea, Ivan Kondratenko, Tom Dussel and Ricardo Avila. Timo Jungling, the race lead. It was Christian de Kleen going on through 1:90 in P13. Last time around, a 68.6. And Christian Bertuca, the first of the slick shot drivers, a 1:19, so 13 seconds difference. The time they'd lose in a pit stop, and we know how well these teams can work. I may even be hearing this and thinking, why not? Because there's still, well, this is only lap 7 of 15. This is only the halfway point. They'd lose time, but a pit stop to wets, and they gather that time up rapidly. Timo Jungling with the race lead. Throws it down through the chicane. Recently testing in F4 as well, with an eye to joining us in the Italian F4 Championship in 2026. Actually testing on Bahrain the same day as our former WSK Supermaster Series champion Andrea Antonelli was cutting laps at the end of last season in Bahrain for the Mercedes F1 team on the same day that Timo was there. Okay, the day before, but Timo was there. Watching on, Andrea in the Mercedes, Timo testing in F4, just recently turning 15 years of age. And the Formula K SRP team run 1-2. Has been lapped. 67.1 for Timo Jungling. Bertuca, a 1:21. That's an 81.487. 15 seconds a lap. Again, a pit stop here in pit lane. Why not? We'll see how good these teams are. They are world-class mechanics. But seemingly no one electing to take that option at the moment. Pre-final B for KZ, pre-final A for KZ2. Timo Jungling, Boris Shuravsky, Manuel Letner and Andrei Sishov. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Christian Bertuca, a lap down in 5th place. The first of the slick shot KZ2 drivers. Timo's actually going to put 2 laps on some of these drivers. In fact, he just had, that was Kondratenko. 2 laps down now. Keep repeating it. Still with 5 laps to go. They're being lapped every 5 laps and a pit stop for wet tyres, to put on Vega wet tyres instead of the Vega slicks. The gamble, the choice was not correct for the majority of the field. Still on a cold day here. 2 laps down, most of the field. They're getting lapped every 5 laps. 30, 40 seconds lost in a pit stop, and they'd be back on track. Bertuca, the first of the slick shod. Okay, the first of the drivers on slick tyres in P5 from Stampex. Kipris Jörse, Matteo Viganò, Vasile, Samuel Loyer, Marcus Kayak out of P11. It has championship implications. The blue flag waving constantly around the circuit. Eric West going another lap down. The German 2 laps down now in 22nd position. Timo just driving on by. Jungling racing in the Rotax Euro Series in the past couple of seasons. Second year in KZ2, coming up to Kian Fardin. The young Swiss rookie, first KZ2 race, just drives on by Kian Fardin, who's doing nicely in P18. First KZ2 race, also on slick tyres, down through the chicane. This is like Mario Kart for Timo Jungling. He's 8 seconds clear of Boris Shuravsky, his SRP Formula K teammate in second. 10 seconds clear of Manuel Lettner in third. Shishov 14 seconds back, and then Bertuka in P5, a lap down. He's put 2 laps on everybody, up to and including Ethan Frigamoska. In fact, change that. It's just gone by. Now he's coming up to, it looks to be Dominic Šimek. Dominic Šimek, 14th, is about to go 2 laps down in pre-final 8 of KZ2. TJ leads the way, 104. The Formula K SRP team driver around the outside of the hairpin. Comes up to Dion van Verven, who is helpless. And then just picks the outside line of Kypros Yurse, who is fastest in the morning warm-up. At Samuel Luye, around the outside of the Swiss driver, Rooster Tails now from Timo Jungling. So the slight precipitation, yeah, we can almost call it rain now. And this is Dan Pex, the LeConca race winner. Timo Jungling, 3 laps to race for the Australian in first place. 2 laps down Stan Pex. He's P6 and he's been lapped twice. Doppiato 2 volte. Wow. On our timing screen, we've run out of space to display blue flag for every driver right up into and including Christian Bertuka, who's still P5, first of the slick drivers. Everyone else has been lapped twice, maybe even 3 times. The retirements, Christian Hamelin, Tom Dulsol, Ricardo Avila, and of course Anatoly Kavalkin out before the start. Down through the gearbox, Timo Jungling, first WSK victory. Boy, if he could repeat this afternoon. Goes by Bertuka, Christian Bertuka, the reigning champion, the Sano race winner, is P5, has just been lapped for the 2nd time by Timo Jungling, who starts the penultimate lap of the race in first place. Boris Shurovsky, 2nd place also for the Formula K SRP team. Debut season for Mike Sebecki's team with the bottle green manufacturer Formula K. Started by former international racer Andrea Bertolini, racing also for Ferrari in the World Endurance Championship recently. Formula K, Formula World Championship winning kart at this very circuit. We go back to Jeremy Iglesias in 2020. That was Ivan Kondratenko. Listen to this. No criticism of the Ukrainian. And he won't be the only one. There's Jaden Tian, 3rd in the Rotax World Finals last year. Rotax Winter Cup champion last year. Jaden Tian, who was in the top 5 throughout the heats all weekend, has just been lapped for the 3rd time. As has Kondratenko, as has Floreshko Potelia. Timo Jungling destroying the field on a wet circuit here. Fastest lap of the race. He is, to be fair, 2 seconds or 1.5 seconds faster than his teammate Boris Shudavsky. He's going to put 3 laps on Vets, Graham and Casper Scormans. The final few corners, drives down the inside, around the outside of Jensen. They've been lapped 3 times. The blue flag waves for them. The checkered flag. TJ destroys the field. Timo Jungling, the German-Australian Brit, wins pre-final A. A bizarre race here this morning. Bottas, Shudavsky. We wait for the Russian who crosses the line now in second place. SRP, Formula K. Quick and strategic here this morning. Lettner, superb, the German in third. And then Sishoff in fourth place. Bertuk crosses the line in P5 and was lapped twice. A remarkable race here this morning. There's Stan Pex in 6. Remarkably though, Bertuka, regardless of what happens in pre-final B in a moment, and you know everybody will be mounting wets, Bertuka has still locked in pole position for the final this afternoon. Timo Jungling wins pre-final A for KZ2. Bottas, Shudavsky home in second place. Formula K SRP 1-2. Manuel Lettner for the Kart Shop Amfing team. Viral third. Shishov in fourth place. Bertuka P5 lapped twice. A remarkable race here this morning. No criticism of anybody here, despite going 2 and 3 laps down. Jungling, Shudavsky, Lettner, Shishov. They picked the strategy. It was Vega wets. Everybody else lapped twice, even 3 laps. In trying conditions here. 8 degrees Celsius. That light precipitation has now turned into light rain, and the track is now definitely wet. Final pre-final of the morning in just a moment. Or the afternoon now. Pre-final B for KZ2. Senna van Walstein will lead the field out onto pole position. Pre-final B for KZ2, the 12th and final pre-final here this morning. Our final pre-final here today. KZ2, Senna van Wallstein leading the field out onto what is now undoubtedly a wet circuit. And you know, after the performance we've just had in pre-final A, every one of the 32 drivers will be mounting the Vega wets. Senna on pole position, Pedrito out of 2. Orloff, final cup champion, is alongside Jean Noblo on the second row of the grid. Emilian Denner, Alex Marigliano, the Sicilian who won here in 2022. Davide Forte, superb for the 51-year-old this week, out of 7. Scriven, Billman, Simon Reckenmacher, Enzo Boll, Giuseppe Palomba, the reigning world champion. Pierre Ovanov from Monza, Eric Holm from Sweden. Leopardi, Jean Louis, Cedric Malt, Maximilian Paul. Daniel Stell and Lukas Shabinskas, the Germans 18, 19 and 20. Moraine Kramer's back on 21 at the circuit, where he won the 2019 World Championship. Ken Algre, Louis Speck, Troitsky, Naetsev, Astashenko, Pigiev, Momorelli, Leon Headforce, and Richard Nabeski. Paulo Martinez, Patricio that is, on the final row of the grid. Christian Bertuga lapped twice a few moments ago, but still finishing P5. Some relief because he will start on pole position for the final this afternoon. Yes, unfortunately, the umbrellas in the stands going up here on a cold, wet and brutally miserable day here at the centre of the karting universe. South Garda Karting, 401 drivers from 56 nations around the world. Senna van Wallstein, the Dutchman, Pedro Hilbrand, the Spaniard, on the front row of the grid. Here's Maxim Orlov inside second row, 101. The Italian champion, the Russian champion, the WSK Final Cup champion, Lukas Shabinskas. In the Energy Corsa, 188 from Lithuania. Senna to the right of your screen, Pedro out of 2. We race. Launch from Marek Scriven in the Praga kart, who makes up ground, and a great start in only his third race for his new team, Maranello, for the reigning world champion, Il Napolitano, Giuseppe Palomba. Pedro with the race lead. Not for long as Jean Noblo fires it down the inside. What about Alex Marigliano, the Sicilian who won the WSK Final Cup here at this circuit in the end of 2022, now driving the Intrepid up into third place. Clean start for our final pre-final here today as they go down through the chicane for the first time. Jean Noblo from France, CPB Sport, 111, P1. That's the form we've come to expect from Giuseppe Palomba. Starting from the sixth row of the grid, comes across the line in P4, head of Simon Reckenmacher. Door Motorsport from Germany. It's the Miami Power Kart Republic, 161. Just behind. And here comes Senna van Wallstein, trying to make up positions. In fact, it's Max Orloff there as well. Both drivers for CPB Sport. Senna from pole position. An initial good getaway, but couldn't get track position. Couldn't get grip, couldn't get traction. That's his teammate, Jean Noblo, who certainly can. Pedro second, Marigliano, Palomba, Simon Reckenmacher, Van Wallstein, Orloff, Scriven, Jean Louis, Maximilian Paul in P10. Moraine Kramer's carving through the field. From Group 21, the former world champion, now up into 11th. Head of Denner, Pirovenol, WD-40, the legendary WD-40, four-time world champion at the circuit where he's done hundreds and thousands of laps over the years. Second time with Praga, ran in the top 6 throughout his heats. In this 65 cut KZ2 field, Palomba goes down the inside. Il Napolitano insieme con il Siciliano. Palomba and Marigliano. Hilbrand still in second place. One of 4 former world champions in the field. There's Matic Scriven. MK, what a start. Kramer's in the Tony kart. Runs out of road, has to get on the brakes. As Senna sends it back down the inside of Marigliano. Now finding some rhythm is the 2022 WSK Supermaster Series champion, fighting for a spot on the front row of the grid this afternoon, alongside Christian Bertuga. As it stands at the moment, Senna would join the Italian in grid 2. Nomblo leads a 63-second lap time last time round. And it's the Catalan. Palomba, Senna, Van Walstein, Marigliano, Reckenmacher, Orloff, Louye, Scriven. Moraine Kramer's in P10, now goes by Maximilian Paul. If that name sounds familiar, it's because Maximilian, the driver from Dresden, back with us again in WSK. German touring car race winner. He won in similar conditions, in fact they're a lot worse, at the legendary Nürburgring circuit when he took victory in the DTM for Lamborghini. Max Paul up into P10 from grid 18. Also with experience in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in the United States. The German in the Modern Power DR Kart 168. DTM GT3 race winner with Lamborghini in the rain at the Nürburgring. Back with us in WSK, fighting for a position inside the top 10. But he's got the former world champion breathing down his neck. Moraine Kramer's carving through the field in the Tony kart. Just coming onto the top of your screen now. Senna locks up into the pit hairpin. Skillfully holds onto it, does Senna Van Walstein. This is Giuseppe Palomba, the reigning world champion. But it's Jean Nomblo, 111 CPB Sport Sonic Kart in the lead. One-third race distance, pre-final B for KZ2. Gently through the gears. That was precision from Jean, controlling the wheel spin. For what it's worth, the rain has actually stopped here, but the track is certainly wet and likely to stay that way for the rest of the day. Our 6 finals coming your way at the conclusion of this, the 12th and final pre-final here this morning. There's Hilbrand, Palomba, and Senna Van Walstein. Backer in P5. Marigliano throws it down into the chicane. That's Max Paul just behind. Paul, 168, is the German. Orloff, just been passed by Eric Holm. Senna now goes by, takes Palomba. The reigning world champion starting to get to grips with his new team, Maranello, the driver from his former team, where he won that race in Portimao last year. Senna Van Walstein just goes by in the Sonic Kart Sigma CPB Sport. Sonic Kart 1 and 3, split by the Birulat of Pedro Hilbrand. Hilbrand looking to start inside second row for the final later this afternoon. Jean down the hill. Superb. Career racing in the French Championships. First major international success, as you see. The yellow flag waving aggressively. Pick up who that was for you. Richard Nebeski is out. Go back to 2017, the Rotax Max Grand Finals. Jean Nomblot in the podium. On the podium on that day. 7 or 8 years ago now. 8 years ago, in fact, at the end of 2017. Stepping up to KZ2. And now leads the pre-final here. Has been super quick all weekend, in fact. And will be a contender for the final this afternoon. As it stands, we'll start out at grid 4. Yellow flag waving, unfortunately, Leon head force. The Swede is the second retirement from pre-final B this morning. Good battle there from, or with Padovano and Cedric Padovano, who lives literally within walking distance of the Monza Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit. Head of Leopard, Vifore, Naetzel, Astashenko, Luka Shabinskas, Pijaev, Louis Speck, Enzo Ball, back to 24 ahead of Simon Billman, Ken Aldrea, Patricio Martinez, the Mexican, Eduardo Momorelli, Formula K SRP, and Troitsky rounds out the field. Nomblot controls the slide. He's driving very smoothly. Hilbrand, though, just smashes over the ripple strip. Centerville Wallstein still in P3 at 62.5 last time for Jean Nomblot in the race lead. Five laps to race. The gap remains at 5.8 seconds from Nomblot. Back to Hilbrand. Back to Centre Van Wallstein. The dying stages of our final pre-final here this morning over the ripple strip. Only 97 kilometres an hour here in the rain this morning, this afternoon at Lonato, as opposed to 147 at Sano. Expect similar speeds the next round of the championship at Franciacorta in 2 weeks' time. And then Viterbo, the Leopard International Viterbo circuit. Back to Viterbo, north of the Eternal City of Rome, for the first time since 2011 for the 5th and final round of the Supermaster Series 2025. There's Kramers going on through. He's driven brilliantly at DNF yesterday in his final heat. There's Max Paul going on through with Emilian Tanner just ahead. That's why Kramers was starting so far back in particular. Not a good strong run in qualifying. A DNF yesterday when he rolled to a stop. Past 10 karts on the first lap of this pre-final B. .62.434 now for Centre One Wallstein. has gone through and taken Hilbrand for second place. Still cannot improve enough, even if he was to pass and catch his teammate Jean Nomblot. Bertuca, and I say this hesitantly, would still lock in pole position for the final. As it stands, Senna van Wallstein, grid 2. It's of actually not that much relevance because in these conditions, in the left-right complex here at Lonato, in the rain, front row of the grid is good enough. There's Denner sliding it down through the chicane, ahead of the aforementioned German Max Ball. Scriven in 12 still, Cedric Molt and Davide Forte in P15. Eduardo Mormarelli joins the list of retirements. 3 laps to race now. This is, well, 2.5 laps. Jean Nomblot, superb for the Frenchman. The 23-year-old driver finished P6 in the World Cup last year. Also that same position in the WSK Open Series. Franciacorta, where we ominously race the next round of the series. A victory in the French Championship at the super fast Varennes circuit 2 years ago for Jean Nomblot, and he's about to take victory surely in KZ2 pre-final B here this morning. Penultimate lap for Jean Nomblot, 7 seconds clear of his CPB Sports Bodycar teammate in trying conditions here this morning. Van Wallstein, Hilbrand, Palomba, Reckenmacher. Credit to Simon, who's in P5. Down through the gearbox for the penultimate time. Through the chicane for Jean Nomblot, the clear visor. Can see the whites of his eyes staring through the helmet, and he's about to get the last lap board next time round. C'est le dernier tour pour Jean Nomblot dans la tête de la course, le pilote français pour l'équipe CPB Sport. Sodica, the Frenchman, on his last lap. Grid 4 start for the final for the 23-year-old Frenchman this afternoon. Finally glances back to see where his teammate is. Has driven brilliantly in these trying circumstances. It will be CPB Sport, Sodica 1-2 in pre-final B, but Christian Bertuca will lock down pole position for the final this afternoon. Et voilà le drapeau damier, the checkered flag for the Frenchman. He wins our final pre-final this morning here in the rain at South Garda Karting. Senna crosses the line in second place and will start grid 2 for the final of KZ2 alongside Christian Cannibal Bertuca this afternoon. Hilbrand, Palomba. Great performance from Simon Reckenmacher, crosses the line 5 from Jean Luguet. Eric Holm, Kramers, Danner, Orloff just heads home Max Ball for the final position in the top 10. We'll confirm the results for you. Jean Nomblot winning pre-final B here in the rain. A miserable day for the third round of the Supermaster Series, but stay with us because we've just concluded our 12th and final pre-final, and we are getting ready to race the 6 finals here today. Jean Nomblot takes victory in pre-final B for KZ2. Senna van Walstein second, and Pedro Hiltbrand home in third place. Palomba, Reckenmacher, Jean Louillet, Holm, Kramers, Denner and Max Orloff home in P10. We'll take a very short break here at South Garda Karting. Don't go too far away because in a moment, the first of our 6 finals here today, starting with Mini Under 10 here in the rain. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. We'll be back in a very short moment. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series here at South Garda Karting. Mini Under 10, the final on a wet track. Platon Kovtunenko on pole. Pasquale out of 2. Bergman trying to go 3 from 3, starts out of 3. Gottschalk, Dmitry Samsonov, Jan Algre, Bradescu, Acton, Gazi Al-Megdad, and Mateo Garcia from Mexico. Andreas Papagiorgio, the Cypriot, Blake Schwer, what a kid super truck. The ties alongside on the 7th row of the grid, that's Svadic, Steindl, Mikhail Mitrokin, Kesanovic, Rabenčuić, Ilton Skullhammer, Matteo Mason, the South African out of grid 20. Pacillo, Rouget, Johan Berger on debut, the Austrian, Jonas Tam, Marcelo Flores, Miranda, Daniel Yoon, Pantuli back on 28, Julian van der Kottele, Miras out of 30, Hugo Hejnar, Ottaviani, Beretta, Zayac, Ito Raika, and Leo Kralev on grid 36. Welcome to the centre of the karting universe. The first of our 6 finals here this afternoon. PK on pole position, Platon Kovtunenko for Porsche Racing in the 558 Energy. They go wide, we race for the first time. Platon Kovtunenko runs wide but holds the lead in treacherous circumstances. Crash down into turn 3. Good start from Jan Algrea. As the Kart Republic's running 1 and 2, there's Platon Kovtunenko looking for grip on the inside of the circuit. Win Gottschalk, 5-6-4. in second place, but it's Josh, 563, who leads the way for the Kiddix driver performance team. It was Elton Skullhammer, Pacillo, and Johan Berger. Marcelo coming together with Johan and Elton in turn 3 on the first lap of the race, as the field scatter on a wet circuit. This is Dmitry Samsonov. Strong pre-final this morning from the Russian. He'll come across the line well inside the top 5. Papa Giorgio just behind Kesanovic, Predeshko. But it's Janel Grea. Sorry, Josh Bergman. Kiddix driver performance team in 563. Here's Platon Kovtunenko down the inside. Good start from Eden Kesanovic. Makes his way up through. The German for the Lanari racing team. Here's Platon Kovtunenko. Started from pole position. Running wide as they come onto the straight. Jan Elgre with a nice lead. The Estonian Kiddix driver performance team. Second and third with Josh Bergman and Wingod Schalk. Josh Bergman taking victory at La Conca. Victory at Sano. Looking to go 3 in a row. Mini under 10. He's also the championship leader, but at the moment he's in second place. The Formula K SRP team driver. There's Wingod Schalk in third place. Platon Kovtunenko, who's had a brilliant performance all week. Started from pole position, but he's now off the podium. Andreas Papageorgiou just behind him, P5. It's a Cypriot from Samsonov, Kesanovic, Agton, Predeshko. And then the first driver from Thailand, Warakit Supachok, head of Teo Standel, Hugo Hejnar from the back of the grid, and JVDC has come with him. Julian van der Kottelé in 13 from grid 29. And Hugo Hejnar also started way back on grid 31 in the Lenzo kart. But now the pole is inside the top 10. Jan Elgrea, Formula K SRP. What a debut for the team of Mike Sabecki here. Victory in the pre-final this morning in KZ2. They were on the podium at Sano last time out in KZ2. And now they lead here this morning, or this afternoon, in Mini under 10. A wet circuit, they're lapping in 71 second lap times. On a day which has been plagued by light rain. Bergman, Gottschalk, back to Platon Kovtunenko. Andreas Papageorgiou, the Cypriot slides as they race down the hill. This is lap 4 of 9. The Mini under 10 final, round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series here at Lonato. Gottschalk. Win is currently third in the championship. Looks back over his right shoulder. Pulling away from Platon Kovtunenko. Jan Elgrea. The gap 0.9, we'll call it 1 second. And now Josh Bergman, the American. In second place goes purple. Starts to reel in the Estonian. Kovtunenko, Papageorgiou, Dmitry Samsonov, Kesanovic, Agton, Warakit Supachok, and Predeshko now in P10. The gap coming down in 7/10 of a second. Here comes the attack from the Kiddix driver performance team. The rest of the field make their way down through. Van der Kottelé, Hejnar, Rouget, Kralev, Pantali on the podium at La Conca, the first round of the championship for LA Motorsport. He's driven a good first half of the race, but the Frenchman, Pantali, ahead of Pasquale, down in 16th place. So Bergman's right there. 3 from 3, it's possible. Pushes the Estonian across the line. They go down into turn 1 and 2. A 72-second lap time last time versus 1:11.2 for the American. Surely he couldn't go 3 in a row. Outstanding start to 2025 for Josh Bergman. Gottschalk from the Dutch Caribbean island of Curacao on the other side of the Atlantic in third place. Josh. JB on the back of JA drives down the inside. Bergman goes through. The American takes the lead. 3 from 3, it's possible. 3 laps to race at the end of this one. Bergman has got the lead. Here comes Gottschalk around the outside. Jan Algrea in the Formula K kart being mauled by both drivers from the Kiddix driver performance team. The Estonian second place holds on to it for the moment. Josh is pulling away. Bergman leads. He's 3 laps away from taking an incredible 3rd victory in a row. The leader of the Supermaster Series after victory at La Conca, victory at Sano. He leads on 168 points coming into this round of the championship and will surely take it into Franciacorta in 2 weeks' time. He's pulling away. He goes purple, a 71-211 as Wing goes on through. Gottschalk in second. The Kiddix driver performance team 1-2 here at Lonato. Algre back to third. The Estonian from the Ukrainian, Platan Kovtunenko, who is seemingly going to heartbreakingly miss the podium here today. He's back in 4. Jan Algre back into second, back into third. Gottschalk goes on through. Josh Bergman 2 laps away from taking a remarkable 3rd victory on the trot. The gap 1.7 seconds. JB is gone. Gottschalk second. Algrea. Kovtunenko has fallen down to 10th place. He will not stand on the podium today. Heartbreak for the Ukrainian, for Porsche Racing, who started out a pole position but has just crossed the line in P10 ahead of Julian van der Kottele, who's 11th, who's come from grid 29. The Dutchman's almost in the top 10. Penultimate lap of the race, the fight for the second step of the podium. At the moment, it's the Kiddix driver performance team 1 and 2. Josh Bergman took victory over Papa Giorgio and Daniel Pasquale 2 weeks ago at Sano. It was a Kiddix driver performance. 1-2 at La Conca, the first round of the championship. This is remarkable. The American leads on the last lap of the Mini Under 10 final, round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Bergman has got the race lead down on the pit straight for the final time. The clear visor, the American lines up the corner, turns in gently, feeds the wheel on the Card Republic. 5-6-3. Kiddix driver performance, Alessandro Levrati, team manager, will surely join his team, his drivers on the podium as the winning team manager. As an Italian, he'll hate hearing that, being very superstitious. But it looks as though the Kiddix driver performance team, will go 1-2. Oh, maybe I do speak too soon. Hold on to it, Josh. The final few corners. He won at La Conca. He won at Sano. He'll take a dominant lead to Franciacorta in 2 weeks' time. All the way from the USA, Josh Bergman wins again. 3 from 3 for the American. He wins round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Wingard Schultz from Curacao in second. Jan Alclair in third. It's the Kiddix Driver Performance Team. 1, 2 here at Lonato. Josh Bergman with a 1:10.955 purple on his final lap of the race. Wins again. He's got an exactly 100-point lead going into Franciacorta in 2 weeks' time. The highlights of the mini under-10 final. Platankov Tunenko from the race lead, from pole position but fell backwards. Jan Alclair briefly into the lead. But the Kiddix Driver Performance 1 and 2. This was the move that gave JB the victory. Wingard Schultz took a couple of attempts to get by the Estonian. Jan Alclair will stand on the podium in third place after Wingard Schultz went by and the kid from Curacao into second place. Jan Alclair fighting back all the time. Josh Bergman pulling away. Josh Bergman wins for the 3rd time in a row. He's now got a 100-point lead going into Franciacorta. The American wins. Gottschalk second, and Jan Alclair will stand on the podium in 3rd place. Samsonov 4, Papa Georgiou 5, Kesanovic, Wadakit, Subachok, Agden, Hedgenar, the 2 poles. What a drive from Julian. Has passed 19 karts. Hugo Hedgenar a place ahead, past 22 karts. They both came storming from the back of the grid to finish inside the top 10. The podium presentation, mini under 10, here at Lonato in a moment. The podium for round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Third place, Jan Elgre. Second, Wingod Chalk. And the winner here at Lonato. Again, 3 from 3, the American Josh Bergman. Back here at Lonato, the mini Group 3 final. This is the grid. Xavi Lazaro on pole position. Mason Robertson out of 2. Headforce out of 3. Yanni out of 4. Sten Rutashki and Jano Pujol. The French drivers on the third row of the grid. Moscardni, Godun, Nicolo Perico and LDP out of grid 10. It's Nani alongside the Texan Liam Nachawati, Mark Lumets and Stepan Matsepin, Leo Latin and Leon Chalitze, Washe Kosheva, Giuseppe Noviello, Luigi Diascali for LA Motorsport, Achille Ria now in the Birilat out of grid 20. Max Felder for the Ward Racing Team alongside Colucci, Harry Williams out of 23, Piervo, Royce Vega, Teo Pelfrene, Frigerio, Case Muis, DDF out of 29, and Devin Tietz from Germany out of 30. Brajo, Shell Hertman, Verba, Lee, Isaac Yoon, and Robert Paulbear for Gold Star Racing out of grid 36. XLP1 for the Sano race winner. The light rain, which has been plaguing us all morning, has finally eased up, but the track is still very, very wet here at South Garda Karting. From Portugal and Scotland on the front row of the grid, XLP1, Mason out of 2. The 60-minute Group 3 final here at South Garda Karting. Sideways up to the line. And we don't race. Another formation lap. Inside second row of the grid, Elton Headforce. Started pole position for the pre-final this morning. The young Swede behind Xavi Lazzaro now runs into the back of the Portuguese driver in 570 in the center of your screen. Elton looking for something new. Yes, pun intended. Looking to take his first WSK victory here this afternoon. Leon Chalitze, 528, praying for help from above. The Georgian right behind the Russian Matt Zepan out of grid 16. Lumets is in trouble. Mark Lumets has stalled the Henza Tingamoto karts. Lumets potentially will miss the start. XLP1, Mason out of 2. The mini Group 3 final here at the center of the karting universe. Lazzaro goes, Mason sideways. Another formation lap. Mark Lumets has not come across the line. The Estonian, who made some incredible starts throughout the heats. He's at risk of missing the start. Fortunately, a third formation lap. In fact, there's Mark walking back in the background. Lumets out before the start. Team Gamoto with MP Motorsport have lost one of their mini stars here this afternoon. Lumets, grid 13 is empty. We try again for the third time. Xavi Lazzaro from Portugal, from the very western side of Europe, living right on the Atlantic Ocean, the second generation racer for the 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi. There's Isaac Yoon, the South Korean, out of grid 35. Elton smack into the back of XLNP1. Mason out of 2. The Swede wants to get on with it. He's been pushed in turn by the WSK Open Series champion Sten Ratajski. XLP1. We race. Lazzaro goes through to lead from the Swede. Elton into second, just ahead of Sten Ratajski. Mason back to 4. Ratajski swoops around the outside. But it's Xavi Lazzaro, who won at Sano 2 weeks ago, who takes the race lead. They race down the pit straight on a greasy circuit for the first of 9 times here today. Lazzaro leads. Stan goes through, takes Headforce. Good start from Moscardi. We're looking for LDP, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, the Roman now with the Kiddix driver performance team in 5:01, stand in second place. There's Moscardi in P5. The field go down through the chicane for the first time. Mazepin on the outside. Pujol also the second French driver for the Tony Kart racing team. Hilton on the outside, Moscardi just behind. Petticoat has made up a ton of times off the start, positions off the start. That's he on your screen in P3. Head force, now under attack from Moscardi. Robertson back to 6, so Lazaro leads. Petticoat on the back of Stan, the two WSK champions. And Petticoat, Il Bergamasquino goes by and takes Sten Ratajski for second place. The baby race Paralympic opportunity standing up on 3 wheels. Lazaro trying to go 2 in a row for the DR Racing Car team. Petticoat in second. There's Moscardi from head force. Petticoat, slight error on the exit, works the wheel. Stan is not letting Nicolau get away, who himself is trying to catch the Portuguese driver who won 2 weeks ago at Sano. Javi Lazaro goes wide. Does Lazaro. Petticoat puts it down the inside. Il Bergamasquino takes the race lead. Lazaro, slight error, will respond. Fires it down the inside. Petticoat's got grip on the outside of the circuit. Italy, Portugal, France, 1, 2, and 3. There's Moscardi in the background. LKE powered Lenzo kart. It's the Kart Republic now for team driver. The clear visor on the new Aero helmet for Nicolau Petticoat. Works the steering wheel. Slight wheel spin, slight drift from Xavi Lazaro in the background. There's Sten Ratajski. Moscardi head force. Gorun, Pujol, Robertson down to 8. Yanni and Leon Shibitze from the 8th row of the grid, now up in the 10th place, ahead of LDP. Runs very wide, but knows the grip is out there off the circuit. Petticoat, Lazaro, Sten Ratajski. Here's Moscardi. Elton still in P5, ahead of Victor. Jeannot, Mason in 8. Leon Chilite and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, first time with the Kiddix driver performance team. Started 10, and that's exactly where the Roman runs. Half race distance. Javi Lazaro just loses ever so slightly. Coming down the hill through the chicane. Ratajski, Moscardi, head force. Over the ripple strip, sideways on the exit for XL. Ratajski, WSK Open Series champion 2024 at Le Conca. The French driver for Team Baby races. Petticoat works the wheel, misses the apex, slight correction, and XL back P1. Lazaro be side by side across the line. The DR Racing Team driver back in the top spot. Watch the launch, watch the wide line. Lazaro leads in. Petticoat in second. Sten Ratajski trying to drag himself into this battle. Just clips the ripple strip. The track is 10 meters wide. Virtually undefendable as Petticoat slips up the inside. Gets traction, gets track position. Takes back P1. Lap 5 of 9, the mini under 10, a mini Group 3 final. Here's Ratajski. He's 1.1 seconds back, sideways down through the chicane. We'll check the gap for the Frenchman as they fight. He'll catch them. Nicolau back to Javier. Loses time out of the final corner. There's Ratashki. Still Moscardi and head fours in 4 and 5. The gap half a second. That was costly in that final sector. Three and a half laps remaining. Head force coming under attack from Victor Goduna and Jean Pujol in the background. Nicola Pericol can sleep in his own bed as he races here this weekend at South Garda Karting, the centre of the karting universe, and also for the next round of the championship at Franciacorta in 2 weeks' time. He lives just up the road in nearby Bergamo. That's why we call him Il Bergamaschino. Javi Lázaro from the western coast of Portugal. And Stan Ratashki from France. Moscardi, Victor Garoon, the Romanian, has gone by and taken head force for P5. Three laps to race. The gap stays half a second. Blashe Kosheva, whose teammate does lead. The pole has just set the fastest sector of the entire race. He's in P10. Just got by Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Has just gone quicker than anybody in the middle part of the race. He's behind Robertson. Mason falls back to 9. This is round 3 of 5, the 2025 WSK Supermaster Series. As it stands now, the gap out to almost a second. Javi Lázaro, 248 points, would lead. Nicola Pericol, 236. And then David Moscardi on 112 points going into the penultimate round of Franciacorta in a fortnight from now. Lázaro more concerned with taking back P1. The gap came down slightly in that sector. Two laps to race, 0.8 of a second. It's looking good for Pericol, who also won a week ago in the warm-up race, in Trofeo Primavera. Javi Lázaro has stood on the podium 6 times in either second or third place. He won 2 weeks ago at Sano for the first time, and it looks as though it's going to be a 7th WSK podium, not standing on the top step. The gap exactly 1 second. Here's Ratashki. Moscardi and Victor Garoon. Down a couple of tenths, but time's running out. We are about to start the last lap of the race. Team driver DR Racing Car race. 1.1 seconds, 1.2 kilometers to race. 2025 he starts with team driver of David DeLucchi. Lives not more than half an hour from the most famous kart racing circuit in the world, South Garda Karting. Javi Lázaro leans into the pit hairpin for the final time. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. It's Il Bergamaschino in P1. Lázaro, 1.3 seconds behind. Safe in second, but will be bitterly disappointed not to stand on the top step. Throws the DR car down through the chicane. From Italy for team driver, the second generation racer. Into the final corner, locks up, slight error, but he's got enough gap. The final corner, the checkered flag is about to wave for the team driver, Il Bergamaschino. Nicola Pericol wins round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. XL P2 and stand in third place. There's Moscardi, Victor, Jean Pujol, Chalitze, Kosheva, Mason, overtakes Elton on the last lap of the race. The Swede in P10. Petticoat Nicolo wins round 3 here at South Garda Karting. We take a look at the highlights of Mini Group 3 final. Xavi Lazaro from pole position led the field down into turn 1. It was a sensational start for Nicolo Petticoat, who by the end of the first lap was up into P3. Went by Stan Ratajski for second place. Set off after the Sano race winner, who defended, was passed for second place. Xavi going back through to P1. Petticoat just shadowing him. Back into second. And then Petticoat retook the lead, which he would not be denied, and takes victory by 1.4 seconds over the Portuguese DR driver. Petticoat wins round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Xavi Lazaro home in P2 and Stan Ratajski on the podium in third place. Moscardi P4, Victor Grun 5, Pujol, Shalice, Kosheva, Mason Robertson 9, Elton Head 4s disappointed to miss the podium, but the Swede caps a great weekend in P10. We continue racing here this afternoon. We'll go straight into the OK Junior final. Still the track wet here. 401 drivers from 56, in fact, technically 57 nations around the world here. 14 laps, slightly reduced due to the rainy conditions here. 7 degrees. Slight precipitation. We are ready to race the OK Junior final, round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Eiley Christian will start on pole position. Canadian Tony Kart Racing team driver on their home circuit. Alpine F1 Academy team driver. Ominously though, let's hope not for his sake, started on pole at La Conca and missed the podium. He'll be hoping that's not the case here this afternoon. Just a moment or two away from the OK Junior Karts, 36 of them to come out onto the circuit. Dean Hugendorn taking pole position on Friday. The Sano race winner. On a dry circuit. 56 drivers. Originally in OKJ. Down to the final 36. Last time out at Sano. It was Hugendorn from Baglin at Prema Racing 1-2. And Will Green, the Williams F1 Academy Junior. First WSK podium for the Brit in third place. So Eiley Christian will lead 36 OK Junior drivers out onto a greasy, wet, cold track here at South Garda Karting. Iskander Zulfikari will start out at grid 2. The championship currently looks like this. 208 points to Hugendorn, 153 to Baglan, and Ali Christian 137. This is the grid for the OK Junior final. It's the Canadian and the Turk on the front row of the grid, both in OTK carts. Lucas Ellis for Victory Lane out of 3. El Peruviano. Mariano Lopez out of 4. Devon in 311. Noah out of grid 16. The Dutchman 7. Turner Brown, Drew Waltz split by the Russian Ilya Badeshkin. Bosco Arias for Ricky Flynn Motorsport is alongside the boy from Brazil, Augusto Toniolo, Viapiana, Mazzola, Oxteen and Billy C. Samchik, Will Green back on 18, Henry Domain and Jal out of grid 20. Kvararfinan, Michael McCoy, the Leconca race winner. Martina Rumlenova, Lucas Goodman, Pilipenko, Arata Endo, Matteo Rivals, Bruno Priam, Oliver Warner and Alex Malotta. Jesse Phillips, former OKN Junior World Cup champion. BBS, Carl Nellegård, Stenek out of 34, Savary Dudkowski and Matthias Dixon out of grid 36. A gloomy, dreary day, just 7 degrees Celsius here in the north of Italy. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. Ali Christian from Canada for the Tony Kart Racing team on pole position. Iskander from Istanbul in Turkey for Forza Racing out of grid 2. We race. Iskander misses the start badly. The car did not fire coming out of the final corner. He knew it. The arm was in the air, but we went green anyhow. And it's the green machine who leads. Yes, pun intended. Ali Christian for the Tony Kart Racing team from pole position, P1. Great start from Lucas Ellis into P2 as the field gently, gingerly make their way down the back straight into the big hairpin for the first time. The right-hand side of the grid missing the start. Lopez, Baglan, Brown and Drew Waltz. The left side, not too bad at all. Team Hugendorn going on through. He is the championship leader. He's the Sano race winner. He's on the back of the Kart Republic. Just ahead, 310, Drew Waltz. 311 is his brother, Devon. Cops a tap in the back from the Chetila Kart Republic of Viapiana. There's the news that Turner Brown did not want to see. Under investigation. The American currently in P8. Hugendorn straight under brakes and then stands on it in the 302 Prema. Goes by Devon for third place. Ali Christian, Lucas Ellis goes wide on the exit but gets the engine RPM, the grip, the traction. Hugendorn sets out after the French and Canadian drivers. Devon, we go back to Viapiana, Oxteen, Turner Brown under investigation. Badeshkin, Samchik, Baglan, Toniolo, Drew Waltz, Zulfikari back in P13. The rain is getting heavier now here at Lonato. The Canadian still leads. Turner Brown under investigation, scrap that. 3-second penalty to the American. Now it is raining heavily. Iskander Zulfikari crossed the line in position 13. Ali Christian led from pole position at Leconca, but ultimately missed the podium. Will not want to repeat that mistake. There's Dean Hugendorn, Sano race winner, championship leader, as the field race down the hill. Oxteen from Florida in the United States in the CRG. P6, Romik Samchik up into 7 from grid 17. Zulfikari still down there in position 12. Lap 4 of 14, the OK Junior final. The gentle precipitation which has plagued us all morning has now turned into light rain, has Luca for the Victory Lane team. Puts in a 65.833. A cold, wet, miserable day here in the north of Italy for round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. That was the card of Henry Domain. He has retired, as has Ludovico Mazzola. Martino Romlenova and Matthias Stigson are all out. Zulfikari P13. Luca Scheles looking good. The Kart Republic for Team Victory Lane behind the Vortex-powered Tony Kart. The newly homologated 2025 Racer 401T chassis. The Vortex engine. It's the Miami-powered Kart Republics in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But the green machine of the Canadian leads. Rooster tails the spray now. Keeps the wheel as straight as possible. Luca Scheles leans back. The Victory Lane Kart Republic, the team of Nico Martins, whose younger brother Victor, the 2016 World Champion. Of course, that was back in Bahrain with VDK Racing, announced for another season in the FIA Formula 2 Championship. Alpine F1 test driver is Victor these days. Former competitor in WSK, of course, world champion, and back for the 2025 Formula 2 season. His older brother Nico running the world-class Victory Lane team. They're running in 2nd place with Luca. It's the field race down the hill. There's Green going through with Tognolo, Zhao, Kalija, Lopez, McCoy, Phillips, Bosco, Arias. They are not having a good afternoon here. 2 on your screen certainly are. We are approaching half race distance. The OK Junior final. Eiley Christian wipes the visor. Luca leans, trying to get all possible grip and visibility as well, for that matter. Closing right up to the back of Eiley Christian now, and looks behind Luca Scheles, who narrowly missed the podium in the WSK Final Cup at the end of 2024, finishing in P4. Now he is on the podium and potentially about to stand on the top step. We start lap 7 of 14. There's Hugendorn in P3. We go back to the 10th of November last year, in fact it was. First round of the WSK Final Cup, Luca finishing in P4. That was at this very circuit. Just missing the podium there. Also racing in the French Championship. Actually raced the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy last year at Le Mans. Finished 4th in that race as well. He's missed the podium too many times. Now being caught by Dean Hugendorn. He comes, the Dutchman, Hugendorn. Luca launches down the inside, and the Victory Lane driver goes on through to P1. Eiley Christian back to 2nd. Hugendorn. Here comes the Williams F1 Academy Junior. Luca Scheles leads the OK Junior final here in the pouring rain at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. Hugendorn goes down the inside. The Sano race winner, the championship leader, the Williams F1 Academy Junior, now up into P2. A quick look at the virtual championship at this halfway point of the series. We'll get back to that in a moment because Dean is attacking the back of Luca. The Prema Racing 302 Kart Republic coming on strong. Eiley Christian in the Tony Kart watching on this battle. Hugendorn about to launch on the inside. Now he's on the outside. So close to the back of the Victory Lane Kart Republic. As we start lap 9 of 14, Eiley Christian has a long look back over his shoulder. Back to Devon in 311, Viapiana, Baglin, Oxteen, Endo, Drew Waltz, Lucas Bonhomme, Bereshkin, Zulfikari. What could have been for the Turk, still stuck down in P12. Dean around the outside. They go wheel to wheel, the two Kart Republics. Up the hill, Luca turns in. Watch the cut back. Dean the Dutchman. Hugendorn goes through. Luca's now back on the inside. Superb racing. Watch Eiley Christian try to split the two Kart Republics in the factory Tony Karts. They almost drive each other into the grass. Luca on the inside, Luca on the outside. Dean leads. Here comes the Canadian. Five laps to race. Hugendorn leads, trying to go 2 from 2. Arata Endo for Ward Racing in P8 has driven outstandingly. He started 26. Arata Endo has passed 18 karts in 10 laps in the pouring rain here at South Garda Karting, and goes purple. Bosco Adius has just eclipsed it though with a 105.536. Just getting back to the virtual championship as it stands right now. There is 100 points between Hugendorn and Noah Baglin, who's still there in P5, going into Franciacorta for the penultimate round in 2 weeks' time. Hugendorn 278 points, Baglin 178, and Eiley Christian currently P3 and P3 in the championship on 177 points. So now Luca looks back behind to Eiley Christian. Hugendorn, look at the line from the Prema Racing team driver on lap 11 of 14 on a gloomy day at this world-famous South Garda karting circuit built by the Corberti family back in 1988. Round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series for 2025. JP goes fastest now. P13 from the back of the grid. That's outstanding. 31st up into 13th. 3-2-1 for Fusion Motorsport. Jesse Phillips, former junior World Cup champion. 65.456, some consolation. Ironically, coming up behind, would you believe, Iskander Zulfikari, who from grid 2, missing the start, is back in 12th place. Here's Baglin, 301. 5th in the race, 2nd in the championship. To this driver on your screen, his Prema Racing teammate, Dean Hugendorn. Dean with a 105.415 now. Luca, a good second back. Eiley Christian, still on the podium in 3rd place. Now standing water from the light rain, which will not let up here at South Garda Karting. Baglin has gone by Devon for P4. The rest of the field go down through. That was Zulfikari Phillips, Toniolo, Brown, Bosco Arias back to the race leader. 2.4 kilometres to race for Dean Hugendorn. The gap last time 1.4 seconds, stays the same, another purple lap. Standing up on three wheels, down through turn 2. Throws it with confidence down into turn 3. The Prema Kart Republic reacting superbly. The Victory Lane Kart Republic in second, skates under brakes. Eiley Christian starting from pole position, looking as though he'll miss the victory, but still some consolation with third place here today. The list of retirements, incidentally, now include Kalija, Green, both with podiums in the first few rounds of the series. They're out along with Pilapenko. Fusion Motorsport teammates, Samjic, Lopez, Van Staveren is out. Mazzola, Domain, Martino Rumenova and Matthias Dixon down to 26 of the original 36 starters. Dean Hugendorn started grid 7, but now he's about to start die laatste Runde in der erste Position. Flatlines the ripple strip over turn 1. 1.8 seconds clear, puts in a 65.232. He's enjoying this. He throws it down into the pit hairpin. Looks back behind him. That was actually a purple sector over the ripple strip. The Williams F1 Academy Junior. Already a WSK champion. A superstar talent. 3 corners remain. He won at Sano. He's about to go 2 in a row. He takes the championship lead to Franciacorta in 2 weeks' time. Van der Netherlands, the Williams F1 Academy Junior driver for the Prema Racing Team in the Kart Republic, rounds the final corner and the checkered flag does wave. Dean the Dutchman goes 2 from 2. Hugendorn wins again. Luca delighted with second place and Eiley Christian on the podium in third. Hugendorn wins at South Garda Karting, round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Dean is dominant in the pouring rain. He takes a fantastic victory, underlined by the fastest lap of the race, a 105.146 on his 14th and final lap. Bruno Priam crosses the line. There's Zdeněk Babacek. Alex Malotta, the final finisher, in 24th place. 36 starters, 12 retirements. The highlights of the OK Junior final. Eiley Christian from pole position led the field down into turn 1 as Iskander Zulfikari missed the start from grid 2. Luca Scheles going by Eiley Christian. The victory lane of Prema Kart Republic's fighting for the lead. Eiley Christian in the Tony Kart tried to drag himself into the battle, could not quite do it. Luca fighting back on Dean. This was the move that won the race for the second week in a row. Hugendorn on the outside, briefly back into second, but then took the lead, which he would not relinquish, all the way to the checkered flag. Hugendorn takes victory and the championship lead into Franciacorta in 2 weeks' time. Dean Hugendorn wins round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Lucas Scheles for victory lane in second place. Eiley Christian third. Baglan fourth and second in the series. Waltz, that's Devon, Rata Endo. And then the Americans Asher Oxteen, Drew Waltz, head of Bereshkan and Iskander Zulfikari in P10. Great drive from JP Phillips from 31 to finish in P11. Dean the Dutchman, Hugendorn, will stand on the podium, the top step for the second week in a row. The podium for round 3, the WSK Supermasters Series in OK Junior here at Lonato. For the Tony Kart Racing Team, the Alpine F1 Academy Junior. In third place from Canada, Eiley Christian. Second place from France for the Victory Lane Team, Luca Cheles. He won at Sarno and he wins here in the pouring rain here at Lonato as well this afternoon. The Williams F1 Academy Junior driver for the Prema Racing Team. For the second week in a row, winner of the WSK Supermaster Series from the Netherlands, Dean Hugenton. And representing the winning team, Prema Racing Kart Republic, Guillermo Francescon. Third place to the Canadian Eiley Christian. Second place from France, Luca Cheles. The winner of round 3, again, the WSK Supermaster Series from the Netherlands, Dean the Dutchman Hugenton. And representing Prema Racing, Guillermo Francescon. The national anthem of the Netherlands. The podium for round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. Third place from Canada, Eiley Christian. Second from France, Luca Cheles. Dean the Dutchman Hugenton wins again in OKJ. Stay with us on WSK.IT, the OK Final, live from Lonato in just a moment. Back here at South Garter Karting, as the rain continues to lightly fall, we are ready for the OK Final. The Italians starting at 1-2 on the grid as the karts come out onto the circuit. This is the grid. Martinez on pole, Pavan out of grid 2, Kostoyer and Werrell on the second row. Zach, the Leconca race winner. The Glaswegian alongside JP out of 6. Lev Krutogolov, who won the pre-final this morning, and DVL out of grid 8. Gino Rocchio and the Sano race winner, Filippo Sala out of 10. Jensen Burnett, Sebastian Mins, Vladimir Ivanikov, Jakub Mikalev, Chartier, Pechichka, Luke Korda, and Noah Wolf out of 18. Kuklane, Genda, Rafalik, Alpak Soy, Rocco Coronel, and the former KZ1 world champion Victor Gustafsson back in OK. Shiseni, Shinmark, Kaczynski, Kiara Batig, Gus Lawrence, and Dean Pedersen out of grid 30. Henriksen, Scott Marsh, Beko Bernaldi, RK out of 34. Zhao, and the driver from New Zealand, Oscar de Petto, out of grid 36. Yes, that is correct. Dries van Langendonk, the centre of your screen, is the championship leader at this halfway point of the 2025 WSK Supermaster Series. But it's the Italians on the front row of the grid. Remember, Pavan won at this circuit at the end of 2024 in the WSK Final Cup. The OK Final here in the rain. The Supermaster Series at Lonato. No chance that time. The winner could really come, I know it's a cliche, from anywhere here, particularly with these conditions. Everyone on the LeConte wet tyre. Kart Republic, Tony Kart, the front row of the grid. Kostoya, who was lightning quick. The GFR Tune TM engine on the Paralin. That was in the dry. He's also been quick in the few wet heats we have had. Starts inside, second row. Lewis Werrell, 229 for Forza Racing. We know the kid from Lincolnshire in the Kings England is lightning quick as well. That's Zach, the Scotsman. Alongside Jindrik Peschel. Martinez leads the field up to the line. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series, right here at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting. We race. Lewis launches to the inside, goes by Kostoya, who falls back to 4, falls back to 5, almost falls off the road. Zach in the middle of the pack. Drummond is back into 9th position as Martinez leads. Look at TVL down the inside. Dries van Langendonk sends it on Sebastian. Buffon on the outside, the Belgian on the inside, and the McLaren F1 Junior goes through to P2. Martinez leads nicely in the opening stages of the OK Final here at South Garda Karting. Down the hill, Werrell, Pavan sideways and spectacular. Head of Jindrik Peschel for the Tony Kart Racing team. Pavan goes by, retakes the place from Lewis Werrell. Dries van Langendonk goes wheel to wheel with Jacopo Martinez. There's grip on the outside of the circuit. He shoots back, but almost runs out of road. Martinez, P1. Dries cops a tap in the back from Sebastiano as they race across the line for the first time. Martinez leads from Pavan. Dries van Langendonk, Lewis Werrell for Forza Racing. Lev Krutogolov, the 4-time Ukrainian champion, searching for grip on the outside of the circuit. Skates it like a WRC car. That's the Energy Kinetic. He won the pre-final this morning. Watch the Ukrainian, the Belgian back up the inside. Jacopo Martinez is escaping as they fight for second place. Van Langendonk, the former junior world champion, forced out wide by Sebastiano. Over the ripple strip, sideways on the exit. Werrell in the background, Kostoya. Lev Krutogolov launches down the inside. We told you to watch out for the Ukrainian. He is flying in these conditions. On the back of Kostoya. Team manager Simone Sorio watching on his young charger who finished on the podium in Las Vegas at the end of 2024 in the Super Nationals. Lev Krutogolov has just gone by and taken the Lekonka race winner, Zach Drummond. Here's Wirral from Kostoya. Krutogolov now in P6, Drummond, Peschel, Noah Wolf. Incredible start from Alpaksoy, the Turk, who missed the last round of the championship through injury. The Premier Racing driver from Istanbul, from Grid 22, is now inside the top 10. Alpaksoy is flying. Filippo Sala, who won at Sano with that incredible last lap, last corner move, has not had a good start. That's the Italian coming down the hill now. He's in P12, head of Rocco Coronel, who himself, the Red Bull Junior, has made an incredible start, now up into P13. Likewise for Victor Gustafsson, the former KZ World Champion, back in OK, he had a fever. Should have been in hospital. It was up to 40 degrees on Thursday. Bravely, courageously still raced. Victor Gustafsson under the weather, so to speak, no pun intended. Victor Gustafsson now in P14. To be frank, he's been as sick as a dog all week, but he's still quick. Martinez leads. There is Lev Krutogolov, who has just gone by and taken Lewis Wirral. The energy driver is the one to watch. Pavan Kostoya. This is only lap 4 of 16. 1/4 race distance. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series here at South Garda Karting. Kostoya spectacular. Under attack from the Ukrainian. Pavan 232 for the Ward Racing team. The abandoned cart of Gus Lawrence on the infield, along with that of Yuri Bachichka, Zhao, and Roman Kamyab, they're all out. LK on the back of Christian. Drummond just behind. Rooster tails of spray now from the persistent rain which has fallen all day here at South Garda Karting. There's Pavan in third place. So it's Jacobo from Dries, Sebastiano, Kostoya, Lev Krutogolov, back to Zach Drummond. Wirral and Wolf. The Scotsman ahead of the two Englishmen, trying to take some sort of revenge for their narrow 1-point loss in the Rugby Six Nations last night at Twickenham. England beating Scotland, but now it's the Glaswegian just ahead of Noah Wolf and Lewis Wirral, the two Englishmen behind the Scotsman, but it's the Italian who leads. Martinez 1 second clear of Dries van Langendonk. Pavan on the back of the former junior world champion, the McLaren F1 junior. The Belgian with Italians ahead and behind. Kart Republic 1-2, Sebastian into the back of Dries. Kostoya, Lev Krutogolov. 4 and 5. Tries to hook the front right over the ripple strip into turn 2. Does Jacobo, searching for grip. Now he defends. Dries looks back behind to Sebastiano. Into the back of the Chetila Racing Kart Republic. Pavan with an 06.689, 20 seconds of their qualifying time here. Drummond taking pole position 48 hours ago on a dry circuit. The Scotsman for Fusion Motorsport still in 6th place. Credit also, as we look at the leaders, to Wolf, Aksoy, Kornda, just behind Wirral, Rocco Coronel. They've all driven super races. As Dries on the outside, as Sebastiano, look at him search for grip. The Tony Kart briefly into 2, back to 3rd, as DVL gets the engine RPM. Martinez is superb. Kostoya's catching though. Pavan with an 06.689, still fastest on track. Just over a second back to the Spaniard. The Italians 1 and 3, the Belgian in second. Drummond has taken Krutogol off. Zach back into P5. Also fifth in the championship, the virtual championship. Going into the fourth penultimate round of the championship at Franciacorta in a fortnight from now. The long-range weather forecast for 2 weeks, well, we haven't even bothered to look. We certainly hope, we pray it's a sunny winter's day when we go to Franciacorta in 2 weeks' time for the fourth round of the 2025 WSK Supermaster Series. This is the third round. Martinez just superb out front, withstanding incredible pressure from Sebastiano Pavan for Ward Racing, who took a brilliant, dominant victory at this very circuit just 3 months ago in the penultimate race of 2024. Has Costoya zapped down the inside. Drummond trying to go on through. Has done so. Krutogolov follows him through. Pavan briefly into second. He'll lose it on the exit. Drummond now into fourth place. So if Costoya can't attack the leading trio, we'll see what the Scotsman can do. Krutogolov goes by Costoya. Noah Wolf, superb. Van Amersfoort racing together with Biralat. Aksoy. Alp from Istanbul in Turkey. Alp from Grid 22 in P8. And Rocco Coronel started a place behind on the grid and is a place behind on the track ahead of Luke Corner and the former KZ World Champion, Victor Gustafsson. Drummond is catching up to the back of Sebastiano Pavan, and he's got more than enough time. There's Krutogolov in the background. The track is treacherous. Zach looks back to find the Ukrainian and the Spaniard fighting amongst themselves. Dries just nudges ever so slightly, just moved him in NASCAR parlance. Now they go side by side down the straight. DVL on the outside, Martinez holds him off. They touch, watch Pavan. Sebastiano will try and launch it. Martinez, how long can he resist? Here comes Zach. Drummond, the Leconca race winner, looks behind him back to Krutogolov, who wipes the visor. Martinez is still in P1. Pavan now back into second. Here comes the Scotsman for Fusion Motorsport. Grip on the outside, he's been doing on that all race. Dries van Langendonk sideways down the hill into the chicane. He's surely going to make contact. Pavan's off the road. Here comes Zach. That's Krutogolov. Martinez, how did he withstand the challenge? He's still in the lead. Drummond's right there. Krutogolov, P5, senses a podium here. Drummond will get the run. He'll go wheel to wheel with Dries van Langendonk, who tries to feed him a wheel. Now the Italians 1 and 2. Martinez incredibly in P1. Drummond down the inside, over the ripple strip. The Zach attack. Glasgow's Zach Drummond, the Leconca race winner. Now up onto the podium. Dries van Langendonk's in the grass. Holds onto it. Krutogolov's right there. What a race in the pouring rain here at South Garda Karting. Zach back to P5 after briefly going into third. Now has to defend from the Ukrainian, who's here to fight for the podium. Lev Krutogolov, Drummond, Costoya, Wolf, Aksoy, Rocco Coronel. Then we go to Luke Corner, German junior champion for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. ahead of the former KZ World Champion Victor Gustafsson, who rounds out the 10. Pavan on the inside, now he's on the outside. Sebastiano leads. Side by side as they race up the straight. Miami versus TM. Kart Republic versus Tony Kart. This is anybody's race. DBL still in P3, back to Zach. Drummond looks back to Krutogolov. What a drive from Noah Wolf. Noah in 6th place from grid 18 as the two Italians fight. Drummond around the outside of Van Langendonk. The leaders are sideways as he's in the background. Sebastiano, what a move around the outside. The Ward Racing Tony Kart takes the lead. Now he defends, puts the kart in the middle of the circuit, gets track position. This is a fantastic race. The OK final, round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series here at Lonato. Martinez back in the lead. He turns him around. Oh, no. He keeps the right foot buried. Martinez, who has defended for 13 of 16 laps, comes together with Pavan. Dries van Langendonk has gone through to take the lead. Drummond second, Krutogolov is third. Sebastiano. Wow, the two Italians came together. Look at this. Smack into the back of Jacobo. The big don't argue. Kept the right foot buried. Front left into right rear. Martinez turned around and he's out. Van Langendonk leads. No, I did not say win. Look who's in second. Came down to the final corner. At Sarno. And it may well do so here this afternoon. Drummond. Oh, he cops a tap from Lev Krutogolov. Oh, that was not pretty. Inadvertently, sure. The Ukrainian on the back of the Scotsman, the Belgian in P1, the McLaren F1 Junior, Krutogolov, the Energy Kinetic kart. On the outside of the Fusion Motorsport, Scottish driver Zach Drummond into the pit hairpin. This is the third last lap. The gap is 0.6 of a second. Back to Drummond, who now finds some momentum. That was costly, that tap from the Ukrainian on the back of the Scotsman. The Belgian leads. Look at Noah in the background. Wolf and Axoy have both driven superbly, as has Rocco Coronel. Both Alp and the Dutch Red Bull Junior Rocco Coronel have both made up 17 places. Drummond searching for grip. 2 laps to race next time round. Goes in deep under brakes. What a race here, round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. Zach keeps the kart straight, gets a clean run on the exit. Here in the pouring rain, looks back behind to the Ukrainian who wipes the visor. Wolf is just a step off the podium. Noah Lupo, superb. Krutogolov on the outside. He's been doing that all race, he's found grip. The gap, half a second. The penultimate lap, the OK final. Here at the center of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. Dries van Langendonk is the championship leader. He's the race leader as well. Drummond closes up in that sector. The Scottish flag proudly displayed on the top of his helmet. As we said after his win at La Conca, he is British, but don't dare call him English. The Glaswegian from Scotland in second for Fusion Motorsport. On the back of the Belgian, the McLaren F1 Junior. Krutogolov for the moment on the podium in P3. His second WSK podium it would be. Up the inside, this is it. The Belgian versus the Scotsman for victory in round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. The gap down to 0.2, you can see it's nothing. here in the pouring rain at the centre of the karting universe. South Garda karting Lonato. Van Langendonk, Drummond, back to Kurutugolov. Rocco is not out of this either if the leaders come together. Out of the pit hairpin for the final time. The former junior world champion, P1 for the Premier Racing team. This is where Zach's quick. On the outside, he will send it. You know the move is coming up. Dries looks back to Zach. Here comes the Scotsman. Down through the chicane for the final time. Kurutugolov too far back to attack at the moment. Zach in second. 3 corners remaining, 2 corners remaining. Surely Van Langendonk will do this. A slight tap into the penultimate corner. Watch him white line it. A touch again. They come across the line side by side. DVL wins. Dries Van Langendonk wins a spectacular final. Dries Van Langendonk wins here at South Garda karting, round 3 of the Supermaster Series. Zach Drummond, what a drive to second. Kurutugolov left on the podium in 3rd place. What a race. Dries Van Langendonk from Belgium, the former junior world champion, the McLaren F1 Junior, wins a spectacular final here at Lonato. The highlights of the OK final here in the pouring rain. Jacopo Martinez led, withstood the pressure right from the start. A fabulous fight for second in the opening stages between Lewis Werrell, Sebastiano Pavan and Dries Van Langendonk. The leading trio pulling away. The 2 Italians with the Belgian, the 2 Card Republics with the Ward Racing Tony Kart. Martinez withstanding the pressure as Zach Drummond came carving through the field. This moment, down through the chicane, both off the road, and the Italians Pavana around the outside, outstanding that move. And then this into the back, side by side, front left to right rear. Martinez turned around and was out. Dries Van Langendonk takes a spectacular victory here at South Garda karting. He wins round 3 of the series and has a lead of 98 points going into Franciacorta in 2 weeks' time. Zach Drummond, second is the Scotsman. Lev Kurutugolov in 3rd place. Brilliant drives from Wolf and Aksoy and Elliot Koshinski. What about Rocco Coronel? From so far on the back of the grid, we couldn't even see him through the spray off the start. Kostoy, Gustafsson, and a great weekend rounded off in P10 for the Maltese driver, Jakub Mikalev. Dries Van Langendonk wins round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series and will stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment. The podium for the OK final as they cross the line is not how they finished. Post-race scrutineering and multiple drivers not passing and penalties handed down, particularly for the front spoiler out of place. With that, he crossed the line in P1, but with the penalty applied. In third place, the McLaren Junior for the Prema Racing team from Belgium, Dries van Langedonk. Second place, the Ukrainian for the Energy Corsa Racing team, Lev Krutkolov. Not the way he probably would have wanted to do it, but a win is still a win. He won at Le Conca. He wins here at Lonato. The winner of round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series for Fusion Motorsport from Scotland, Zach Drummond. And representing the winning team, Fusion Motorsport, Neil Doran. In third place from Belgium, Dries van Langedonk. Second place from Ukraine, Lev Krutkolov. The winner of round 3 of the WSK Supermasters Series, it's the Glaswegian, Zach Drummond. And Neil Doran representing Fusion Motorsport. The national anthem of the United Kingdom. Podium for OK, round 3 the WSK Supermaster Series, third place Dries van Langedonk, second place Lev Krutkolov, and the winner again from Glasgow in Scotland for Fusion Motorsport, Zach Drummond. Stay with us on WSK.IT, the OKN Junior Final, live from Lonato. The rain continues to fall here at Lonato as the OKN Junior Karts come out onto a very wet circuit for the OKN Junior Final. Albert Tam starts from pole position alongside the American Lucas Palacios, Staciones, Rocco Simone, the French-Chinese driver Zach Zhu, Joël Carrère in the EKS kart, Legenki, Kria, Nikita Botek, and Nicholas Stanley, who won the pre-final this morning. Sebastian Rydell on row 6 alongside Joël Girardello. Seva Osachi Shuslovsky, who finished second at Sano 2 weeks ago. Michele Orlando, he won in Sano. Feligione, Chikorachki, Mani Novellini, Gabriele Giacomelli, Mäkinen, and Solukotsev. Felipe Sanchez, Manuel Martufi, Victoria Farfus, Teo Polican, Dondi, Bednar, Kotyaev, Sebastian alongside Gautier, Van Eman for Innovate Competition, and Cher at a grid 30. Franciszek Bal, Alan Jakobiak, the poles together with Julia Angelard for Jastrebski Racing Piragua, Norbert Plaszczewski, and Marat Zvadic, the tie on the final row of the grid. The OKN Junior Final, Albert Tam on pole position in the pouring rain. We race. Neue Stazione shoots up the inside, but then spins on the exit. And he's not the only one, a complete 360. Twice, further back in the pack. Lucas takes the lead. Albert Tam down the inside, runs into the back of the American. We'll pick up who those drivers were for you. They have continued on, a couple of them. Zvadic at the back of the pack. Staciones going around. Lucas Palacio in the race lead. They come down the hill for the first time. We go back to Rocco Simone in third place. And El Madrileño, Nicholas Stanley, senses his opportunity for a victory here this afternoon. Aaron Cree going right round as Nicholas Stanley moves on by the Henza car. El Madrileño 720. MP Motorsport together with Tengamoto. We complete lap one in the pouring rain. Lucas Palacio leads the way. Tam, Stanley, Simone, Nikita Botte, Zakshu, Girardello, Cicaracci, Orlando, and Lenny Mackinnon ahead of Seva inside the top 10. Great start from both Victoria Farfus and Teo Polican. Have both collectively, actually not collectively, both made up 11 positions each, respectively. Victoria now in P11. Teo Polican in P12. As Nicholas Stanley drives down the inside, and the American into second place. Here's Nikita Botte going down through the chicane. Here's the first Ukrainian, Seva, who finished second on the podium at Sano. A few positions further back. Albert Tam, the Swiss Estonian. 722, 727 is the Canadian Rocco Simone. We've already had one Canadian podium today with Eiley Christian in OKJ. We may get a second with Rocco, who's now in P4. Look at the speed from Nicholas Stanley, though. The Spanish-born American for the Sicilian team Gamoto, together with the Dutch MP Motorsport team, drives down the outside. His countryman, P1, Lucas Palacio. Last year in 60 Mini, now he leads in OKNJ in the WSK Supermaster Series. He goes wide. Nicholas Stanley driving superbly. And the drivers from the United States of America go 1-2. Tam, Nikita Botte goes through. It's the blue and yellow 704 LKE powered Lenzo kart. Palacio, Iami powered Kart Republic. And Stanley in the TM powered 720 Henza kart. The newly homologated 2025 Henza kart. Tam, Botte, Rocco Simone, Zakshu, Mackinnon, who's just set three purple sectors in the rain. The Finn from 19th up to 7th, and a 68.6. He's a second faster than the leaders. Lenny Mackinnon for LA Motorsport into 7th. And faster than the two Americans who go 1-2 in the pouring rain. here in the north of Italy. Lucas Palacio from Washington, D.C. He is the championship leader. He won the first round of the championship, the Williams F1 Academy Junior. He won at La Conca. It's the Spanish-born American, Nicholas Stanley, in second place. You just got a glimpse of the 770 Innovate competition, Tony Kart. Aman, unfortunately, after a great weekend, the Swiss driver is out. He's not the only one. Legenki's out. Staciones after that first lap spin. Ger and Sebastian Kotiev. Mäkinen, a 68, 555. LA Motorsport, he's up to P5. Mäkinen is flying. The Americans 1 and 2 in the pouring rain. Back to the Swiss Estonian Albert Tam. Mäkinen has got by Nikita Botte. Lenny Mäkinen, LA Motorsport on the back of Albert Tam for the Modern Kart team. Lenny 718, Albert 722. Lenny's taken him. Mäkinen up to third. What to drive! The Finn in P3 is storming around the circuit. Palacio from Stanley. The drivers from the United States of America now need to worry about the Finn, who's come from the north of Europe. Lenny Mäkinen has come from grid 19 to be in P3 in the pouring rain here in the north of Italy. Nicholas Stanley close right up to Lucas Palacio. Confirmation, the bottom of your screen, 67.934. He's almost 1 second a lap faster than the Americans, who go 1-2. Palacio pulls away from Stanley slightly down through the chicane. Mäkinen is flying. Tam, Botte, Orlando, the Slano race winner. Zhu, Chikoratsky, Polican, Simone, Vittoria Farfus into P12. The Iron Dame, head of Girardello, Seva, who was second at Sano. Sebastian Rydell, Julia Angelard for Yastrebski Racing from the second last row of the grid. Has passed 18 karts. She's in 15th place. The gap, 0.3 of a second between Lucas and Nicola, and just over a second back to Lenny Mäkinen, who goes purple again. 67.2 versus 68.1 for Lucas. 0.9 of a second that time. Here comes the Finn, going for the win. But the drivers from the United States of America trying to trump the field here in the pouring rain as we approach half race distance of the OKN Junior Final. Mäkinen, LA Motorsport. There's the Paralin, the Henza kart in second. Nicola on the podium. Hasn't yet made a move on the American. May not even know how quick Lenny Mäkinen is, or even if he's come from so far off the back on the grid. We couldn't even see him through the spray off the start. Mäkinen's right there. We start the second half of the race. This is lap 8 of 14, the OKN Junior Final. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series here at Lonato. Sideways from Mäkinen, throwing that Paralin around. He's got right up to the back of Stanley. What a drive from the Finn, going for the win on the back of the Americans. Stanley in second, just from Lenny Mäkinen. Michele Orlando, some 4 seconds further back, but he's the best of the rest in 4th place, the Sano race winner. Palacio leads the race, he leads the championship. We're just under 80 points at this stage of the weekend, but you sense that is about to change. Stanley puts in a good sector, purple sector in fact. That's encouragement for the MP Motorsport Komoto team. The Dutch MP Motorsport team racing in World Formula 2, World Formula 3 and Formula 4 as well. And now the new joint project with the legendary Sicilian team, Salvatore and Vincenzo Gamoto. Nicola in second place, Lucas still in P1. Mäkinen just waiting the opportunity. This is lap 9 of 14 in the pouring rain. Round 3, the Supermasters Series. Now Nicola closes right up on the back of Lucas. Mäkinen's right there. Back to Michele Orlando. P4 from Chikodatsky, Botte, Polikan, Zhu, Vittoria Farfus, P9, and Seva Osagi. Shuslovsky at a right, Del Simone and Sanchez. Seva in P10. Cars littered on the inside of the circuit. Albert Tam now out, as is Aaron Kriya. We start lap 10 of 14. Here's Orlando in the background. Actually making a little bit of inroads on the leading trio. Card Republic, hands up, Paralin 1, 2, 3. Miami TM. And Lenny Mäkinen also TM powered as Nicola tries the outside of his countryman. Gets the run on the exit. Here comes Nicola. El Madrileño goes through to take the lead. Nicely done. Stanley goes P1. Lucas, the Leconca race winner. The Williams F1 Academy Junior now coming under attack from Lenny Mäkinen, who's come from Finland. He's come from Grid 19. He's on the podium with an outstanding drive in atrocious conditions here at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. Stanley skips away. He needs to as well. He'll get the run out of the penultimate curve on lap 10 here. That was a good exit. The Hensiker MP Motorsport together with Team Komoto. It would be, this is 4 laps, too early to say, hypothetically, potentially, a maiden WSK victory. Lucas has already stood on the top step of the podium, winning the first round of the championship the last weekend of January at Leconca Muro Lechese World Circuit. Nicola Stanley, P1 for the Spanish-born American. Mäkinen still yet to attack. Purple lap from Nicola Stanley and has pulled away almost 1 second clear. It is his to lose now. Lucas Palacio as Mäkinen spins. Lenny Mäkinen, that outstanding drive. Surely he won't win here this afternoon. Kept the right foot buried and was able to continue on. Nicola Stanley, Lucas Palacio. The Americans now clear. We take a look at this. There's Palacio going on through. Mäkinen goes around, keeps it buried. Actually, could he keep it going? He's out. Lenny Mäkinen has retired. His outstanding performance is over. Nicola Stanley, 2 laps from a maiden WSK victory. Heartbreak for the Finn. Championship implications as well, because guess who's in P3? In the race and also in the championship, Michele Orlando. There's Makinen's cart. It is being dragged away. It looked as though he kept it going for a moment as Palacio goes sideways. He's now over a second back as you look at Nicola. His parents, Ryan, Maria, watching on nervously. The Spanish-born American for the Sicilian team together with the Dutch MP Motorsport outfit here in the north of Italy. Round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. The attack from the Finn is over. Orlando is in P3. This is outstanding from Nicola Stanley from grid 10. Commiserations to Lenny Makinen, who joins the long list of retirements. A close-up view of the new MP Motorsport Henza kart. He comes across the line, looks back behind. L'ultima vuelta para Nicola Stanley, el madrileño. The Spanish-born American in P1. Half a mile away from a maiden victory in WSK. Keeps it straight as he skates under brakes. Out of the pit hairpin for the final time. A 66.908 that time. He's pulling away from Lucas. Palacio will still hold the lead going into Franciacorta for the penultimate round of the Supermaster Series in 2 weeks' time. The Stars and Stripes running 1-2. Nicola Stanley into the far hairpin for the final time. Lucas in second place. A famous maiden victory in the pouring rain. El Madrileño into the final corner. He accelerates. Nicola Stanley takes an outstanding breakthrough victory in WSK. He wins round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Palacio home in second place, and the drivers from the United States of America trump the opposition here today. Orlando third. Thomas Cikaracki, whilst all that was going on, drove brilliantly. The Vortex-powered Tony Kart for Ward Racing comes home P4, narrowly missing the podium, just ahead of Teo Polican. Nicola Stanley for Team Gamoto together with MP Motorsport wins round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. We take a look at the highlights of the OKN Junior Final. Going around at the very first corner. Neue Staciones was out as 3 drivers with a complete 360. The Americans 1-2. Lucas Palacio for Nicola Stanley. Lenny Makinen was carving through the field. The Finn from grid 19 setting fastest lap after fastest lap. That was the move that put Nicola through to P1 ahead of Lucas. And then Lenny Makinen coming to grief after an outstanding drive to P3, joining the long list of retirements. But the drivers from the United States of America, 1-2 here in the pouring rain at Lonato. Stanley wins, Palacio second. The USA 1-2 here this afternoon. Orlando P3 for the DR Racing Car team. Fantastic drive, Cikaracki for Ward Racing. Same for Polican, Nikito Bote, Felipe Sanchez, O Menino do Brasil. P7 for the Energy Course team. Severate, Victoria Farfus. A fine drive to P9 from grid 23, and Sebastian Rydell rounds out the 10 just ahead of the Canadian Rocco Simone. First, second from the United States of America, Nicola Stanley, El Madrileño, wins for the first time in WSK and will stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment. The podium for OK and Junior as the rain eases up just in time for our drivers to stand on the podium for the penultimate presentation this afternoon. The Sano race winner in position 3 for the DR Racing Car team, Michele Orlando. Second place from the United States of America, Lucas Palacio. A maiden debut victory for Team Gamoto with MP Motorsport. The winner of round 3 here at Lonato, El Madrileño, Nicola Stanley. And representing the winning Team Gamoto, Totti Gatto. Third place to the Italian Michele Orlando. Second place, the American Lucas Palacio. The winner of round 3 of the Supermaster Series in OKNJ, the Spanish-born American Nicola Stanley. And representing Team Gamoto, Totti Gatto. The national anthem of the United States of America. The podium for OKNJ. Third place, the Italian Michele Orlando. Second, Lucas Palacio. And the winner for the first time in WSK, Nicola Stanley. Stay with us on WSK.it as the rain eases up. Our final race of the afternoon for KZ2. The rain eases up just in time for the final 16 laps of the day. This is KZ2. The cars coming out onto the circuit, 36 of them, trying to control 50 horsepower on a saturated circuit this afternoon. Christian Cannibal Bertuca, 2023 Supermaster Series champion, 2024 Supermaster Series champion, World Cup champion on pole position. Senna out of second, Pedro out of 3, Jean Nomblot, who won the pre-final this morning, MK out of 5, Vasile out of 6, Maxime Orlov, Stan, the La Conca race winner, out of 8, Million Denner and Corentin Rousseau, the French drivers on the 5th row of the grid. Mateusz Pigel, Kasper Skurmans, CPB Sports, Simon Reckenmacher, and Marek Scriven, Davide Forte, and Il Siciliano, Alex Marigliano, the reigning world champion, Paloma Figano, Kipros, who was fastest in the warm-up this morning, and JT out of 20. Eric Holm, Dion van Verven, Samuel Lullier, Tom Lullier, Jean Lullier, Pier Ovano from Monza in Italy, Simon Billman from Sweden, Max Paul, German touring car DTM race winner 2 years ago at the Nürburgring in similar conditions. Back with us is the Lamborghini GT3 driver, starting ahead of Kirsten DeClain, Enzo Boll, Shurovsky, Letner, Frigga Mosca, Cedric Molk, Leopardi, and Jetty Skulinov out of 36. Bertuca in 1.25. Sander van Walstein 1.02. -8 degrees Celsius, if you dare to believe that. Rain, which has fallen lightly consistently all throughout the day, has saturated the circuit, South Garter karting. Christian Bertuca, who won at Sano 2 weeks ago, to the left of your screen on pole position. Senna to the right. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series for KZ2. Reigning world champion Giuseppe Palomba, one of 4 world champions in the field. Christian calmly looks back behind to 35 KZ2 karts, trying to attack the reigning World Cup champion. Here at Lonato in the pouring rain, the KZ2 final. We race. Senna launches perfectly. What a start from Jean Nomblon. From the inside, second row of the grid, Stan sends it up into second place. Sensational start from the Dutchman. Goes wide, but gets grip, gets traction out of turn 3. But it's CB in P1. Christian Cannibal. Sander van Walstein for Jean Nomblon, CPB Sport. The Soddy karts in second and third. There's Stan Pex searching for grip on the outside in the SP Motorsport Kart Republic. The first of the Formula K drivers, SRP, just in behind. We look for Kayak in 1.39, Denner in 1.40, Senna in second on the back of Christian Bertuca. Pedro Hilbrand, as Senna goes around. Senna, the slightest tap. Pulled the clutch, back in first gear, went rallycross. He's still in the race, but falls down. He's in 8th place. Bertuca with an enormous lead over his teammate Pedro Hilbrand. We take a look at this at the end of the first lap. Just going around, just couldn't get track position as Bertuca virtually stopped in the middle of the corner trying to get the run on the exit. Unbeknownst to him, it's his teammate, the 2016 world champion, Pedro Hilbrand, in second place. Burilat, 1, 2. And then we go to Emilian Denner, who's got ahead of Stan Pex, who is running second in the championship. There's Jean Nomblon, 111 for the 23-year-old Frenchman. CPB Sport into the back of Stan Pex, who just calmly looks across and says, "What are you doing, mate?" And says, "Cop that, buddy," right on the exit. This is getting vicious. Stan and Jean almost try and put each other into the grass, and Senna recovers from that slight error on the opening lap. Takes advantage. Van Walstein back into P4. Maxim Orlov, 1.01. The Italian champion, the Russian champion, the WSK Final Cup champion in that group of CPB Sports Soddy karts. Bertuca untroubled out front. 3.3 seconds clear, 1.25. On your screen, goes down the hill. Denner has got by and taken Pedro Hilbrand for second. ED in P2. Sander van Walstein, Nomblon, Spiegel, Ola, Pex, Vasiles, Krivan, Kasper Schulmans, Kipris, Giuseppe Palomba, Kayak, Matteo Vigano, Holmes, Skulinov, Max Paul, Pierovano, Dian van Verven, and then Simon Reckenmacher rounds out the 10. The 20, I should say. Just behind Andrea Pierovano, 1.75, the TB kart. Senna now back into third place as Emilian Denner, Formula K SRP team driver. He's got his former teammate Sander van Walstein behind. Hilbrand running wide. Looking down at the gear shift. The right-hand side of the card is Pedro Hilbrand. We'll keep an eye on the Catalan in 1:26. This is 1:02, Senna van Walstein, 2022 WSK Supermaster Series champion. The trio of CPB Sport Soddy cards. Nomblo, Spiegel, Orloff. Back to Pex, the Leconca race winner, who's now dropped to 4th in the virtual championship. Christian Bertuca missed the first round at Leconca. Took a super victory at Sano. Leads the race, leads the series. He's got 3 seconds. A 63.304, fastest lap of the race. The Soddy cards going down through. Head of Vasile, who finished 2nd at Sano. Then Stampex, Scriven, Skurmans. Palomba, Viganol, Kayak, Kipres. Is Davide Forte going through the black bell helmet of the legendary 51-year-old 4-time world champion. Second race with the Praga team. Outstanding in the heats. Davide Forte, 65 drivers in KZ2. He's 51 years of age. Mainly racing in KZ2 Masters these days. Was actually running in the top 6 in the heats on a circuit where he's done hundreds of thousands of laps. See Christian de Klein and Tom Louillet walk back to the pits. The Dutch and French drivers are both out. Forte ahead of Andrea Pirovano, Jaden Tien and Cedric Mock just behind, ahead of Enzo Boll. Shortly to approach half race distance, Christian Bertuca is cruising out front, Senna sideways. Back into 2nd place, going by his former team, now racing for the SRP Formula K team, Mike Sibeke, SRP. New joint collaboration for 2025 with the Formula K kart, which won the 2020 World Championship at this very circuit with the now retired Jeremy the Jet Iglesias. Denner grabs another couple of gears down the hill over the Rupel strip on the back of Senna van Walstein. Out front, Bertuca is cruising 2.7 seconds. Can't take it too easy though, because Senna van Walstein just goes purple in the first sector. The gap 2.78 at the moment. Great start from Pedro Hilbrand in the 1:26 Pure Art, but unfortunately the Spaniard is out. He joins Christian de Klein, Tom Louillet, and the Sicilian Alex Marigliano. Alex, who was superb in the 1:80 intrepid all week. He won here in the Final Cup 2 years ago. Marigliano unfortunately succumbs to the conditions. Joins the growing list of retirements. Bertuca, 3 seconds clear, despite Senna being the fastest driver on circuit. The Dutchman, 1:02 for the French team, reigning vice world champion. 2022 WSK Supermaster Series champion. The Soddy Kart Sigma, 4 of them inside the top 6. Snoblo, Spiegel, Orloff going through, back to Vasile. Stampex, Giuseppe Palomba going down through in the Maranello. Head of Schaumann, Scriven, Kaya, Kipres, Van Verven. It's Eric Hall, Viganot, Max Paul, Simon Reckenmacher, Skulinov, Andrea Pirovano, and Davide Forte just behind the boy from Monza. 2.4 seconds clear. Christian Cannibal trying to go 3 in a row in the WSK Supermaster Series. We made the same point at Sano. Only one driver has done that in the past. In KZ2, Marco Ardigol, 2014, 15 and 16. The now retired legend Marco Ardigol, at incidentally his home circuit. Triple winner of the WSK Supermaster Series and backed up in 2018. Christian Bertucca looking to do likewise after winning in 23, 24 and leading the series, leading the race in 2025. The who's who of KZ2 as the former WSK Supermaster Series champions. Senna in 2022. Moraine Kramer's 2021 for the Birla team. Simo Puhaka for the Tony Kart team in 2020. Bas Lemmers for Sodi Kart a year prior. Then it was Marco's last title in 18. Lemmers in 2017 for Sodi Kart. The first champion, KZ2, Betsky Visser. Paolo De Conto winning KZ1. Marco Zanchetta, KZ2. Jordan Lennox in KZ2. Marco Ardigol in KZ1 in 2012. And Max Verstappen in 2013 for CRG before going on to win the KZ World Championship at Varane in France. Down to 1.3 seconds now, the gap from Senna van Wallstein to Christian Bertucca. Emilian Denner, the Frenchman behind the Dutchman. The Italian still leads. Jean Nomblot, 62.795. Fastest lap of the race for the Frenchman in the Triple One, who won the pre-final this morning brilliantly. Pre-final A, that was. Actually, it was pre-final B, wasn't it? Regardless, Jean Nomblot at the moment, just a step off the podium. He's the Frenchman and fastest on circuit. Although having said that, Christian Bertucca puts in a purple sector. The gap, 1.6 seconds. Senna, what could have been had he not made that very slight error, but brilliantly controlled it, kept the engine alive. The gap, 1.5. The final quarter of the final race. 401 drivers, 57 nations. Here for round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Including, for the first time, 5 nations from Africa represented. Drivers from Senegal, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco and Egypt. 5 African nations represented here in round 3 of the Supermaster Series. 57 overall. But at the end of a massive weekend, it's the Italian in P1, Christian Bertucca. The gap, 1.5 seconds. Nomblot, Spiegel. And we wait for Maxim Orlov, who's actually just been passed by Daniel Vasile. Stampex, Palomba, Skormans, and Marcus Kayak. Bertucca leading the championship, 197 points going into Franciacorta. Senna van Wallstein, 172. Nomblot, Jean, 129. From Daniel Vasile, Maxim Orlov, Stampex, the La Conca race winner. Spiegel and Palomba, third race with his new team Maranello kart. Il Napolitano, the reigning world champion, will be 8th in the championship, going up the highway, l'Autostrada, La Franciacorta, in 2 weeks' time. So smooth from Bertucca, just hooks the front over the ripple strip like a monorail. The 125 Birol Art, so smooth, so straight, accelerates his heart rate. It would be barely above 75 beats despite the fact he's wrestling 50 horsepower on a treacherous, saturated circuit. in a car that's well capable of over 100 miles an hour. Will approach 93, 94 miles an hour. For the rest of us in the metric-speaking world, that's around about 149, 150 at Franciacorta. Nowhere near that here in the rain here. Bertuca, 62, 344. 2.5 laps away from victory. Denner, non-blanc, goes purple. Spiegel. It's Maxim Orlov. And Daniel Vasile now falls back. Under attack from Stan Pex and Palomba. Kasper Skurmans and then Marcus Kayak, who was on the podium at Sano. The Estonian currently in P11. Penultimate lap of a massive weekend here at Lonato. 2 from 2, surely, for Christian Cannibal. His father, Alessandro, in hospital. Don't worry, a minor procedure. Well, actually, it was a full anesthetic, but he's walking wounded. This will cheer him up. Alessandro watching on. Fantastic vlog on tcart.it. Watching Alessandro together with Yannick Sturzel. When Christian took victory at Sano, check it out if you haven't. It's highly entertaining. When Christian took victory 2 weeks ago, it looks as though he's about to repeat. Comes around the final corner, and we are about to start the last lap of the weekend. Ultimo giro di questa settimana. The biggest weekend in WSK promotion history. 57 nations from all around the world, 401 drivers. But at the end of it, it's Christian Cannibal who's looking to go 2 from 2 and take the championship lead into Franciacorta. Senna second, his former teammate Emilian Denner looking to come home for his first podium with his new team. Senna ragged in the background. Look at Christian throwing the 125 Birilla down through the chicane. World class, the reigning World Cup champion. You can see Cannibal written on the back of his bell helmet. Into the final few corners. He won at Sano. He's the reigning champion, looking to go 3 from 3 in the Supermasters Series Championship. He takes the final checkered flag. Christian Cannibal Bertuca celebrates as he wins here at Lonato. Senna second. Denner loses P3 at the final corner. Jean Blanc, troisième place. Jean Blanc has taken Emilian Denner and Matteo Spiegel for the final step of the podium. The French drivers 3, 4, and 5. ED finishes P4. Jean Blanc will join his CPB Sports Sodicar teammate Senna van Walstein on the podium. Marek Scriven crosses the line ahead of Simon Reckenmacher. There's Viganov, Forte, Max Ball, Pirovano, Skulinov, Jaden Ting, Kurosawa, Russo, that's Corentin, Simon Billman. Strong weekend for the Swede. Boris Juravsky, Frigga Mosca. There's Cedric Moll, Samuel Louye, and Enzo Ball. The Dutchman takes the final checkered flag of a massive weekend here at Lonato. Christian Cannibal Bertuca wins round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Will stand on the top step of the podium and take the championship lead to Franciacorta in 2 weeks' time. Senna second. Jean Blanc deserves immensely that podium. Coming home in third place at the same time. Heartbreak for Emilian Denner, passed on the final corner. Spiegel, Orlov, Palomba, Stan Pex, Vasile and Kasper Skurmans ahead of his countryman, the Dutchman Dion van Verben. Kasper in P10. Stay with us on WSK.it. Christian Cannibal Bertuca will stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment.
see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. So give me your love. So give me your love. I need you. When I see you, you surprise me. Face is beautiful to see you. Every night I take your heart. So give me your love.
Drivers making their way up to the podium for the final podium presentation of a massive weekend here at Lonato for KZ2. A slight change to the order. Jean Noblet, after a stirring drive, unfortunately not passing post-race scrutineering. Million Denner, P3 after a great weekend, does take the third step here after all. First time out on the podium for the Formula K SRP team. The final podium here at Lonato, KZ2, round 3 of the WSK Supermaster Series. In third place from France for the Formula K SRP team, Million Denner. Second place van the Netherlands, CPB Sport Zodicart, Sinner Den Wolstein. Too easy, can we say that? Not to be disrespectful, but wow. The reigning champion, the reigning World Cup champion. He won at Sano and he wins again despite the conditions here at Lonato. Round 3, the Supermaster Series for the Viral Racing team. The winner, Christian Cannibal Bertuca. And representing the Viral Racing team, Riccardo Longhi. Third place from France, Emilien Denner. Second place van the Netherlands, Sinna den Walstein. Il vincitore di nuovo, Christian Cannibal Bertuca. And Riccardo Longhi representing the winning Purolite racing team. The national anthem of Italia. KZ2 Podium, round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. Third place, Emilien Denner. Second, Sinna den Walstein. And the winner again, Christian Bertuca. The final podium of what has been a massive weekend here at Lonato. The rain has stopped just in time. Round 3, the WSK Supermaster Series. 57 nations, 401 drivers from around the world. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time, about 50 kilometres that way at Franciacorta for the penultimate round of the 2025 Supermaster Series. Thanks for watching. We'll see you at Franciacorta 2 weeks from now. Arrivederci.